it does not extend beyond the gestures and acts of civil life exclusive of all specialized activities and places, such as those associated with war, religion, or justice. In short, all institutional gestures, coded and located as such, are barred. But, whether understood in the broad or the narrow sense, gestures as a whole mobilize and activate the total body. Bodies, each body, and interbodily space may be pictured as possessed of specific assets, the materials, heredity, objects, which serve as their starting point, and the materiel which they have available to them, behavior patterns, conditioning, what are sometimes called stereotypes. For these bodies, the natural space and the abstract space which confront and surround them are in no way separable, as they may be from an analytic perspective. The individual situates his body in its own space and apprehends the space around the body. The energy available to each seeks employment in that space, and the other bodies which that energy encounters, be they inert or living, constitute obstacles, dangers, coagents, or prizes for it. The actions of each individual involve his multiple affiliations and basic constitution, with its dual aspect: first, the axes and planes of symmetry, which govern the movements of arms, legs, hands and limbs in general; secondly, the rotations and the gyrations which govern all sorts of movements of trunk or head, circular, spiral, figures of 8, and so on. The accomplishment of gestures, for which this materiel is the prerequisite, further implies the existence of affiliations, of groups, family, tribe, village, city, etc., and of activity. It also calls for specific materials, for those objects which the activity in question requires. Such objects are real, and therefore material in nature, but they are also symbolic, and hence freighted with affect. What shall we say of the human hand? It certainly seems no less complex or rich than the eye, or than language. The hand can feel, caress, grasp, brutalize, hit, kill. The sense of touch is the discoverer of matter. Thanks to tools, which are separate from nature and responsible for severing from nature whatever they impinge upon, but which are nevertheless extensions of the body and its rhythms, for instance, the hammer with its linear and repetitive action, or the potter's wheel with its circular and continuous one, the hand modifies materials. Muscular effort can mobilize energies of a massive kind, and often in enormous quantities, to support repetitive gestures such as those associated with labor, but also those called for by games. By contrast, the search for information about things through skin contact, through feeling, through caresses, relies on the use of subtle energies. The chief materiel employed by social gestures, then, consists of articulated movements. The articulation of human limbs is refined and complex. If one takes the fingers, the hand, the wrist, and the arm into account, the total number of segments involved is very large. More than one theorist has drawn a distinction between inarticulate and articulate as a way of distinguishing nature from culture. On the one hand, the inarticulate sphere of cries, tears, expressions of pain or pleasure, the sphere of spontaneous and animal life; on the other, the articulate sphere of words, of language and discourse, of thought and of the clear consciousness of self, things, and acts. What is missing from this account is the mediation of bodily gestures. Are not such gestures, articulated and linked together as they are, more likely than drives to lie at the origin, so to speak, of language? Bound together outside the realm of work as well as within it, could they not have contributed to the development of that part of the brain which articulates linguistic and gestural activity? In childhood, in the body of the child, there arguably exists a preverbal, gestural capacity, that is, a capacity which is concretely practical or operational, and which constitutes the basis of the child's first relationship as subject to perceptible objects. Preverbal gestures of this kind might fall under several rubrics: destructive gestures, foreshadowing later productive ones, gestures of displacement, gestures of seriation, and gestures of grouping, groups being closed series. The most sophisticated gestural systems, those of Asian dance, for example, bring into play all segments of the limbs, even the fingertips, and invest them with symbolic, cosmic, significance. But less complex systems, too, qualify fully as wholes invested with meaning, that is to say, as coded and decodable entities. It is legitimate to speak of codes here because the ordering of gestures is laid down beforehand, and has ritual and ceremonial aspects. Such ensembles of gestures are made up, like language, of symbols, signs and signals. Symbols embody their own meaning, signs refer from a signifier to what is signified, signals elicit an immediate or deferred action which may be aggressive, affective, erotic, or whatever. Space is perceived as an interval, separating a deferred action from the gesture which heralds, proposes, or signifies it. Gestures are linked on the basis of oppositions, for instance, rapid versus slow, stiff versus loose, peaceful versus violent, and on the basis of ritualized, and hence coded, rules. They may then be said to constitute a language in which expressiveness, that of the body, and signification, for others, other consciousnesses, other bodies, are no further apart than nature from culture, than the abstract from the practical. A highly dignified demeanor, for instance, demands that the axes and planes of symmetry govern the body in motion, so that they are preserved even as it moves around, the posture is straight, the gestures are of the kind we think of as harmonious. By contrast, attitudes of humility and humiliation flatten the body against the ground, the vanquished are supposed to prostrate themselves, worshippers to kneel, and the guilty to lower their heads and kiss the earth. And in the display of clemency or indulgence the inclining of the body parallels the bending of the will in compromise. It goes without saying that such codes are specific to a particular society, indeed they stipulate an affiliation to that society. To belong to a given society is to know and use its codes for politeness, courtesy, affection, parley, negotiation, trading, and so on, as also for the declaration of hostilities, for codes having to do with social alliance are inevitably subtended by codes of insolence, insult, and open aggression. The importance of places and space in gestural systems needs emphasizing. High and low have great significance, on the one hand the ground, the feet, and the lower members, and on the other the head and whatever surmounts or covers it, hair, wigs, plumes, headdresses, parasols, and so forth. Right and left are similarly rich in meaning. In the West, the left hand has of course acquired negative, sinister connotations. Variations in the use of the voice, as in singing, serve to accentuate such meanings, shrill/deep, high/low, loud/soft. Gestural systems embody ideology and bind it to practice. Through gestures, ideology escapes from pure abstraction and performs actions, for example, the clenched fist salute or the sign of the cross. Gestural systems connect representations of space with representational spaces or, at least, they do so under certain privileged conditions. With their liturgical gestures, for instance, priests evoke the divine gestures which created the universe by mimicking them in a consecrated space. Gestures are also closely bound up with the objects which fill space, with furniture, clothing, instruments, kitchen utensils, work tools, games, and places of residence. All of which testifies to the complexity of the gestural realm. May this realm then be said to embrace an essentially indefinite and hence indefinable variety of codes? We should by now be able to clear up this rather thorny problem. The fact is that the multiplicity of codes has determinants which are susceptible of categorization. Everyday gestures differ from the gestures associated with feasts, the rites of friendship contrast with the rites of antagonism, and the everyday microgestural realm is clearly distinct from the macrogestural one, which is the realm of crowds in action. There are also, are there not, gestures, signs or signals, which allow passage from one code or subcode to another, interrupting the one so as to open the way to the other? Undoubtedly so. We have every reason to speak of subcodes and general codes in this connection. In the first place, it makes it possible, if so desired, to classify codes by species and genus, as it were. and it allows us to avoid the unnecessary multiplication of entities. In the event of codes, why should Occam's razor not be applied to the relatively new concepts of coding and decoding, of message and decipherment? Above all, however, we must avoid conceiving of or imagining a spatial code which is merely a subcode of discourse, so that constructed space is seen as somehow dependent on discourse or on a modality of it. The study of gestures certainly invalidates any such view of things. My aim in the foregoing discussion has not been to find a rationale for gestures but rather to clarify the relationship between gestural systems and space. Why do many Oriental peoples live close to the ground, using low furniture and sitting on their heels? Why does the Western world, by contrast, have rigid, right-angled furniture which obliges people to assume constricted postures? And why do the dividing lines between such attitudes or, unformulated, codes correspond exactly to religious and political frontiers? Diversity in this sphere is still as incomprehensible as the diversity of languages. Perhaps the study of social spaces will throw some light on these questions. Organized gestures, which is to say ritualized and codified gestures, are not simply performed in physical space, in the space of bodies. Bodies themselves generate spaces, which are produced by and for their gestures. The linking of gestures corresponds to the articulation and linking of well-defined spatial segments, segments which repeat, but whose repetition gives rise to novelty. Consider, for example, the cloister, and the solemn pace of the monks who walk there. The spaces produced in the way we have been discussing are often multifunctional. The agora, for instance, although some strictly defined gestures, such as those associated with sport or war, produce their own specific spaces very early on, stadia, parade grounds, tilt yards, and so forth. Many such social spaces are given rhythm by the gestures which are produced within them, and which produce them, and they are accordingly often measured in paces, cubits, feet, palms or thumbs. The everyday microgestural realm generates its own spaces, for example, footways, corridors, places for eating, and so does the most highly formalized macrogestural realm, for instance, the ambulatories of Christian churches, or podia. When a gestural space comes into conjunction with the conception of the world possessed of its own symbolic system, a Gian creation may result. Cloisters are a case in point. What has happened here is that, happily, a gestural space has succeeded in mooring a mental space. A space of contemplation and theological abstraction, to the earth, thus allowing it to express itself symbolically and to become part of a practice, the practice of a well-defined group within a well-defined society. Here, then, is a space in which a life balanced between the contemplation of the self in its finiteness and that of a transcendent infinity may experience a happiness composed of quietude and a fully accepted lack of fulfillment. As a space for contemplatives, a place of promenade and assembly, the cloister connects a finite and determinate locality, socially particularized but not unduly restricted as to use, albeit definitely controlled by an order or rule, to a theology of the infinite. Columns, capitals, sculptures, these are semantic differentials which mark off the route followed, and laid down, by the steps of the monks during their time of contemplative recreation. If the gestures of spiritual exchange, the exchange of symbols and signs, with their own peculiar delights, have produced spaces, the gestures of material exchange have been no less productive. Parley, negotiation, and trade have always called for appropriate spaces. Over the ages merchants have been an active and original group, and productive after their fashion. Today the realm of commodities has extended its sway, along with that of capital, to the entire planet, and it has consequently assumed an oppressive role. The commodity system thus comes in for a good deal of denigration, and tends to be blamed for all ills. It should be remembered, however, that for centuries merchants and merchandise stood for freedom, hope and expanding horizons relative to the constraints imposed by ancient communities, whether agrarian societies or the more political cities. Merchants brought both riches and essential goods such as cereals, spices, or fabrics. Commerce was synonymous with communication, and the exchange of goods went hand in hand with the exchange of ideas and pleasures. Today there are rather more remnants of that state of affairs in the East than in the West. The earliest commercial areas, porticos, basilicas, or market halls dating from a time when merchants and their gestures created their own spaces, are thus not without beauty. It is worth asking ourselves en passant why spaces devoted to sensual pleasures seem so much rarer than places of power, knowledge, or wisdom, and exchange. In attempting to account for these multifarious creations, the evocation of proxemics, whether in connection with children or adults, couples or families, groups or crowds, is inadequate. Hall's anthropological descriptive term proxemic, which is related to the idea of neighborhood, is restrictive, and reductive, as compared with gestural. 26. 13. Structural distinctions between binary operations, levels, and dimensions must not be allowed to obscure the great dialectical movements that traverse the world as totality and help define it. First moment, things, objects, in space. Production, still respectful of nature, proceeds by selecting portions of space and using them along with their contents. Agriculture predominates, and societies produce palaces, monuments, peasant dwellings, and works of art. Time is inseparable from space. Human labor directed at nature deconsecrates it, but distills the sacredness of elements of it into religious and political edifices. Form, of thought or of action, is inseparable from content. Second moment, from this prehistory certain societies emerge and accede to the historical plane, that is, to the plane of accumulation, of riches, knowledge, and techniques, and hence to the plane of production, first for exchange, then for money and capital. It is now that artifice, which at first has the appearance of art, prevails over nature, and that form and the formal separate from their content, abstraction and signs as such are elevated to the rank of basic and ultimate truths, and consequently philosophical and scientific thought comes to conceive of a space without things or objects, a space which is somehow of a higher order than its contents, a means for them to exist or a medium in which they exist. Once detached from things, space understood as a form emerges either as substance, Descartes, or else, on the contrary, as pure a priori, Kant. Space and time are sundered, but space brings time under its sway in the praxis of accumulation. Third moment, relative now, space and things are reunited, through thought, the contents of space, and in the first place time, are restored to it. The fact is that space in itself is ungraspable, unthinkable, unknowable. Time in itself, absolute time, is no less unknowable. But that is the whole point. Time is known and actualized in space, becoming a social reality by virtue of a spatial practice. Similarly, space is known only in and through time. Unity in difference, the same in the other, and vice versa, are thus made concrete. But with the development of capitalism and its praxis, a difficulty arises in the relations between space and time. The capitalist mode of production begins by producing things, and by investing in places. Then the reproduction of social relations becomes problematic, as it plays a part in practice, modifying it in the process. And eventually it becomes necessary to reproduce nature also, and to master space by producing it, that is, the political space of capitalism, while at the same time reducing time in order to prevent the production of new social relations. But capitalism is surely approaching a threshold beyond which reproduction will no longer be able to prevent the production, not of things, but of new social relations. What would those relations consist in? Perhaps in the unity, at once familiar and new, of space and time, a unity long misapprehended, split up and superseded by the rash attribution of priority to space over time. The movement I am describing may seem abstract. And indeed it is. For here, at the present juncture, as in Marx's work, or at least in part of it, a reflection upon the virtual is what guides our understanding of the real, or actual, while also retroactively affecting, and hence illuminating, the antecedents and the necessary preconditions of that reality. At the present moment, modernity with its contradictions has only just entered upon the stage. Marx took a similar tack to the one we are taking when, in a chapter of Capital that has only recently been published, he envisaged the implications and consequences of the extension of the world of commodities and of the world market, developments which were at that time no more than virtualities embedded in history, the history, that is, of accumulation. How should the charge that this procedure or method is mere extrapolation be answered? By pointing out the legitimacy of pushing an idea or hypothesis as far as it will go. The idea of producing, for example, today extends beyond the production of this or that thing or work to the production of space. And this has its retroactive effect on our understanding of antecedents, in this case an understanding of productive forces and forms. Our modus operandi, then, is a sort of forcing house approach. Extreme hypotheses are permissible. The hypothesis, for instance, that the commodity, or the world market, will come to occupy all space, that exchange value will impose the law of value upon the whole planet, and that in some sense world history is nothing but the history of commodities. Pushing a hypothesis to its limit helps us discover what obstacles to its application exist and what objections to it should be raised. Proceeding in the same manner apropos of space, we may wonder whether the state will eventually produce its own space, an absolute political space. Or whether, alternatively, the nation-states will one day see their absolute political space disappearing into, and thanks to, the world market. Will this last eventuality occur through self-destruction? Will the state be transcended or will it wither away? And must it be one or the other, and not, perhaps, both? 14. For millennia, monumentality took in all the aspects of spatiality that we have identified above, the perceived, the conceived, and the lived, representations of space and representational spaces, the spaces proper to each faculty, from the sense of smell to speech, the gestural and the symbolic. Monumental space offered each member of a society an image of that membership, an image of his or her social visage. It thus constituted a collective mirror more faithful than any personal one. Such a recognition effect has far greater import than the mirror effect of the psychoanalysts. Of this social space, which embraced all the above-mentioned aspects while still according each its proper place, everyone partook, and partook fully, albeit, naturally, under the conditions of a generally accepted power and a generally accepted wisdom. The monument thus effected a consensus, and this in the strongest sense of the term, rendering it practical and concrete. The element of repression in it and the element of exaltation could scarcely be disentangled, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the repressive element was metamorphosed into exaltation. The codifying approach of semiology, which seeks to classify representations, impressions, and evo_cations, as terms in the code of knowledge, the code of personal feelings, the symbolic code, or the hermeneutic code, 27 is quite unable to cover all facets of the monumental. Indeed, it does not even come close, for it is the residual, the irreducible, whatever cannot be classified or codified according to categories devised subsequent to production, which is, here as always, the most precious and the most essential, the diamond at the bottom of the melting pot. The use of the cathedral's monumental space necessarily entails its supplying answers to all the questions that assail anyone who crosses the threshold. For visitors are bound to become aware of their own footsteps, and listen to the noises, the singing, they must breathe the incense-laden air, and plunge into a particular world, that of sin and redemption. They will partake of an ideology, they will contemplate and decipher the symbols around them, and they will thus, on the basis of their own bodies, experience a total being in a total space. Small wonder that from time immemorial conquerors and revolutionaries eager to destroy a society should so often have sought to do so by burning or razing that society's monuments. Sometimes, it is true, they contrive to redirect them to their own advantage. Here too, use goes further and deeper than the codes of exchange. The most beautiful monuments are imposing in their durability. A cyclopean wall achieves monumental beauty because it seems eternal, because it seems to have escaped time. Monumentality transcends death, and hence also what is sometimes called the death instinct. As both appearance and reality, this transcendence embeds itself in the monument as its irreducible foundation. The lineaments of atemporality overwhelm anxiety, even, and indeed above all, in funerary monuments. A plus ultra of art, forms so thoroughly denying meaning that death itself is submerged. The Empress's tomb in the Taj Mahal bathes in an atmosphere of gracefulness, whiteness, and floral motifs. Every bit as much as a poem or a tragedy, a monument transmutes the fear of the passage of time, and anxiety about death, into splendor. Monumental durability is unable, however, to achieve a complete illusion. To put it in what pass for modern terms, its credibility is never total. It replaces a brutal reality with a materially realized appearance. Reality is changed into appearance. What, after all, is the durable aside from the will to endure? Monumental imperishability bears the stamp of the will to power. Only will, in its more elaborated forms, the wish for mastery, the will to will, can overcome, or believe it can overcome, death. Knowledge itself fails here, shrinking from the abyss. Only through the monument, through the intervention of the architect as demiurge, can the space of death be negated, transfigured into a living space which is an extension of the body. This is a transformation, however, which serves what religion, political, power, and knowledge have in common. In order to define monumental space properly, 28 semiological categorization, codifying, and symbolic explanations must be restrained. But restrained should not be taken to mean refused or rejected. I am not saying that the monument is not the outcome of a signifying practice, or of a particular way of proposing a meaning, but merely that it can be reduced neither to a language or discourse nor to the categories and concepts developed for the study of language. A spatial work, monument or architectural project, attains a complexity fundamentally different from the complexity of a text, whether prose or poetry. As I pointed out earlier, what we are concerned with here is not texts but texture. We already know that a texture is made up of a usually rather large space covered by networks or webs. Monuments constitute the strong points, nexuses, or anchors of such webs. The actions of social practice are expressible but not explicable through discourse. They are, precisely, acted, and not read. A monumental work, like a musical one, does not have a signified, or signifieds, rather, it has a horizon of meaning, a specific or indefinite multiplicity of meanings, a shifting hierarchy in which now one, now another meaning comes momentarily to the fore, by means of, and for the sake of, a particular action. The social and political operation of a monumental work traverses the various systems and subsystems, or codes and subcodes, which constitute and found the society concerned. But it also surpasses such codes and subcodes, and implies a supercoding, in that it tends towards the all-embracing presence of the totality. To the degree that there are traces of violence and death, negativity and aggressiveness in social practice, the monumental work erases them and replaces them with a tranquil power and certitude which can encompass violence and terror. Thus the mortal moment, or component, of the sign is temporarily abolished in monumental space. In and through the work in space, social practice transcends the limitations by which other signifying practices, and hence the other arts, including those texts known as literary, are bound. In this way a consensus, a profound agreement, is achieved. A Greek theater presupposes tragedy and comedy, and by extension the presence of the city's people and their allegiance to their heroes and gods. In theatrical space, music, choruses, masks, tearing, all such elements converge with language and actors. A spatial action overcomes conflicts, at least momentarily, even though it does not resolve them. It opens a way from everyday concerns to collective joy. Turmoil is inevitable once a monument loses its prestige, or can only retain it by means of admitted oppression and repression. When the subject, a city or a people, suffers dispersal, the building and its functions come into their own. By the same token, housing comes to prevail over residence within that city or amidst that people. The building has its roots in warehouses, barracks, depots, and rental housing. Buildings have functions, forms and structures, but they do not integrate the formal, functional, and structural moments of social practice. And, inasmuch as sites, forms and functions are no longer focused and appropriated by monuments, the city's contexture or fabric, its streets, its underground levels, its frontiers, unravel, and generate not concord but violence. Indeed, space as a whole becomes prone to sudden eruptions of violence. The balance of forces between monuments and buildings has shifted. Buildings are to monuments as everyday life is to festival, products to works, lived experience to the merely perceived, concrete to stone, and so on. What we are seeing here is a new dialectical process, but one just as vast as its predecessors. How could the contradiction between building and monument be overcome and surpassed? How might that tendency be accelerated which has destroyed monumentality but which could well reinstitute it, within the sphere of buildings itself, by restoring the old unity at a higher level? So long as no such dialectical transcendence occurs, we can only expect the stagnation of crude interactions and intermixtures between moments, in short, a continuing spatial chaos. Under this dispensation, buildings and dwelling places have been dressed up in monumental signs, first their facades, and later their interiors. The homes of the moneyed classes have undergone a superficial socialization with the introduction of reception areas, bars, nooks, and furniture, divans, for instance, which bespeak some kind of erotic life. Pale echoes, in short, of the aristocratic palace or town house. The town, meanwhile, now effectively blown apart, has been privatized no less superficially, thanks to urban decor and design, and the development of fake environments. Instead, then, of a dialectical process with three stages which resolves a contradiction and creatively transcends a conflictual situation, we have a stagnant opposition whose poles at first confront one another face to face, then relapse into muddle and confusion. 15. There is still a good deal to be said about the notion of the monument. It is especially worth emphasizing what a monument is not, because this will help avoid a number of misconceptions. Monuments should not be looked upon as collections of symbols, even though every monument embodies symbols, sometimes archaic and incomprehensible ones, nor as chains of signs, even though every monumental whole is made up of signs. A monument is neither an object nor an aggregation of diverse objects, even though its objectility, its position as a social object, is recalled at every moment, perhaps by the brutality of the materials or masses involved, perhaps, on the contrary, by their gentle qualities. It is neither a sculpture, nor a figure, nor simply the result of material procedures. The indispensable opposition between inside and outside, as indicated by thresholds, doors, and frames, though often underestimated, simply does not suffice when it comes to defining monumental space. Such a space is determined by what may take place there, and consequently by what may not take place there, prescribed/proscribed, seen/obscene. What appears empty may turn out to be full, as is the case with sanctuaries, or with the ships or naves of cathedrals. Alternatively, full space may be inverted over an almost heterotopic void at the same location, for instance, vaults, cupolas. The Taj Mahal, for instance, makes much play with the fullness of swelling curves suspended in a dramatic emptiness. Acoustic, gestural, and ritual movements, elements grouped into vast ceremonial unities, breaches opening onto limitless perspectives, chains of meanings, all are organized into a monumental whole. The affective level, which is to say, the level of the body, bound to symmetries and rhythms, is transformed into a property of monumental space, into symbols which are generally intrinsic parts of a politico-religious whole, into coordinated symbols. The component elements of such wholes are disposed according to a strict order for the purposes of the use of space, some at a first level, the level of affective, bodily, lived experience, the level of the spoken word, some at a second level, that of the perceived, of socio-political signification, and some at a third level, the level of the conceived, where the dissemination of the written word and of knowledge welds the members of society into a consensus, and in doing so confers upon them the status of subjects. Monumental space permits a continual back and forth between the private speech of ordinary conversations and the public speech of discourses, lectures, sermons, rallying cries, and all theatrical forms of utterance. Inasmuch as the poet through a poem gives voice to a way of living, loving, feeling, thinking, taking pleasure, or suffering, the experience of monumental space may be said to have some similarity to entering and sojourning in the poetic world. It is more easily understood, however, when compared with texts written for the theatre, which are composed of dialogues, rather than with poetry or other literary texts, which are monologues. Monumental qualities are not solely plastic, not to be apprehended solely through looking. Monuments are also liable to possess acoustic properties, and when they do not, this detracts from their monumentality. Silence itself, in a place of worship, has its music. In cloister or cathedral, space is measured by the ear, the sounds, voices, and singing reverberate in an interplay analogous to that between the most basic sounds and tones, analogous also to the interplay set up when a reading voice breathes new life into a written text. Architectural volumes ensure a correlation between the rhythms that they entertain, gates, ritual gestures, processions, parades, etc., and their musical resonance. It is in this way, and at this level, in the non-visible, that bodies find one another. Should there be no echo to provide a reflection or acoustic mirror of presence, it falls to an object to supply this mediation between the inert and the living, bells tinkling at the slightest breeze, the play of fountains and running water, perhaps birds and caged animals. Two primary processes, as described by certain psychoanalysts and linguists, might reasonably be expected to operate in monumental space: 1. Displacement, implying metonymy, the shift from part to whole, and contiguity, and 2. Condensation, involving substitution, metaphor, and similarity. And, to a degree, this is so. Social space, the space of social practice, the space of the social relations of production and of work and non-work, relations which are to a greater or lesser extent codified. This space is indeed condensed in monumental space. The notion of social condenser, as proposed by Russian architects in the 1920s, has a more general application. The properties of a spatial texture are focused upon a single point: sanctuary, throne, seat, presidential chair, or the like. Thus each monumental space becomes the metaphorical and quasi-metaphysical underpinning of a society, this by virtue of a play of substitutions in which the religious and political realms symbolically, and ceremonially, exchange attributes, the attributes of power. In this way the authority of the sacred and the sacred aspect of authority are transferred back and forth, mutually reinforcing one another in the process. The horizontal chain of sites in space is thus replaced by vertical superimposition, by a hierarchy which follows its own route to the locus of power, whence it will determine the disposition of the sites in question. Any object, a vase, a chair, a garment, may be extracted from everyday practice and suffer a displacement which will transform it by transferring it into monumental space. The vase will become holy, the garment ceremonial, the chair the seat of authority. The famous bar which, according to the followers of Saussure, separates signifier from signified and desire from its object, is in fact transportable hither and thither at the whim of society, as a means of separating the sacred from the profane and of repressing those gestures which are not prescribed by monumental space, in short, as a means of banishing the obscene. All of which has still not explained very much, for what we have said applies for all monumentality and does not address the question of what particular power is in place. The obscene is a general category of social practice, and not of signifying processes as such. Exclusion from the scene is pronounced silently by space itself. 16. Analysis of social space. in this case, of monumental space, brings out many differences. What appeared simple at first now emerges as full of complexities. These are situated neither in the geometrically objectified space of squares, rectangles, circles, curves, and spirals, nor in the mental space of logical inherence and coherence, of predicates bound to substantives, and so on. For they also, indeed most importantly, involve levels, layers, and sedimentations of perception, representation, and spatial practice which presuppose one another, which proffer themselves to one another, and which are superimposed upon one another. Perception of the entrance to a monument, or even to a building or a simple cabin, constitutes a chain of actions that is no less complex than a linguistic act, utterance, proposition, or series of sentences. Yet, whatever analogies or correlations may legitimately be made between course and discourse, so to speak, these complexities cannot be said to be mutually defining or isomorphic. They are truly different. 1. The level of singularities stretches outwards around bodies, that is, around each body and around the connections between bodies, and extends them into places affected by opposing qualities, by the favorable and the unfavorable, say, or by the feminine and the masculine. These qualities, though dependent on the places in question, are also what confer symbolic power on them. This level is governed, though at times in an inverted manner, by the laws of symmetry and asymmetry. Places so affected, and hence affect-laden, valorized, are not scattered through a mental space, indeed they are not separated from one another. What bind them together are rhythms, semiological differentials. 2. Singularities reappear transformed at another level, at the level of generality, in the space of political speech, of order and prescription, with its symbolic attributes, which are often religious, but sometimes simple symbols of power and violence. This is the space of activity, and hence the space of labor divided according to sex, age or group, and the space of communities, sexlage or town. Here rhythms, bodies, and words are subordinated to principles of coexistence dictated from above, and indeed often written down. 3. Lastly, the level of singularities also reappears, again modified, in the particularities attributed to groups, especially families, in spaces defined as permitted or forbidden. 17. This analysis leads back to buildings, the prose of the world as opposed, or apposed, to the poetry of monuments. In their preeminence, buildings, the homogeneous matrix of capitalistic space, successfully combine the object of control by power with the object of commercial exchange. The building effects a brutal condensation of social relationships, as I shall show later in more economic and political detail. It embraces, and in so doing reduces, the whole paradigm of space, space as domination/appropriation, where it emphasizes technological domination, space as work and product, where it emphasizes the product, and space as immediacy and mediation, where it emphasizes mediations and mediators, from technical material to the financial promoters of construction projects. It reduces significant oppositions and values, among them pleasure and suffering, use, and labor. Such condensation of society's attributes is easily discernible in the style of administrative buildings from the 19th century on, in schools, railway stations, town halls, police stations or ministries. But displacement is every bit as important here as condensation. Witness the predominance of amenities, which are a mechanism for the localization and punctualization of activities, including leisure pursuits, sports, and games. These are thus concentrated in specially equipped spaces which are as clearly demarcated as factories in the world of work. They supply syntagmatic links between activities within social spaces as such, that is, within a space which is determined economically by capital, dominated socially by the bourgeoisie, and ruled politically by the state. It may be asked whether global space is determined by architectonics, our discussion of which is about to come to an end and debouch onto other analytical perspectives. The answer must be no, and this for several reasons. First of all, the global level is dependent upon dialectical processes which cannot be reduced to binary oppositions, to contrasts and complementarities, or to mirage effects and reduplications, even though such effects or oppositions may well be integral, and integrative components thereof. They are, in other words, necessary but not sufficient conditions. The global level mobilizes triads, tripartite conflicts, or connections. It will do no harm to recall the most essential of these connections now. Capitalism cannot be analyzed or explained by appealing to such binary oppositions as those between proletariat and bourgeoisie, wages and profit, or productive labor and parasitism. Rather, it is comprised of three elements, terms, or moments, namely land, labor, and capital, or in other words rent, wages, and profit, which are brought together in the global unity of surplus value. The global level, moreover, has its own mode of existence, and its effects are qualitatively different from partial effects. Like language, global space, as, for example, that between monuments and buildings, the space of street or square, produces effects, along with that of communication, which are contradictory, effects of violence and persuasion, of political legitimation and delegitimation. Inasmuch as global space bears the inscriptions and prescriptions of power, its effectiveness redounds upon the levels we have been discussing, the levels of the architectural, monument/building, and the urban. Where global space contrives to signify, thanks to those who inhabit it, and for them, it does so, even in the private realm, only to the extent that those inhabitants accept, or have imposed upon them, what is public. And this leads us into another area, another discussion. 4. From absolute space to abstract space. To recapitulate, social space, which is at first biomorphic and anthropological, tends to transcend this immediacy. Nothing disappears completely, however, nor can what subsists be defined solely in terms of traces, memories or relics. In space, what came earlier continues to underpin what follows. The preconditions of social space have their own particular way of enduring and remaining actual within that space. Thus primary nature may persist, albeit in a completely acquired and false way, within second nature, witness urban reality. The task of architectonics is to describe, analyze, and explain this persistence, which is often evoked in the metaphorical shorthand of strata, periods, sedimentary layers, and so on. It is an approach, therefore, which embraces and seeks to reassemble elements dispersed by the specialized and partial disciplines of ethnology, ethnography, human geography, anthropology, prehistory and history, sociology, and so on. Space so conceived might be called organic. In the immediacy of the links between groups, between members of groups, and between society and nature, occupied space gives direct expression, on the ground, so to speak, to the relationships upon which social organization is founded. Abstraction has very little place in these relationships, which remain on the level of sex, age, blood and, mentally, on that of images without concepts, i.e. the level of speech. Anthropology has shown us how the space occupied by any particular primitive group corresponds to the hierarchical classification of the group's members, and how it serves to render that order always actual, always present. 1. The members of archaic societies obey social norms without knowing it, that is to say, without recognizing those norms as such. Rather, they live them spatially, they are not ignorant of them, they do not misapprehend them, but they experience them immediately. This is no less true of a French, Italian, or Turkish village, provided always that note is taken of the role played by external factors, by markets, by social abstractions, money, etc., or by outside political authorities. The near order, that of the locality, and the far, that of the state, have of course long ceased to coincide. They either clash or are telescoped into one another. It is in the sense that architectonic determinants, along with the space that they comprehend, persist in society, ever more radically modified but never disappearing completely. This underlying continuity does not exist solely in spatial reality, but also at the representational level. Pre-existing space underpins not only durable spatial arrangements but also representational spaces and their attendant imagery and mythic narratives, i.e. what are often called cultural models, although the term culture gives rise to a good deal of confusion. Knowledge falls into a trap when it makes representations of space the basis for the study of life, for in doing so it reduces lived experience. The object of knowledge is, precisely, the fragmented and uncertain connection between elaborated representations of space on the one hand and representational spaces, along with their underpinnings, on the other, and this object implies, and explains, a subject, that subject in whom lived, perceived, and conceived, known, come together within a spatial practice. Our space thus remains qualified, and qualifying, beneath the sediments left behind by history, by accumulation, by quantification. The qualities in question are qualities of space, not, as latter-day representation suggests, qualities embedded in space. To say that such qualities constitute a culture, or cultural models, adds very little to our understanding of the matter. Such qualities, each of which has its own particular genesis, its own particular date, repose upon specific spatial bases, site, church, temple, fortress, etc., without which they would have disappeared. Their ultimate foundation, even where it is set aside, broken up, or localized, is nature. This is an irreducible fact, though nature is hard to define in this role as the absolute within, and at the root of, the relative. From Rome and the ancient Romans the Christian tradition inherited, and carried down into the modern world, a space filled with magico-religious entities, with deities malevolent or benevolent, male or female, linked to the earth or to the subterranean, the dead, and all subject to the formalisms of rite and ritual. Antiquity's representations of space have collapsed, the firmament, the celestial spheres, the Mediterranean as center of the inhabited earth. Its representational spaces, however, have survived, the realm of the dead, chthonian and telluric forces, the depths and the heights. Art, painting, sculpture, architecture, has drawn and continues to draw on these sources. The high culture of the Middle Ages, equivalent to the low culture of the modern world, had its epic space, the space of the Roman Siros or of the Round Table, which straddled dream and reality, the space of cavalcades, crusades and tourneys, where the distinction between war and festival becomes unclear. This space, with its continual appeals to minor local deities, is hard to disentangle, though it is in fact distinct, from the organizational and juridical space inherited from the Roman world. As for the lyrical space of legend and myth, of forests, lakes, and oceans, it vies with the bureaucratic and political space to which the nation-states have been giving form since the 17th century. Yet it also completes that space, supplying it with a cultural side. This romantic representational space was derived, via the Romantic movement, from the Germanic barbarians who overthrew the Roman world and carried out the West's first great agrarian reform. The process whereby an existing form leads back to immediacy via historical mediations is a reverse repetition of the original formative process. Conflict is not rare between representational spaces and the symbolic systems they encompass, and this is notably true as between the imaginary realm of the Greco-Roman, or Judeo-Christian, tradition and a romantic imagery of nature. This is in addition to the conflicts which ordinarily exist between the rational and the symbolic. Even today urban space appears in two lights. On the one hand it is replete with places which are holy or damned, devoted to the male principle or the female, rich in fantasies or phantasmagorias. On the other hand it is rational, state-dominated, and bureaucratic, its monumentality degraded and obscured by traffic of every kind, including the traffic of information. It must therefore be grasped in two different ways, as absolute, apparent, within the relative, real. What is the fantasy of art? To lead out of what is present, out of what is close, out of representations of space, into what is further off, into nature, into symbols, into representational spaces. Gaudí did for architecture what Lautréamont did for poetry, he put it through the bath of madness. He pushed the Baroque as far as it would go, but he did not do so on the basis of accepted doctrines or categorizations. As locus of a risible consecration, one which makes a mockery of the sacred, the Sagrada Familia causes modern space and the archaic space of nature to corrupt one another. The flouting of established spatial codes and the eruption of a natural and cosmic fertility generate an extraordinary and dizzying infinitization of meaning. Somewhere short of accepted symbolisms, but beyond everyday meanings, a sanctifying power comes into play which is neither that of the state, nor that of the church, nor that of the artist, nor that of theological divinity, but rather that of a naturalness boldly identified with divine transcendence. The Sagrada Familia embodies a modernized heresy which disorders representations of space and transforms them into a representational space where palms and fronds are expressions of the divine. The outcome is a virtual eroticization, one based on the enshrinement of a cruel, sexual mystical pleasure which is the opposite, but also the reverse, of joy. What is obscene is modern reality, and here it is so designated by the staging, and by Gaudí as stage manager. In the extensions and proliferations of cities, housing is the guarantee of reproductivity, be it biological, social, or political. Society, that is, capitalist society, no longer totalizes its elements, nor seeks to achieve such a total integration through monuments. Instead it strives to distill its essence into buildings. As a substitute for the monumentality of the ancient world, housing, under the control of a state which oversees both production and reproduction, refers us from a cosmic naturalness, air, water, sun, green space, which is at once arid and fictitious, to genitality to the family unit and biological reproduction. Being commutable, permittable, and interchangeable, spaces differ in their degree of participation in nature, they may also reject or destroy nature. Familial space, linked to naturalness through genitality, is the guarantor of meaning as well as of social, spatial, practice. Shattered by a host of separations and segregations, social unity is able to reconstitute itself at the level of the family unit, for the purposes of, and by means of, generalized reproduction. The reproduction of production relations continues apace amid, and on the basis of, the destruction of social bonds to the extent that the symbolic space of familiarity, family life, everyday life, the only such space to be appropriated, continues to hold sway. What makes this possible is the way in which familiar everyday practice is constantly referring from representations of space, maps and plans, transport and communication systems, information conveyed by images and signs, to representational space, nature, fertility. Reference from the one to the other, and back again, constitutes an oscillation which plays an ideological role but replaces any clear-cut ideology. In this sense space is a trap, and all the more so in that it flees immediate consciousness. This may help account for the passivity of the users of space. Only a small elite see the trap and manage to sidestep it. The elitist character of some oppositional movements and social critiques should perhaps be viewed in this light. Meanwhile, however, the social control of space weighs heavy indeed upon all those consumers who fail to reject the familiarity of everyday life. Still, that familiarity tends to break apart. Absolute and relative are themselves prone to dissolution. Familiarity is misdirected and or fetishized, alternately hallowed and profaned, at once power's proxy and a form of powerlessness, and a fictitious locus of gratification. Nor does it have any great immunity to all these contradictions. Residua in space thus make possible not just dual ideological illusions, opacity/transparency, but also much more complex references and substitutions. It is for this reason that social space may be described and explained, at least partially, in terms of an intentional signifying process, in terms of sequential or stratified codes and in terms of imbricate forms. Dialectical movements superclassify and supercode overlapping categorizations and logical connections. The movements of this kind which concern us for the moment are immediacy/mediation and/or relative/absolute. Symbols and symbolisms are much discussed topics, but they are rarely discussed intelligently. It is too often forgotten that some if not all symbols had a material and concrete existence before coming to symbolize anything. The labyrinth, for instance, was originally a military and political structure designed to trap enemies inextricably in a maze. It served too as palace, fortification, refuge, and shelter before coming to stand for the womb. And it was even later that the labyrinth acquired a further symbolic role as modulator of the dichotomy between presence and absence. Another example is the zodiac, which represents the horizon of the herder set down in an immensity of pasture, a figure, then, of demarcation and orientation. Initially, and fundamentally, absolute space has a relative aspect. Relative spaces, for their part, secrete the absolute. 2. The cradle of absolute space, its origin, if we are to use that term, is a fragment of agropastoral space, a set of places named and exploited by peasants, or by nomadic or semi-nomadic pastoralists. A moment comes when, through the actions of masters or conquerors, a part of this space is assigned a new role, and henceforward appears as transcendent, as sacred, i.e. inhabited by divine forces, as magical and cosmic. The paradox here, however, is that it continues to be perceived as part of nature. Much more than that, its mystery and its sacred, or cursed, character are attributed to the forces of nature, even though it is the exercise of political power therein which has in fact wrenched the area from its natural context, and even though its new meaning is entirely predicated on that action. Around this nucleus of an organic coherence, which is the center of time because it is the center of space, is distributed, more or less harmoniously, an already dense population. Actually, however, harmony between the nucleus and its surroundings only occurs if the circumstances are right, only by the grace of historical chance. In nearly all cases, however, the political and religious center is marked by the conflict between town and country, between urban space and agrarian space. The very rights of prohibition and protection that confer religious and magical power upon central spaces are responses to real threats from without. The town and its site live off the surrounding country, exacting tribute therefrom both in the form of agricultural produce and in the form of work in the fields. The town has a two-sided relationship to the country, however, first as an entity which draws off the surplus product of rural society, and secondly as an entity endowed with the administrative and military capacity to supply protection. Sometimes one of these roles predominates, sometimes the other. By appropriating rural space, the town takes on a reality which is sometimes maternal, it stores, stocks or profitably exchanges a portion of the surplus product, later returning a lesser or greater fraction of it to the original producers, and sometimes masculine, it protects while exploiting, or exploits while protecting, it holds the power, it oversees, regulates, and on occasion, as in the East, organizes agriculture. Taking responsibility for major projects of dike construction, irrigation, drainage, etc. Thus the town, urban space, has a symbiotic relationship with that rural space over which, if often with much difficulty, it holds sway. Peasants are prone to restlessness, and as for herders, nomadic or semi-nomadic, the towns have always found it hard to contain them. They are, in fact, ever potential conquerors of the town. The city-state thus establishes a fixed center by coming to constitute a hub, a privileged focal point, surrounded by peripheral areas which bear its stamp. From this moment on, the vastness of pre-existing space appears to come under the thrall of a divine order. At the same time the town seems to gather in everything which surrounds it, including the natural and the divine, and the earth's evil and good forces. As image of the universe, imago mundi, urban space is reflected in the rural space that it possesses and indeed in a sense contains. Over and above its economic, religious, and political content, therefore, this relationship already embodies an element of symbolism, of image and reflection. The town perceives itself in its double, in its repercussions or echo, in self-affirmation, From the height of its towers, its gates, and its campaniles, it contemplates itself in the countryside that it has shaped. That is to say, in its work. The town and its surroundings thus constitute a texture. As guardian of civic unity and hence of the bond between all members of the city, including the country people, absolute space condenses, harbors, or at any rate seems to harbor, all the diffuse forces in play. Do the forces of death precede the forces of life, or vice versa? The question is a purely abstract one, for the two go hand in hand. Civic unity binds the living to the dead just as it binds the living to one another, especially in those instances, which are frequent, where the city as concentrated wealth is concretely embodied by a monarch. Absolute space is thus also and above all the space of death, the space of death's absolute power over the living, a power of which their sole sovereign partakes. Tombs and funerary monuments belong, then, to absolute space, and this in their dual aspect of formal beauty and terrifying content. A preeminence of formal beauty in such spaces leads to the mausoleum, the prestigious but empty monument, that of a terrorizing political content, on the other hand, gives rise to haunted places, places peopled by the living dead. The Christian cemetery is just such a place. Though it must be said for cemeteries that they do democratize immortality. Here and there, in every society, absolute space assumes meanings addressed not to the intellect but to the body, meanings conveyed by threats, by sanctions, by a continual putting to the test of the emotions. This space is lived rather than conceived, and it is a representational space rather than a representation of space. No sooner is it conceptualized than its significance wanes and vanishes. Absolute space does have dimensions, though they do not correspond to dimensions of abstract, or Euclidean, space. Directions here have symbolic force, left and right, of course, but above all high and low. I spoke earlier of three levels: surface, heights, depths, or, in other words, the earth, as worked and ruled by humanity, the peaks, the heavens, and abysses or gaping holes. These levels enter the service of absolute space, but each does so in its own way. Altitude and verticality are often invested with a special significance, and sometimes even with an absolute one: knowledge, authority, duty, but such meanings vary from one society or culture to the next. By and large, however, horizontal space symbolizes submission, vertical space power, and subterranean space death. These associations offer unequivocal responses to demands for meaning, but they need tempering by some notion of ambiguity. Nowhere is death perceived as pure death, or as pure nothingness, nor are power, submission, knowledge, wisdom, and so forth, ever apprehended as pure. Thus the very concept of abstract space is self-correcting. Even in this mitigated form, though, abstract space retains its essential traits. For those in its vicinity, this is the true space, the space of truth, and of truth's sudden eruptions, which destroy appearances, that is to say, other times and other spaces. Whether empty or full, absolute space is therefore a highly activated space, a receptacle for, and stimulant to, both social energies and natural forces. At once mythical and proximate, it generates times, cycles. Considered in itself. Absolutely, absolute space is located nowhere. It has no place because it embodies all places, and has a strictly symbolic existence. This is what makes it similar to the fictitious/real space of language, and of that mental space, magically, imaginarily, cut off from the spatial realm, where the consciousness of the subject, or self-consciousness, takes form. Absolute space is always at the disposal of priestly castes. It consecrates, and consecration metaphysically identifies any space with fundamentally holy space. The space of a sanctuary is absolute space, even in the smallest temple or the most unpretentious village church. The space of tombs, for its part, unless it contains a god or a monarch, is analogous merely to the spaces of birth, death, or oblivion. Absolute space, being by definition religious as well as political, implies the existence of religious institutions which subject it to the two major mechanisms of identification and imitation. These mental categories, destined to become those of imagination and reflective thought, first appear as spatial forms. The material extension of absolute space occurs by virtue of these processes, to the benefit of priestly castes and the political power they exercise or serve. Being ritually affixable to any place and hence also detachable therefrom, the characteristic absolute requires an identifying mark. It therefore generates forms, and forms accommodate it. Such forms are microcosms of the universe, a square, the mandala, a circle or sphere, a triangle, a rational volume occupied by a divine principle, a cross, and so on. In its ancient Greek version, absolute space may contain nothing. The temple, the Parthenon, say, is divided up into the portico or naos, the sanctuary or pronaos, and the episthotomos, which is the secret dwelling place of divinity, and of thought. It has aspects but no aid. The frieze girdles the entire edifice. Visitors may walk all the way around, but the place is not an object that can be grasped otherwise than by means of a thought process capable of perceiving it as a totality, and hence as endowed with meaning. Curves appear, intentionally, to be straight. The lines of the columns, as of the entablature, have a curvature which is imperceptible because the eye compensates for it. Thus for the Greeks curves are as it were reabsorbed by straight lines, which in the process lose their rigidity, and are softened, while continuing to obey the dictates of the logos. For it must be remembered that these adjustments called for meticulous calculation. Point 3. Volume perceived and conceived, clarified by the light of the sun as by the light of understanding, is the cosmos in epitome. This, whether that volume is vacant or occupied by thought. Consider the agora. It is part of absolute space, both religious and political, and it concentrates that space. The agora is empty, and must remain empty so that the ecclesia, or assembly of free citizens, may be held there. The Roman Forum, by contrast, contains state monuments, the tribune, temples, rostra, and later a prison. It is a place occupied and filled by objects and things, and as such it stands in contradiction to the space of the Greeks. Though we have arrived at it by another path, here we may once more discern and identify an idea which is the key to the Greek miracle. The simple idea of unity. Among the Greeks, wrote Viollet-le-Duc, construction and art are one and the same thing, the form and the structure are intimately connected. In the space of the Romans, by contrast, there was a separation, a rift. We have the construction, and we have the form which clothes that construction, and is often independent of it. Point 4. The Romans organized volumes in such a way as to fulfill some particular function, whether in the basilica or in the baths. The use of constructed masses was clearly distinct from the presentation of surfaces or decoration, the elements of which were ornamental additions to heavy masses of bricks or rubble, i.e. cement and a sort of concrete. The orders invented by the Greeks, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, were the structure itself. The notion of order embraced that of structure, so that the external appearance and the composition, or structure, of Greek buildings are indistinguishable from each other. Each contains and reveals the other. It was impossible, according to Viollet-le-Duc, who brought a technician's viewpoint to the development of Hegel's ideas on Greek art and architecture, to strip a Greek temple of its order without destroying the monument itself. The order was not decorative, nor were the columns and the capitals. The Greek orders are none other than the structure itself, to which that form was given which was most appropriate to its function. In the orders adopted from the Greeks, the Romans saw only a decoration which might be removed, omitted, displaced, or replaced by something else. 5. In the West, therefore, absolute space has assumed a strict form, that of volume carefully measured, empty, hermetic, and constitutive of the rational unity of logos and cosmos. It embodies the simple, regulated and methodical principle or coherent stability, a principle operating under the banner of political religion and applying equally to mental and to social life. This assumes material form in monuments which govern time by means of well-coordinated materials whose objective ordering, in terms of vertical pressures and physical mass, successfully achieves both a natural and a rational equilibrium. To the extent that the Greek mind perceives space in order to shape it, perhaps the ancient Greeks were essentially sculptors. As Hegel pointed out, they were able to take natural materials, first wood and then stone, and endow them with meanings which rendered concrete and practical such social abstractions as assembly, shelter, and protection. The shaping of nature, and hence of space, which Hegel still saw as external to mental or social acts so as to represent and symbolize gods, heroes, kings, and leaders, such is the basic sense of Greek art. And this is especially true of sculpture, whether under its inorganic, architectural, aspect or under its organic one, the work of the sculptor. Do we then have here the founding principle of Western culture? In part, yes, but in part only. The Greek unification of form with function and structure precluded any separation. But the Romans split up what had thus been unified, reintroducing difference, relativity, and varying, and hence civil, aims into a Greek space in which the fusion of politics and religion on the one hand and mathematical rationality on the other had been able to effect a metaphysical, eternal, closure. The city-state, at once beautiful, true, and good, identified mental with social, higher symbolisms with immediate reality, and thought with action, in a way that was destined to degenerate. The apotheosis of ancient Greek civilization pointed the way for its decline, as Nietzsche clearly saw. By contrast, did Roman diversity, governed as it was by an external constraining principle rather than by an internal unity, contain the seeds of further growth? It seems reasonable to suppose so. Was the Greek spatial habitus, inseparably social and mental, a sufficient basis for the formulation of the essential concepts of form, function, and structure? Undoubtedly, since Greek philosophy essayed such a formulation explicitly, since the philosophers took it in hand. This is even truer of Aristotle than of Plato, whereas in Plato the unity in question shines with the brightness of ontological transcendence, in Aristotle it becomes a theory of discourse, of classification, of coherence. No sooner have they crossed the threshold of their formulation than these concepts detach themselves from one another, the conceived separates from the lived, the habitus from the intuitus, and their presupposed unity is broken. In the Roman intuitus, on the other hand, unity in a sense enjoys a certain leeway, in that in each instance, baths being the perfect example, form, structure, and function are subordinated to a principle both material, answering a need, and juridical, or civic, which dictates social use. Roman space, though encumbered by objects, as in the Forum, was a productive space. It was also a freer space, as witness the greater use of curves. The unity of the law, of property, or of the city-state, being lived and perceived rather than conceived, was never immediately shattered. In the case of ancient Rome, need appears to have been an almost total determinant. Both the baths and the villa incorporate responses to every demand of the bodies and minds of free and rich citizens. It is indisputable that slaves made it possible for the city-state to exist. The claim made on the basis of this fact alone by a self-proclaimedly Marxist philosophy of history which posits a specific mode of production founded on slavery succeeds only, however, in rendering unintelligible the realities of that city-state, of Athens, or Rome, of the logos/cosmos, and of Roman law. Is there a link between the space the Greeks invented and their inventions in respect of the alphabet, alphabetic script, graphics, arithmetic, geometry, and so on? Perhaps so, but this can in any event represent only a subsidiary aspect of their habitus. Furthermore, it would surely be unjust and specious to restrict Greek invention to the invention of a cosmological space. Absolute space always gives rise to diverse forms, and it is not at all clear that some of these may be attributed to reason and the rest to myth, or unreason. One response to the Greek logos/cosmos, for instance, was the labyrinth, whose symbolism restores, at a local level, the priority of the original mystery, of the maternal principle, of a sense of envelopment, and of temporal cycles. 6. In short, absolute, religious and political, space is made up of sacred or cursed locations, temples, palaces, commemorative or funerary monuments, places privileged or distinguished in one way or another. Locations, therefore, governed by a good many prohibitions. In extreme cases, such places may be merely indicated, suggested, or signified, as for example by a stone, or by a post whose verticality confers supreme dignity upon a point in space, or by a hole, or simply by a hollow. More commonly, however, the site is circumscribed, demarcated by a perimeter, and characterized by an assigned and meaningful form, square, curve, sphere, triangle, etc. Everything in the societies under consideration was situated, perceived, and interpreted in terms of such places. Hence absolute space cannot be understood in terms of a collection of sites and signs. To view it thus is to misapprehend it in the most fundamental way. Rather, it is indeed a space, at once and indistinguishably mental and social, which comprehends the entire existence of the group concerned, i.e. for our present purposes, the city-state, and it must be so understood. In a space of this kind there is no environment, nor even, properly speaking, any site distinct from the overall texture. Is there a distinction here between signifier and signified? Certainly not if what is meant thereby is a differentiation performed by an intellectus. Secret space, the space of sanctuary or palace, is entirely revealed by the spatial order that it dominates. The thing signified, political in nature, resides in the religious signifier. Are there grounds for discriminating between the two? No, because at the time with which we are concerned symbolisms and signs had not yet separated. The decoding of space by means of its associated time was still brought about by acts, by ceremonial, specifically, by the Greeks' processions and theories. Being ritual, gestural and unconscious, but also real, decoding was part of the use of a space of this kind and of its image. We must avoid attributing to an ancient Greek climbing up to the Parthenon the attitude of a tourist reading or decoding the prospect before him in terms of his feelings, knowledge, religion, or nationality. Here, at the dawn of Western civilization, time contained the spatial code, and vice versa. There was as yet no possibility of displacement into aestheticism, of co-optation of emotions or of lived experience by morality, or of any such decodings imposed upon works which were still experienced and perceived in an unmediated fashion. The concepts of intuitus and habitus are used here in order to avoid an anachronistic application of categories of a later time, generated subsequently by the intellectus, and hence to obviate misunderstandings and misapprehensions. So long as time and space remain inseparable, the meaning of each was to be found in the other, and this immediately, i.e. without intellectual mediation. Absolute space did not govern the private space of family and individual. But this did not mean that private space was left a great deal of freedom. Absolute space entertained no distinction between public and private, and only included the so-called private realm to the degree that this had its own religious or political status, home, household. Its freedom was a weak one, the freedom of houses or dwellings to cluster, with varying degrees of humility, around places invested with high, or low, significance. In this respect too the Roman organization of space left more room for diversity. But at what cost? 3. The poets in their noble expatiations have neglected neither chasms and abysses nor their corollaries, summits and peaks. At the dawn of Western culture, Dante dealt in an incomparably powerful manner with the themes of the depths, inferno, and the heights, paradise, although in doing so he displayed a measure of disdain for surfaces, for the superficial, a bias which had to be corrected later, by Nietzsche. Evocation of the dichotomy between the shadows and the light, between diabolical and divine, continued right down to Hugo's sublime rhetoric. Relationships of this sort between space and language have indeed undergone vicissitudes which are still little known. First among philosophers to do so, Heidegger, Insenuendi Zeit, subjected the mundus to examination as image, as symbol, as myth, and as place. He approached the world more as a philosopher than as a historian, an anthropologist, or an analyst of societies. The mundus, a sacred or accursed place in the middle of the Italiate township. A pit, originally, a dust hole, a public rubbish dump. Into it were cast trash and filth of every kind, along with those condemned to death, and any newborn baby whose father declined to raise it, that is, an infant which he did not lift from the ground and hold up above his head so that it might be born a second time, born in a social as well as a biological sense. A pit, then, deep above all in meaning. It connected the city, the space above ground, land as soil and landus territory, to the hidden, clandestine, subterranean spaces which were those of fertility and death, of the beginning and the end, of birth and burial. Later, in Christian times, the cemetery would have a comparable function. The pit was also a passageway through which dead souls could return to the bosom of the earth and then re-emerge and be reborn. As locus of time, of births and tombs, vagina of the nurturing earth as mother, dark corridor emerging from the depths, cavern opening to the light, estuary of hidden forces and mouth of the realm of shadows, the mundus terrified as it glorified. In its ambiguity it encompassed the greatest foulness and the greatest purity, life and death, fertility and destruction, horror and fascination. Mundus est imundus. Might a psychoanalysis of space account for this strange and powerful presence-absence? Undoubtedly, but does it not make more sense, instead of engaging in a posteriori rationalizations of that kind, to envision a slow process of historical secretion, a laying down and superimposition of strata of interpretation, along with their attendant rites and myths, occurring as the Italiots localized and focused their fears in the abyssal realm? That a void should be placed at the center, and indeed at the center of the conception of the world, is surely too strange a fact to be explained solely in terms of psychic realities, particularly when one thinks of the future whose seeds this representational space contained. Rome was itself the exorcist of the forces of the underworld, challenging those forces by representing them in a graspable manner. The eternal city thus incorporated nature into its military, juridical, and political order by means of a figurative process. The notion of the citizen soldier, chief and father, did not exclude a role for femininity in the space of the city, either in representation or in reality. If the mundus played a part in the formation of the Roman mind, it was an inverse and corollary one, the figure of the father. The father predominated, he became what he was, chief, political soldier, and hence law or right, as imposed on the vanquished in the ordering of victory, the sharing out of booty and the reassignment of places, primarily land. The Pater Rex did not have a passive relationship to the world, rather, he reorganized it according to his power and rights, property and patrimony, jus utendi et abutendi, the limits of which were set not by the being of others but rather by the rights of those among the others who partook of the same power. The Pater Rex, later Imperator, at once magistrate and priest, thus reconstituted the space around him as the space of power. In this way arose the spatial, social, and mental arrangements which would give rise to Western society, and its ideologies, to wit, Roman law, the notion of the law, and the notions of patrimony and of juridical and moral paternity. Paternity's imposition of its juridical law, the law, on maternity promoted abstraction to the rank of a law of thought. Abstraction was introduced, and presupposed, by the father's dominion over the soil, over possessions, over children, over servants and slaves, and over women. Assigned to the feminine sphere were immediate experience, the reproduction of life, which was, to begin with, inextricably bound up with agricultural production, pleasure and pain, the earth, and the abyss below. Patriarchal power was inevitably accompanied by the imposition of a law of signs upon nature through writing, through inscriptions, through stone. The shift from a maternal principle, which would retain its importance in the sphere of kinship relations, to the rule of paternity implied the establishment of a specific mental and social space. With the rise of private ownership of the land came the need to divide it up in accordance with abstract principles that would govern both property lines and the status of property holders. Rome, Orbis and Urbs. The ancient city was understood and perceived as an imago mundi, assembling and integrating elements in the vicinity which would otherwise have had discrete existences. Inserted into nature, occupying its own site, in a well-defined situation clearly distinguishable from the surroundings, it gave rise to a particular representation of space. The way citizens thought their city was not as one space among others but instead as something vaster, the city constituted their representation of space as a whole, of the earth, of the world. Within the city, on the other hand, representational spaces would develop. Women, servants, slaves, children, all had their own times, their own spaces. The free citizen, or political soldier, envisioned the order of the world as spatially embodied and portrayed in his city. The military camp, being an instrumental space, answered to a different order, a rectangular, strictly symmetrical space, organized according to Cardo and Decumanus. The founding of Rome, in the traditional account at least, was effected in a distinctly ritual manner. The founder, Remus, described a circle with his plough, thus subtracting a space from nature and investing it with a political meaning. Everything in this foundation story, the details of which are immaterial for our purposes, is at once symbolic and practical. Reality and meaning, the immediate and the abstract, are one. Everything suggests that the space of the Romans was apprehended and constructed in accordance with a directing intuitus. Orbis and Urbs, always the circular, non-geometric form. The resulting rationality, whether spatial or juridical, is detectable everywhere in the essential and most concrete creations of the Roman mind: vault, arch, circle, circus, circulus, even the Roman toga, which, in some periods at any rate, was cut by simply opening a hole for the head in a round piece of material. Intuitus here, as opposed to habitus, does not designate a theoretical intuition of a basically intellectual nature, but rather a practice, a spatial practice, mobilized by, equally spatial, representations. A visitor to Rome curious about the genesis of this space would do well to consider not only the Rome of marble but also the Rome of brick, to inspect not only the Colosseum and the Forum, for all that they are rich in significance, but to pay careful attention to the Pantheon, and this without lingering before the marble façade. The interior reproduces the world itself, as it emerges in and through the city, opening to the celestial powers, welcoming all gods and embracing all places. The visitor should ignore his guidebook long enough to analyze the construction of this space, with its prodigiously interlaced curves and entangled archwork, load-bearing or not. What Rome offers is an image that engenders, or produces, space. What space? Specifically, the space of power. Political space is not established solely by actions, with material violence generating a place, a legal order, a legislation. The genesis of a space of this kind also presupposes a practice, images, symbols, and the construction of buildings, of towns, and of localized social relationships. The paradoxical fact is that this intuitus, in a sophisticated and impoverished form, was destined to become a habitus. A representation of space embodied in stone, in the city, in paternalistic law, in the empire, would be transformed into a representational space, submerged into a rediscovered, degenerate mundus, a subterranean and hellish abyss. And this representational space would in turn become Christianity's foundation, and its basic resource. This occurred during the long decline of the empire and the city. As Augustine, that barbarian of genius, would put it, mundus est immundius. Here, in summary, are those aspects of Rome and the Roman spirit that an analytic approach enables us to discern. One spatial practice, dual in character, the Roman road, whether civil or military, links the urbs to the countryside over which it exercises dominion. The road allows the city, as people and as senate, to assert its political centrality at the core of the orbis terrarum. The gate, through which the imperial way proceeds from urbs to orbis, marks the sacrosanct enceinte off from its subject territories, and allows for entrance and exit. At the opposite pole, the pole of private life, juridically established in the heart of political society, and according to the same principles, those of property, we find the Roman house, a response to clearly defined needs. 8. 2. The representation of space, dual in character, on the one hand the orbis and the urbs, circular, with their extensions and implications, arch, vault, on the other hand the military camp with its strict grid and its two perpendicular axes, cardo and decumanus, a closed space, set apart and fortified. 3. Representational space, dual in character, the masculine principle, military, authoritarian, juridical, and dominant, and the feminine, which, though not denied, is integrated, thrust down into the abyss of the earth, as the place where seeds are sown and the dead are laid, as world. These three levels of determination correspond, within an overall unity, to the perceived, the conceived, and the directly experienced, or lived. In and through a spatial practice, refined in the course of a history, an intuitus was transformed into a habitus by means of a process first of consolidation, then of degeneration. During this process too, and after it, the intellectus made its appearance in the conceptualizing discourse of Vitruvius, as also of a variety of other authors, for instance, Cicero, Seneca. The triad perceived, conceived, lived, along with what is denoted and connoted by these three terms, contributes to the production of space through interactions which metamorphose the original intuitus into a quasi-system, the vault and its magic, the arch, or the aqueduct. In the case of Rome, organization, thought and the production of space went together, indeed almost hand in hand. And they did so not under the sign of the logos but under the sign of the law. Christianity was to thrive on a play on words, mundus est immundius, which was closely bound up with another, just as celebrated and just as sophisticated, the play on the logos and the word. As for the philosophy of later times, the philosophy of Christian society, it thrived on the Augustinian dichotomy between time and space, or between subject and object, with its devaluation of the latter. 9. Closer to modernity, and thanks to Marx's influence, a tendency emerged to overestimate the economic sphere, either by identifying it with history, so-called historical materialism, or else by opposing it to history, ordinary economism. In either case, history as the precondition and underpinning of the economic realm was misapprehended. What then of the logos, and the logic, of the Greeks? What of the Romans' law, and laws? Their status remained blurred, fetishized by some and discredited by others. And yet they continued to engender practice, for they were not mere ideologies. Logic is an integral part of knowledge, as law is of praxis. To confine these categories to anthropology, or purely and simply to historicity, is hardly a satisfactory solution. Their ambiguity would be diminished, however, if reflective thought were to take space into account. By space, however, I mean to say real space. Not an abstract, purified, or emptied out space, but space in its concrete modalities. Were logic and law not originally forms of spatial organization, forms which presupposed and embodied representations of space and representational spaces? It is indeed curious in more than one respect that we Westerners, inheritors of an exhausted tradition, and members of a society, culture, and civilization that we scarcely know how to characterize, is it capitalism? Judeo-Christianity? Both of these? A culture of non-body? A society at once, and contradictorily, permissive and repressive? A system of bureaucratically managed consumption, should consider ourselves closer to the logos and cosmos of the Greeks than to the Roman world, a world by which, nevertheless, we are deeply haunted. The Greek polis, with its acropolis and agora, came into being through a synoecism, a unification of villages, upon a hilltop. Its birth was attended by the clear light of day. The sea was never far away, with all its resources. The unknown, the far off, dangerous but not inaccessible, were stimulants at once, and inextricably, to curiosity, imagination and thought. Something which resulted, here as elsewhere, from an encounter and a practice, had enigmatic and marvelous qualities bestowed upon it by a later rhetoric. The Greek city did not exorcise the forces of the underworld, rather, it rose above them and so surmounted them. Occasionally it captured them, eleusis. For the citizen and city dweller, representational space and the representation of space, though they did not coincide, were harmonious and congruent. 10a unity was achieved here between the order of the world, the order of the city and the order of the house, between the three levels of segments constituted by physical space, political space, the city along with its domains, and urban space, i.e. within the city proper. This unity was not a simple or a homogeneous one, but rather a unity of composition and of proportion, a unity embracing and presupposing differences and hierarchy. By the same token, knowledge and power, social theory and social practice, were commensurate with each other. And time, the rhythm of days and feasts, accorded with the organization of space, with household altars, with centers of collective activity, with the boule in the agora, a free and open citizens' assembly, with temples and with stadia. All historical societies have diminished the importance of women and restricted the influence of the female principle. The Greeks reduced the woman's station to that of the fertility of a field owned and worked by her husband. The female realm was in the household, around the shrine or hearth, around the omphalos, a circular, closed and fixed space, or around the oven, last relic of the shadowy abyss. Women's social status was restricted just as their symbolic and practical status was. Indeed, these two aspects were inseparable so far as spatiality, spatial practice, was concerned. The underworld had thus not disappeared. In daytime, Zeus and reason had vanquished the shadowy Orthonian forces. But in the depths of the infernal world, their defeat notwithstanding, the Titans were still active. In the country of the dead the shades had drunk the waters of Lethe. Greek genius was able to localize the underworld, to specify and name it, and in so doing to subordinate it to the surface world, to the mountains with their grazing flocks, to the cultivated fields, to the sea plowed by ships laden with riches. Instead of dominating and appropriating the netherworld after the fashion of the Romans, the Greeks set that world apart and situated it, as at Delphi, or in the revels of the Bacchantes. The meaning of such images is not to be found in literary works. On the contrary, rites and mythic narratives, from Hesiod to Plato, tell in images and symbols what is occurring in social space. Conceptual rationalizations were indeed offered by the Greeks themselves, but only much later, along with philosophy, towards the end of their civilization. V. If most societies have followed this same route, how are we to account for their differences? How is it that different societies assign different roles to the male principle and its dominant form, and that this dominant form itself is differently formulated from one society to another? Greece, for example, which took Athens as its model, and Italy, which took Rome, differ so radically that the one produced and transmitted the logos, logic and knowledge, while the other produced and transmitted the law. Psychoanalysis might on the face of it be expected to find problems such as these easy to tackle, but in practice the triangular Oedipal model can support only a very mechanistic and homogenizing causal explanation. The Oedipal triangle is supposedly to be found everywhere, and is said to be a structure having explanatory force, but if it is an unchanging structure, how does it give rise to such diverse outcomes? In any event, our present approach to the question is a quite different one, for our aim is to treat social practice as an extension of the body, an extension which comes about as part of space's development in time, and thus too as part of a historicity itself conceived of as produced. There is surely an argument for drawing a distinction within this history between manliness and masculinity. In Rome the masculine virtues and values, those of the military man and the administrator, were in command. Manliness, by contrast, was a Greek attribute, the kind of manliness that dictates constant defiance towards one's enemies and constant rivalry with one's friends, that cultivates performance, whether in brutal or subtle form, as its basic raison d'etre and goal, and that aspires above all to excel. This is an aspiration, however, which despises everyday tasks yet, capriciously, confuses matters when long-term decisions are called for. Manliness so understood, and elevated to the cosmic level, to the level of the gods, conserves the traits of small groups in competition. In their cult of manliness and rivalry, the Greeks distinguished between good and bad approaches to the eristic or agonistic. The bad sought the destruction of the adversary, while the good meant respecting the adversary even while seeking to outdo him. 11 Dike, or justice, discriminated between these two aspects of challenge and defiance, a distinction which is not implied in the idea of hubris. Whereas, in the Roman case, there are grounds for contrasting an initial intuitus with a final habitus, no such division is called for apropos of the Greeks. The founding image of Greek space was a space already fully formed and carefully populated, a space in which each focal point, whether that of each house or that of the polis as a whole, was ideally placed upon a well-chosen, well-situated eminence, sunlit and close to an abundant source of water. The Greek city, as a spatial and social hierarchy, utilized its meticulously defined space to bring demes, aristocratic clans, villages, and groups of craftsmen and traders together into the unity of the polis. At once means and end, at once knowledge and action, at once natural and political, this space was occupied by people and monuments. Its center, the agora, served as focus, as gathering place. At the highest point of the Acropolis, the temple presided over and rounded out the city's spatio-temporal space. Built in no image, the temple was simply there, standing in the rocky valley. It arranged and drew about itself, and about the god to which it was devoted, the grid of relations within which births and deaths, adversity and good fortune, victories and defeats came about. Heidegger. There was nothing decorative here, and nothing functional. The space, the cut of the stones, the geometry of the masses, the overall scheme, none of these could be separated from the others. The beams and lintels with their supports and props determined the disposition of space and the distribution of volumes. Hence the stress on the orders and their significance. These orders, as defined by Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns, refer both to construction and to decoration. The cosmos, like a fine head of hair above a noble brow, deployed its glory without separating the good from the beautiful. What, then, of difference? Difference was produced. Not produced as such, however, not conceptually, nor by virtue of an idea. Difference was never part, except perhaps much later, and then indirectly, of a body of knowledge, of a sequence of propositions, or of an epistemological field, whether or not associated with a core of knowledge. A difference conceptualized is surely already reduced, solely by virtue of the fact that the two elements in question are now governed by the same comparison, are part of the same thought, part of the same intellectual act. Even if this act is followed by an action, a practical action which realizes it, the difference is still merely induced. Between the cosmos and the world, difference arose as part of a historical process, each side of the dichotomy being ignorant of, or misapprehending, the other. It might be claimed, with the benefit of hindsight, that a particular image or concept of space must have been informed by the low or by the high, by the abyss below or the summits above, and that it emphasized such and such a direction, such and such an orientation. Fair enough. But neither of the opposing images was constituted specifically against the other, in contradistinction to it. Rather, the difference occurred spontaneously, which is what distinguishes produced difference from difference which is induced, and generally reduced. 6. What is the mode of existence of absolute space? Is it imagined or is it real? To phrase the question in this manner makes any coherent answer impossible. Faced with such an alternative, one can only oscillate indefinitely between the choices offered. Imaginary. Of course. How could an absolute space have a concrete existence? Yet it must also be deemed real, for how could the religious space of Greece or Rome not possess political reality? There is thus a sense in which the existence of absolute space is purely mental, and hence imaginary. In another sense, however, it also has a social existence, and hence a specific and powerful reality. The mental is realized in a chain of social activities because, in the temple, in the city, in monuments and palaces, the imaginary is transformed into the real. What the above formulation of the question ignores or fails to grasp is the existence of these works, an existence which certainly transgresses and in all likelihood transcends such trivialized and laterite categories as the imaginary and the real. When asked whether a temple and its surroundings are imaginary or real, the realist will naturally see only stones, whereas the metaphysician will see a place consecrated in the name of a divinity. But of course there must be more to it than this. Absolute space has not disappeared. Nor does it survive only in churches and cemeteries. The ego takes refuge in a pit, in its world. Whenever it falls from its perch on some crag of the logos, its voice may emerge from an often mephitic and sometimes inspired cavern. Is this perhaps the space of speech? Both imaginary and real, it is forever insinuating itself in between, and specifically into the uninsinuable interstice between bodily space and bodies in space, the forbidden. Who speaks? And where from? As it becomes more and more familiar, this question serves increasingly to conceal the paradox of absolute space, a mental space into which the lethal abstraction of signs inserts itself, there to pursue self-transcendence, by means of gesture, voice, dance, music, etc. Words are in space, yet not in space. They speak of space, and enclose it. A discourse on space implies a truth of space, and this must derive not from a location within space, but rather from a place imaginary and real, and hence surreal, yet concrete. And, yes, conceptual also. Might not this space, extracted from nature yet endowed with properties just as natural as those of sculptures hewn from wood and stone, be also the space of art? 7. As part of the protracted decline of the Roman state-city empire, as defined by its political power, and by that power's basis in the earth, in land ownership, the city gradually ceased to be. The villa of a latifundiary landowner retained not a trace of the sacred. It was the concretization, within agro-pastoral space, of a codified, law-bound spatial practice, namely private ownership of the land. The villa thus combined in a single unit of material production the general traits of Roman society, an order grounded in juridical principles, a refined, albeit not very creative, aesthetic taste, and a search for the comforts of life. Testimony to this is to be found as early as the classical period, in the writings of Cicero, Pliny, and others. The resulting diversification of space, along with the legal predominance of the private realm, meant the loss of Greek order and a rupture of the unity of form, structure, and function. It also meant a split, within buildings themselves, between decorative and functional elements, between the treatment of masses and the treatment of surfaces, and hence between construction and composition, architecture and urban reality. Consequently the Roman villa, of the Lower Empire and the decadent era, emerges as the generator of a new space, a space with a great future in Western Europe. Herein lies the secret of the Roman world's survival despite its decline. It is not just that the villa gave rise to many of our towns and villages, it also introduced a conception of space the characteristics of which would continue to manifest themselves in later times, the dissociation of component elements, and a consequent practical diversification, subordination to the unifying but abstract principle of property, and the incorporation into space of this same principle, which is in itself impossible to live, even for the landowner, because it is juridical in nature, and hence external, and supposedly superior, to lived experience. This, then, was the road taken by the Roman spirit on the way to its demise. A long road, in point of fact, because in the 20th century the end has still not been reached. Once unshackled, the principle of private property did not remain sterile, rather, it gave birth to a space. The centuries-long silence of the state is portrayed in official history, and indeed in the work of most historians, as a void, a complete hiatus in historical existence. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Gallo-Roman West preserved the most valuable Roman achievements, the art of building, the art of irrigation systems and dikes, the great roads, agricultural advances, to which the Gauls had made their own contribution, and, last and most important, the right of private property. This right should not, any more than money or the commodity, be looked upon as the root of all evil. It is not intrinsically bad. The property principle, by dominating space, and this in the literal sense of subjecting it to its dominion, put an end to the mere contemplation of nature, of the cosmos or of the world, and pointed the way towards the mastery which transforms instead of simply interpreting. It may be asked, however, whether in the society which it dominated this principle did not reach an impasse. Inasmuch as it was taken in isolation and erected into an absolute, it certainly did. Which is why the barbarians' arrival on the scene had a salutary effect, for in violating the sanctity of property these intruders fertilized it. For this to happen, of course, it was also necessary that they be accepted and given a chance to establish themselves, to turn the villi to good account, and to get the Gallo-Roman settlers to work by subordinating them to leaders of village communities who had now become lords. So far as space was concerned, the barbarians might be said to have rejuvenated it by rediscovering the old markers of agro-pastoral, and in fact primarily pastoral, times. It may thus be seen that during the supposed emptiness of the late imperial or early medieval period a new space was established which supplanted the absolute space, and secularized the religious and political space, of Rome. These changes were necessary though not sufficient conditions for the subsequent development of a historical space, a space of accumulation. The villa, now either a lordly domain or a village, had durably defined a place as an establishment bound to the soil. 8. Rendered more sophisticated by Augustinian theology, the imago mundi we have been discussing survived the decline of the Roman Empire and state, the rise of the latifundia, and their dramatic clash with the barbarian innovators. Viewed in this light, the year 1000 appears as a truly pregnant moment. Within an apparent void, a new departure was being prepared. Contemporaries were overwhelmed by anxiety because they could perceive only the past. But space had already been transformed, and was already the birthplace and cradle of what was to come. Christianity, whatever institutional ups and downs it was experiencing, was a great worshipper of tombs. Its holiest places, those stamped by divinity, Rome, Jerusalem, Santiago de Compostela, were all tombs, St. Peter's, Christ's, St. James's. The great pilgrimages drew the crowds to shrines, to relics, to objects sanctified by death. The world held sway. This was a religion which coded death, ritualizing, ceremonializing and solemnizing it. The monks in their cloisters contemplated death, and could contemplate only death. They had to die in the world so that the world might be fulfilled. Essentially cryptic in nature, religion revolved around those underground places, church crypts. Lying beneath each church or monastery, the crypt always held the bones or a portion of the remains of a consecrated figure, sometimes mythical, sometimes historical. Historical figures were generally martyrs, who had borne witness with their lives, and continued to bear witness from their catacombs, from depths which no longer had anything in common with the ancient world's realm of shadows. The saint's presence in the crypt was supposed to concentrate there the life and death forces diffused throughout the world. Absolute space was identified with subterranean space. Such was the dismal religion which waxed as Rome, its city and state, waned. It paralleled an agricultural society of mediocre productivity where agriculture itself, except around the monasteries, was degenerating, where famine threatened, and where whatever fertility did exist was attributed to occult forces. It was to this context that the syncretic unity of an Earth Mother, a cruel God the Father and a benevolent mediator was applied. Crypts and tombs always held traces and representations of saints, but, it would seem, hardly ever sculptures. Paintings, yes, paintings remarkable in that they were never seen, except perhaps, on the saint's feast day, by clergy entering the crypt with lighted candles. At such moments of intensity the images came to life, the dead made their appearance. Cryptal art of this kind has nothing visual about it, and for those who think in the categories of a later time, projecting them into the past, it poses an insoluble problem. How can a painting remain out of sight, condemned to a purely nocturnal existence? What is the raison d'etre of Lascaux's frescoes, or of those in the crypt of St. Savin? The answer is that these paintings were made not to be seen, but merely to be, and so that they might be known to be there. They are magical images, condensing subterranean qualities, signs of death and traces of the struggle against death, whose aim is to turn death's forces against death itself. Consider the Church. What a narrow, indeed mistaken, view it is which pictures the Church as an entity having its main seat in Rome and maintaining its presence by means of clerics in individual churches or villages and towns, in convents, monasteries, basilicas, and so forth. The fact is that the world, that imaginary real space of shadows, was inhabited, haunted by the Church. This underworld broke through here and there, wherever the Church had a seat, from that of the lowliest country priest to that of the Pope himself, and wherever it thus pierced the earth's surface, the world emerged. The world, that of religious agitation, of the Church suffering and militant, lay and moved below the surface. This space, the space of Christendom, was a space that could in the 12th century be occupied by the powerful personality of a Bernard of Clairvaux. Indeed, without its magico-mystical, imaginary-real unity, it would be impossible to account for the influence of this genius, who controlled 2 kings and told the sovereign pontiff, "I am more pope than you." Just as something new was appearing on the horizon, Bernard of Clairvaux revitalized the space of the signs of death, of desperate contemplation, of asceticism. The masses rallied about him, and not only the masses. His poor mouse bed epitomized his space. What exactly happened in the 12th century? According to the received wisdom of the historians, history suddenly resumed after a long interruption. Only now were certain factors created which would mold the modern epoch, and the job of tracking these down makes for a good deal of suspense. The restraint displayed for so long by history is only rivaled by that of the historians, flailing about in this crepuscular dawn, unraveling some facts but few causes. They demonstrate admirable prudence too, in hesitating to speak of revolution apropos of the great movements of the 12th century. The more so since to do so might oblige them to consider the peasant revolution, or revolt of the serfs, which challenged the state of servility, in its connections with the urban revolution, which overthrew the existing social arrangements as a whole. Who would profit from these transformations? The monarch, certainly, and his authority, and the state, which to begin with had a feudal and military character. But of course those changes which first hove into view in the 12th century did not occur immediately. What was the precise mix of happenstance and determinism that made possible the careers of such exceptional men as Bernard of Clairvaux, Suger, and Abelard? There is no way for us to grasp retrospectively what came about at that time if we cannot form a clear perception of the locus and cradle of these events. That the towns came once more to the fore is beyond dispute. To the question what did the towns contribute that was new, what did they produce, we are inclined to answer, a new space. Does this obviate the methodological and theoretical difficulties that arise when we consider time, historical, or supposedly historical, time, in isolation? Perhaps. The rise of the medieval town has to be viewed along with its implications and consequences. It presupposed a surplus production in the countryside sufficient to feed the urban population, both because the town was organized as a market and because urban craftsmen worked with materials, wool, leather, produced by agricultural labor. This was what led to the setting up of corporate bodies of communitarian inspiration within the urban collectivity. Although the members of such corporations had nothing proletarian about them, it is true to say that the advent of these associations heralded the arrival of a collective worker, a worker able to produce socially, that is to say, for society, and in this instance for the town. The papacy sought to defend itself against these developments, counter-attacking and scoring some measure of success. Its grand design, however, namely, the replacement of the imperial state, whose mantle the Roman Church wished to assume, by a vast ecclesiastical state, was doomed to failure. The nation-states, were now about to appear. Monastic culture was on the ebb. What was about to disappear was absolute space, it was already crumbling as its supports gave way. What then was about to emerge? The space of a secular life, freed from politico-religious space, from the space of signs of death and of non-body. The urban landscape of the Middle Ages turned the space which preceded it, the space of the world, upon its head. It was a landscape filled with broken lines and verticals, a landscape that leapt forth from the earth bristling with sculptures. In contrast to the maleficent utopia of the subterranean world, it proclaimed a benevolent and luminous utopia where knowledge would be independent, and instead of serving an oppressive power would contribute to the strengthening of an authority grounded in reason. What do the great cathedrals say? They assert an inversion of space as compared with previous religious structures. They concentrate the diffuse meaning of space onto the medieval town. They decrypt in a vigorous, perhaps more than a rigorous, sense of the word, they are an emancipation from the crypt and from cryptic space. The new space did not merely decipher the old, for, in deciphering it, it surmounted it, by freeing itself it achieved illumination and elevation. The field now remained decidedly, and decisively, in possession of what has been called white communication. 13. The other sword, the black, was not, however, annihilated. Merely, it took refuge in the subterranean parts of society, in places hidden away from face-to-face communication. An extraordinary trio mobilized and resisted this great movement of emergence, Bernard of Clairvaux, Suger, and Abelard. These three cannot be understood separately. Bernard, the perfect reactor, had the ear of the powerful yet knew how to hold the attention of the masses. Suger, who served the state, a state which was royal, military, and already national because territorial, conceived and carried out political projects. And Abelard, the heretic, was at the cutting edge of the possible, part of the sort of thinking which by questioning basic assumptions shook the edifice to its foundations. He was also the most effective of the three, his apparent failure notwithstanding. Despite a persecution which spared him no humiliation, which seized upon a romantic intrigue as a stick with which to beat him, Abelard would later be recognized as the most modern figure of his time. The crypt at St. Savin holds the now symbolic earthly dust and images of Saint Gervas and Saint Protais, and of their edifying lives and martyrdom. The church vault, however, features scenes from the scriptures, from the Old and New Testaments, painted imagery diametrically opposed to cryptal space. The vault decrypts by exposing the contents of the underground chambers to the light of day. St. Savin's counterposed images thus perfectly crystallize the moment of emergence that I have been describing. In his book Gothic Architecture and Scholasticism, Erwin Panofsky is not content, when attempting to discover the links between the various aspects of the 12th century, with an appeal to a Hegelian zeitgeist to the notion of a pervasive and thus banal spirit of the times. The idea of an analogy between architecture and philosophy has nothing paradoxical or new about it per se. 1-4 But Panofsky goes beyond the identification of a fruitful encounter between technique and Symbo J15 beyond an approach that itself transcended Viollet-le-Duc's rationalistic interpretation, which, despite his sophisticated analysis of social and historical processes, remained mechanistic, technicistic and functionalist. In Character 1-6, cathedrals can be accounted for neither by intersecting rib vaults, nor by buttresses and flying buttresses, even if such features are necessary conditions thereof. The same goes for the soul's yearning heavenwards, the youthful ardor of a new generation, and other such considerations. Panofsky posits a homology, not just an analogy, between philosophy and architecture, arguing that each, though complete in its own way, partakes with the other of a unity of which it is a manifestation, an elucidation, in the sense in which faith may be said to be elucidated by reason. To the question which of the two has priority, Panofsky's answer is philosophy. For priority there has to be. Scholasticism produced a mental habit or habitus, and hence a modus operandi derived from a modus essendi, from a raison d'être. The habitus of architecture was directly descended from the providential reason which at the time presided over the unity of truth, over that unity of reason and faith whose culminating expression was the Summa Theologica. 17 The spatial arrangement of the Gothic Church corresponds for Panofsky to that great work, or rather it reproduces it, embodying as it does a reconciling of opposites, a tripartite totality, and the organizational equilibrium of a system whose component parts are themselves homologues. 18 Thus Panofsky sees nothing problematic about deriving a mental space, that of a speculative construction, the Summa Theologica, from an abstract representation, that of a unity of homologous parts itself analogous to the unity of the divinity, 1 in 3 and 3 in one, nor in further deriving from that mental space a social one, the space of the cathedral. What is really being engendered and produced, or reproduced, here, however, is the divine act of creation itself. One would indeed have to be a person of great religious faith to see nothing objectionable in such an argument, which is in reality a fine example of the abuse of a concept, the concept of production in the event, by blindly divorcing it from all content and all context. The identification of thought with the productive activity of God is justified by the adduction of would-be scientific concepts such as structural affinity, or the supposed search for the geometrical location of the symbolic expression specific to a society and an epoch. T9 It is as though simply replacing the word create by the word produce sufficed to validate this extraordinary leap, and with it an idealism and spiritualism of the most irresponsible and facile variety. The thesis is hardly persuasive. Panofsky was in search of a principle of unity. Why did he opt for a habitus rather than an intuitus? And was he even speaking of a habitus as defined by Aquinas, for humanity, as a mode of being implying a power of use and enjoyment 20 and hence as a quality which is a basic attribute of a person? Consider the connection with habere and habitare. This is what distinguishes habitus from habit. How could a doctrine contain a habitus, or mental habit, and a modus operandi capable, barring miracles, of giving rise to several such different frameworks as those of writing, art, music, and so on? Still, this spiritualistic nonsense does conceal the concrete intuition of a certain unity, a certain production. What Panofsky discovered, or, at least, what emerged from his work, is the idea of a visual logic. Why? What does he mean by this? That the religious edifice, by rising higher, receives more light, that its naves no longer have the compact and somber atmosphere of so-called Romanesque churches, that its walls become less massive now that they no longer bear all the weight, and that the pillars, small columns, and ribbing rise with slender elegance towards the vault, that stained glass windows make their appearance and the making of them becomes an art. More than this, too, that the scholastic mind accepts and even demands a double clarification, the clarification of function through form and the clarification of thought through language. 22. Panofsky does not take his thinking as far as it will go, however. The full implication of his visual logic is that all should be revealed. All. Yes, everything which was formerly hidden, the secrets of the world. Even demonic and evil forces. Even natural beings, plants and animals. Even living bodies. As they burst up into the light, bodies took their revenge, the signs of non-body 23 became subordinate to those of the body, including the resurrected body of the living God, of Christ. This was the new alliance of the world, opening up now to the light, with the Logos and the Cosmos. And it was a trend that encouraged the rediscovery of Greek thought, of Plato and Aristotle. The resurrection of the flesh, hitherto a peripheral matter, now became central. This is the meaning of the last judgments, though such works continued to induce terror by invoking death and the underworld. Once the underworld had come to the surface, while the surface world rose upwards and offered itself to view as occupier of space, sculpture had little difficulty rooting cryptal painting. Whence the profusion of capitals, and of statues on fa-ades. Freed from their former weightiness, surfaces now carried decoration glorifying the body, even if the idea of sin still managed here and there to bring minds back to putrefaction, to the immondious, to the world. Sculpture was once more, as in ancient Greece, the primordial, the leading art. Painting retained a measure of dignity only as an art of lighting, i.e. as stained glass. To limit this new creative force to an architectural composition that made it possible to re-experience the very processes of cogitation, in the Summa Theologica, is to frame a hypothesis so reductionist as to be startling in the extreme. 24 It has a double advantage, however, for it gets us up to the aggiornamento of scholasticism while denigrating all the reforming, subversive and exemplary aspects of the medieval revolution in the West. Does it make sense, then, to speak of a visual logic? Certainly, an emergence from darkness and a coming out into the light. The point is, though, that this goes far beyond Gothic architecture and involves the town's political action, poetry, and music, and thought in general. The role of Abelard, his thought and life, can only be understood in terms of a revolt of the body which certainly went beyond any visual logic, which went as far, in fact, as to anticipate a reconciliation between flesh and spirit effected thanks to the intervention of the third person, the Holy Spirit. What is involved, therefore, is a production, the production of a space. Not merely a space of ideas, an ideal space, but a social and a mental space. An emergence. A decrypting of the space that went before. Thought and philosophy came to the surface, rose from the depths, but life was decrypted as a result, and society as a whole, along with space. If one were of a mind to distinguish, after the fashion of textual analysis 25 between a genotype and a phenotype of space, it would be from this emergence that the genospatial would have to be derived. Of an originality and revolutionary force such that it spread throughout the West from its starting point in the Isle de France with extraordinary, relative, speed, the production with which we are concerned may correctly be described as tending towards the visual. The importance taken on by fa-ades confirms this. Indeed, it is in itself sufficient proof of the fact. Organized with the greatest care, these high and highly worked surfaces were strictly governed by the Church's commands, law, faith, scripture. The living, naked body had a very limited role, Eve, Adam, and occasional others. One finds few female bodies aside from those of ascetics and those of the damned. The fa-ade rose in affirmation of prestige. Its purpose was to trumpet the associated authorities of church, king, and city to the crowds flocking towards the porch. Despite the efforts of medieval architects to have the exterior present the interior and render it visible, the mere existence of the fa-ade sufficed to destroy any such concordance. The production of a luminous space and the emergence of that space did not as yet, in the 13th century, entail either its subordination to the written word or its mounting as spectacle. 26 Still, to the extent that he is accurate, Panofsky is describing a threatening gambit. The trend towards visualization, underpinned by a strategy, now came into its own, and this in collusion on the one hand with abstraction, with geometry and logic, and on the other with authority. Social space, even as early as this, was already being affected by this alchemical formula with its disturbing ingredients and surprising effects. Admittedly, the loose threshold beyond which realization becomes reification, and vitality becomes alienated vitality, was not as yet crossed. But portents of that step were certainly present. The negative and lethal magic of signs, that magic which by means of a painting can immobilize a bird in full flight, in perfect mimicry of the hunter's mortal strike, carried the day. The other kind of magic, by contrast, the magic of the spoken word, whose symbolisms, the breath of the spirit, the bird of prophecy, the act of creation, infused even the realm of death with life, could only retreat before the intense onslaught of visualization. As for sculpture, it is more eloquent than painting in the three dimensions of space, but what it says all at once and for all. There is no appeal. The verticality and political arrogance of towers, their feudalism, already intimated the coming alliance between ego and phallus. Uncan 26. The first development, as it occurred from the 15th century on, has been described by Marshall McLuhan in the Gutenberg Galaxy, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1962. The second is the subject of Guy Debord's La Société du Spectacle, 1967, Paris, Champ Libre, 1973, ENGTR. The Society of the Spectacle, Rev. ed. N., Detroit, Black and Red, 1977. Seriously, of course, and all the more effectively for that. The phallus is seen. The female genital organ, representing the world, remains hidden. The prestigious phallus, symbol of power and fecundity, forces its way into view by becoming erect. In the space to come, where the eye would usurp so many privileges, it would fall to the phallus to receive or produce them. The eye in question would be that of God, that of the Father or that of the leader. A space in which this eye laid hold of whatever served its purposes would also be a space of force, of violence, of power restrained by nothing but the limitations of its means. This was to be the space of the triune God, the space of kings, no longer the space of cryptic signs but rather the space of the written word and the rule of history. The space, too, of military violence, and hence a masculine space. 27. 9. Consider the demise of a society able to spend its surplus in sumptuous fashion on festivals, monuments, and wars waged for mere show or mere prestige. How and when did the non-accumulative and the non-historical make their joint disappearance? The development of a theory of accumulation, initiated by Marx, remains unfinished. What made primitive accumulation possible? And what were its implications, aside from the feasibility of investing wealth rather than saving or squandering it, and aside from the rationality attending that change? Cf. Max Weber. The accumulation of money for investment, and productive investment itself, are hard to conceive of without a parallel accumulation of techniques and knowledge. Indeed, these are all really aspects of an indivisible accumulation process. So, if the Middle Ages saw a growth in the productive forces and in production, first of all in agriculture, the precondition of the rise of towns, this is attributable to the diffusion of techniques and to the fact that they were adopted in one place or another. The documentary evidence confirms this. The problem that has not yet been satisfactorily resolved is this. In many societies, notably in Western antiquity, a number of the preconditions for the accumulation process were present, including a commodity and money-based economy, scientific thought and knowledge, and the existence of towns. How is it then that this process was not set in motion at that time and place, and that, in so far as we can assign it a historical origin, it dates only from medieval Europe? What conditions were not met earlier? What obstacles stood in the way? Many answers to these questions have been proposed: slavery, constant wars, extravagance, the parasitism of the ruling classes, or even of the Roman plebs, but none is theoretically satisfying. Any or all of these historical factors may have had a part in the interdiction or elimination of a trend towards accumulation, yet none can fully account for it. One is almost ready to hear that spiritual or political authorities, in their profound wisdom, took measures to prevent such a development, a hypothesis that would amount to endowing castes, priests, warlords or political leaders not so much with a profound as with a superhuman wisdom. I propose the following answer: the space that emerged in Western Europe in the 12th century, gradually extending its sway over France, England, Holland, and Italy, was the space of accumulation, its birthplace and cradle. Why and how? Because this secularized space was the outcome of the revival of the Logos and the Cosmos, principles which were able to subordinate the world with its underground forces. Along with the logos and logic, the law too was re-established, and contractual stipulated relationships replaced customs, and customary exactions. With the dimming of the world of shadows, the terror it exercised lessened accordingly. It did not, however, disappear. Rather, it was transformed into heterotopical places, places of sorcery and madness, places inhabited by demonic forces, places which were fascinating but tabooed. Later, much later, artists would rediscover this ferment of sacred and accursed. At the time when it held sway, however, no one could represent this world, it was simply there. Space was ridden with hidden powers, more often malign than well-disposed. Each such place had a name, and each denomination also referred to the relevant occult power, noumen nomen. Place names Leudits, dating from the agro-pastoral period, had not been effaced during the Roman era. On the contrary, the Romans' innumerable minor superstitions relating to the earth, carried down via the villi and tied into the great maledictions of Christianity, could only sustain the profusion of sacred/cursed sites scattered across the face of the land. In the 12th century a metamorphosis occurred, a displacement, a subversion of signifiers. More precisely, what had formerly signified, in an immediate manner, that which was forbidden, now came to refer solely to itself qua signifier, stripped of any emotional or magical referential charge. Few places, it would seem, were deprived of their names, but, typically, new names were superimposed upon the old, thus creating a web of place names innocent of any religious overtones. Common examples of such names are Châteauneuf, Villefranche, Les Essarts, and Bois Leroi. May such reference to groups of words and signs which as signifiers have been stripped of meaning be legitimately considered part of a great subversive current? Certainly. To deny this, in fact, one would have to be the sort of fetishizer of signs who takes them for the immutable foundation of knowledge and the unvarying basis of society. Besides being decrypted, medieval space was also cleared. Social practice, which did not know where it was going, made space available for something else, made it vacant, though not empty. As part of the same process, the libido was freed, that tripartite libido which was denounced by Augustinian theology and which founded the secular world, libido sciendi, dominandi, sentiendi, curiosity, ambition, sensuality. Thus liberated, libido mounted an assault upon the space open before it. This space, deconsecrated, at once spiritual and material, intellectual and sensory, and populated by signs of the body, would become the recipient, first of an accumulation of knowledge, then of an accumulation of riches. Its source, to locate it precisely, was less the medieval town envisaged as a community of burghers than that town's marketplace and market hall, along with their inevitable companions the campanile and the town hall. In this connection, apropos of the marketplace and the market hall, it bears repeating that the degradation of money and the baleful character of the commodity manifested themselves only later. At the time which concerns us, the exchangeable thing, the object produced to be sold, was still a rarity, and had a liberating function. It was an iconoclastic force and a scandal to the spirit of religious devotion promoted by the likes of Bernard of Clairvaux, who was the founder of a kind of Cistercian state, and an apologist, on the one hand for poverty, asceticism, and contempt for the world, and on the other hand for the absolute hegemony of the Church. Money and commodities, still in statu nascendi, were destined to bring with them not only a culture but also a space. The uniqueness of the marketplace, doubtless on account of the splendor of religious and political structures, has tended to be overlooked. We should therefore remind ourselves that antiquity looked upon trade and tradespeople as external to the city, as outside its political system, and so relegated them to the outskirts. The basis of wealth was still real property, ownership of the land. The medieval revolution brought commerce inside the town and lodged it at the center of a transformed urban space. The marketplace differed from the forum as from the agora, access to it was free, and it opened up on every side onto the surrounding territory, the territory the town dominated and exploited, and into the countryside's network of roads and lanes. The market hall, an inspired invention, was for its part as far removed from the portico as it was from the basilica. Its function was to shelter the transaction of business while permitting the authorities to control it. The cathedral church was certainly not far away, but its tower no longer bore the symbols of knowledge and power. Instead, the freestanding campanile now dominated space and would soon, as Dock Tower, come to dominate time too. Historians, though loath to acknowledge the subversive character of this period, have nevertheless shed light on the unevenness of the process involved. The seaboard towns of the Mediterranean easily won municipal freedoms, as did the old cities of the south of France and the cloth towns of Flanders. In northern France, on the other hand, it was only by violence that towns were able to wrest concessions, franchises, charters and municipal constitutions from the bishops and barons. This unequal development, unequal in the degree of violence, unequal in terms of success or failure, only serves to underscore the rapidity of the spread and the extension achieved by the new space. By the 14th century this space, known and recognized now, and hence representable, was able to generate purely symbolic towns, founded for the purposes of commerce in regions which were still exclusively agro-pastoral, and where consequently no commercial activity was as yet taking place. Take for example the Bastides of southwestern France, spaces commercial in the strictest sense, egalitarian and abstract in nature, townships isolated and sleepy from the start, though glorified by names such as Grenade, Barcelone, Florence, Cologne, or Bruges. These places can only be understood as offshoots of the great subversive movement of the 12th century. Yet towns such as Montauban are perfect epitomes of the commercial town, representations of an ideal type, complete with a variety of corresponding implications and extensions, among them their secular character, their civic and civil organization, their later adoption, first of Protestantism, then of Jacobinism, and so on. This space which established itself during the Middle Ages, by whatever means it did so, whether violent or no, was by definition a space of exchange and communications, and therefore of networks. What networks? In the first place, networks of overland routes, those of traders, and those of pilgrims and crusaders. Traces of the imperial, Roman, roads were still discernible, and in many cases these roads survived intact. The new networks may be described, specifically, as hydraulic in character. The role of the ports and seaboard cities did not diminish, far from it. The thalassocracy did not retain its hegemony everywhere, however, and a gradual shift towards the North Sea and Atlantic ports tended to put the Mediterranean at a disadvantage. Rivers and later canals, together with roads, constituted the new hydraulic web. The importance of the part played by inland water transport is well known. It linked the local, regional, and national markets that were already operating and those still in the process of development, Italy, France, Flanders, Germany. This communications network was simply the physical reflection, the natural mirror as it were, of the abstract and contractual network which bound together the exchangers of products and money. It would be a mistake, though, to define the new space solely in terms of these networks. We must not fall back into the one-way determinism of specialized scientific disciplines, of geography or geopolitics. Social space is multifaceted, abstract and practical, immediate and mediated. Religious space did not disappear with the advent of commercial space, it was still, and indeed would long remain, the space of speech and knowledge. Alongside religious space, and even within it, there were places, there was room, for other spaces, for the space of exchange, for the space of power. Representations of space and representational spaces diverged, yet the unity of the whole was not shattered. Medieval space has something miraculous about it. There is no need to cross-section it theoretically, longitudinally, transversely, or vertically. To identify orders and estates, ranks, and hierarchies. The social edifice itself resembled a cathedral, and indeed is arguably a better candidate for homology with the Summa Theologica. The top of the social pyramid, it might be objected, did not reach to the heavens, so there is no analogy here. But the point is rather that one and the same illusion sustained the belief that the tops of the city's towers grazed the vault of heaven and embodied the celestial virtues, the belief that those at the tip of the social pyramid rubbed shoulders with divinity, the belief that reason at the zenith of its speculative constructions held out a hand to the faith directly dispensed by divine grace, and the belief, finally, that poetry may go down into the inferno and then reascend to paradise. This was a society which, if not utterly transparent, certainly had a great limpidity. The economic sphere was subordinate to relationships of dependence, violence itself had a sovereign clarity, everyone knew how and why death overtook them, how and why they suffered, and why chance bestowed their few joys upon them. Society as a whole was emerging into the light. Unfortunately, money, though it had helped dispel the shadows, would soon usher in the most opaque and impenetrable relations imaginable. Medieval space raised itself above the earth, it was not yet by any means an abstract space. A large, though diminishing, portion of culture, of impressions and representations, was still cryptic, still attached to places that were holy or damned, or haunted to caverns, grottos, dark vales, tombs, sanctuaries and underground chambers. Whatever started to emerge was raised further into the light by the movement of the times. Such decrypting was not read, or said, but lived. The process aroused terror or joy, but was generally persuasive rather than violent. When painting reasserted its priority in the Quattrocento, it fell to the artists to proclaim this general transition from the cryptic to the decrypted. This was not the art of the visible per se, however. Knowledge was still knowledge. Decrypting in this sense had little to do with the deciphering of a text. Emergence from obscurity was an irreversible proceeding, and what emerged did so not as a sign but in person. Thus time was not separated from space, rather it oriented space, although a reversal of roles had begun to occur with the rise of medieval towns, as space tended to govern those rhythms that now escaped the control of nature, or of nature's space. Where was the connection or bond between space and time? Beyond the acquired knowledge of the period, no doubt, yet below the level grasped by its theory of knowledge, in a praxis, an unconscious praxis, which regulated the concordance of time and space by limiting clashes between representations and countering distortions of reality. Time was punctuated by festivals, which were celebrated in space. These occasions had both imaginary, or mythical, and real, or practical, objects, all of which would appear, rise, fall, disappear and reappear, the Sun, the Christ, saints male and female, the Great Virgin Mother. As places diversified, so did social time, business time, the time of the market hall, cease to coincide with the time of the church, for its secularization proceeded hand in hand with that of the space to which it related. And the time of communal councils likewise ceased to coincide with the time of private life. In the Western Europe of the 16th century something of decisive importance took place. This something, however, was not a datable event, nor an institutional change, nor even a process clearly measurable by some economic yardstick, such as the growth of a particular form of production or the appearance of a particular market. The West was nevertheless turned upside down. The town overtook the country in terms of its economic and practical weight, in terms of its social importance, land ownership lost its former absolute primacy. Society underwent a global change, but one uneven in its effects, as becomes apparent as soon as we consider particular sectors, elements, moments, or institutions. Nowhere was there an absolute rupture with what had gone before. According to one's perspective as one views these few decades, it can seem as if everything changed or as if everything went on as before. Perhaps examining space may help us solve the methodological and theoretical problem embodied in the question what changed in this crucial period. Transition implies mediation. The historical mediation between medieval, or feudal, Space and the capitalist space which was to result from accumulation was located in urban space, the space of those urban systems which established themselves during the transition. In this period the town separated from the countryside that it had long dominated and administered, exploited, and protected. No absolute rift between the two occurred, however, and their unity, though riven with conflict, survived. The town, in the shape of its oligarchy, continued to exercise control over its domains. From the height of their towers, urbanites continued to contemplate their fields, forests, and villages. As for what peasants are, the town dwellers conceived these recently converted pagans either as fantasy or as objectors, and accordingly treated them with embarrassment or contempt, as something out of a fairy tale or out of a tale of terror. The urbanites located themselves by reference to the peasants, but in terms of a distantiation from them, there was therefore duality in unity, a perceived distance and a conceived unity. The town had its own rationality, the rationality of calculation and exchange, the logos of the merchant. In taking over the reins of power from the feudal lords, it seized control of what had been their monopoly, the protection of the peasants and the extraction of their surplus labor. Urban space was fated to become the theater of a compromise between the declining feudal system, the commercial bourgeoisie, oligarchies, and communities of craftsmen. It further became abstraction in action, active abstraction, vis-a-vis the space of nature, generality as opposed to singularities, and the universal principle in statu nascendi, integrating specificities even as it uncovered them. Urban space was thus a tool of terrifying power, yet it did not go so far as to destroy nature, it merely enveloped and commandeered it. Only later, in a second spiral of spatial abstraction, would the state take over. The towns and their burghers would then lose not only control of space but also dominion over the forces of production, as these forces broke through all previous limits in the shift from commercial and investment capital to industrial capital. Surplus value would no longer have to be consumed where it was produced, rather, it would be susceptible of realization and distribution far away from its source, far beyond the local boundaries which had thus far hemmed it in. The economic sphere was destined to burst out of its urban context, that context would itself be overturned in the process, although the town would survive as a center, as the locus of a variety of compromises. The emergence of the new in Europe that we have been discussing occurred at a privileged moment, the moment of relative equipoise between a declining countryside, i.e. land ownership, agricultural production, and a town, i.e. commerce, movable property, urban crafts, on the ascendant. This was the point at which the town was conceptualized, when representations of space derived from the experience of river and sea voyages were applied to urban reality. The town was given written form, described graphically. Bird's-eye views and plans proliferated. And a language arose for speaking at once of the town and of the country, or of the town in its agrarian setting, at once of the house and of the city. This language was a code of space. 28. Truth to tell, the first formulation of such a unitary code dates back to antiquity, and specifically to Vitruvius. The work of the Roman architect contains an elaborate attempt to establish term-by-term correspondences between the various elements of social life in the context of a particular spatial practice, that of a builder working in a city that he knows from the inside. The books of Vitruvius open with an explicit statement that is a sort of premonitory exposure of the naivete of all who evoke Saussure's signified distinction and make it the cornerstone of their science. In all matters, but particularly in architecture, there are these 2 points, the thing signified, and that which gives it its significance. That which is signified is the subject of which we may be speaking, and that which gives significance is a demonstration on scientific principles. 29. The Vitruvian books implicitly embody all the elements of a code. 1. A complete alphabet and lexicon of spatial elements, water, air, light, sand, bricks, stones, conglomerates and rubbles, coloring materials, apertures and closures, doors, windows, etc., also an inventory of the materials and material, tools, used. 2. A grammar and a syntax, description of the way the above-mentioned components are combined into wholes, into houses, basilicas, theaters, temples, or baths, and directions for their assembly. 3. A style manual, recommendations of an artistic or aesthetic kind concerning the proportions, orders, and effects to be sought. What is missing from the Vitruvian spatial code? On casual inspection, nothing. Everything is apparently covered in this dictionary of use value in which exchange value has simply no part. Vitruvius supplies us with a fine analytic tool with which to understand the spatial practice of the ancient Greek and Roman city, with its elaborate representations of space, astronomy, genomy, and its magico-religious representational spaces, astrology. 30 Vitruvius goes into considerable detail, in connection with modules and moldings, that is to say, with orders and ordinance. He offers a methodical study, a true systematization of both terminology and objects, or things signified. Nevertheless, for all its thoroughness, the approach initiated by Vitruvius's would-be comprehensive treatise on spatial semiology continued for many centuries to overlook something essential, namely, the analysis and explanation of the urban effect. The city in Vitruvius is conspicuous by its absence/presence, though he is speaking of nothing else, he never addresses it directly. It is as though it were merely an aggregation of public monuments and private houses, i.e. those owned by the place's notabilities. In other words, the paradigm of civic space is barely present even though its syntagmatic aspects, the connections between its component parts, are dealt with at length. As early as Vitruvius, then, emphasis on the technical and empirical already implied that operational considerations were paramount. Only in the 16th century, after the rise of the medieval town, founded on commerce, and no longer agrarian in character, and after the establishment of urban systems in Italy, Flanders, England, France, Spanish America, and elsewhere, did the town emerge as a unified entity. And as a subject. By the time it thus asserted itself, however, its eclipse by the state was already imminent. Still, the town became the basic premise of a discourse which offered a glimpse of a harmonious transcendence of the ancient conflict between nature, the world, and the rural animal, Marx, on the one hand, and the artificial, the acquired, and the urban animal on the other. At this unique moment, the town appeared to found a history having its own inherent meaning and goal. Its own finality, at once immanent and transcendent, at once earthly, in that the town fed its citizens, and celestial, in that the image of the city of God was supplied by Rome, city of cities. Together with its territory, the Renaissance town perceived itself as a harmonious whole, as an organic mediation between earth and heaven. The urban effect is linked to the architectural effect in a unity of composition and style. While it may be true to say that in the 16th and 17th centuries, beginning with Galileo, the human being lost his place in the world and cosmos on account of the collapse of the Greek unity of action, time, and space, 31 the fact remains that this Renaissance being continued to situate himself in his town. Spatial practice and architecture as practice were bound up with each other, and each expressed the other. So the architect was effective and architecture was instrumental. The Renaissance town ceased to evolve after the fashion of a continuous narrative, adding one building after another, an extension to a street, or another square to those already in existence. From now on each building, each addition, was politically conceived, each innovation modified the whole, and each object, as though it had hitherto been somehow external, came to affect the entire fabric. 32 The center-periphery split that would occur later, as cities fell apart under the impact of industrialization and statification, was not yet in the offing. The dominant contrast for the moment was between inside and outside within the unity of the architectural effect and the urban effect. 33 The unity of the country villa and the town house. This was the time of Palladia. Owing to a substantialistic or naturalistic fallacy, the space of the Renaissance town has occasionally been described as organic, as though it had a coherence akin to that of an organism, defined by a natural goal-directedness, with the whole governing the parts. Such a unity, to the extent that it may ever be said to have existed in an urban space, as a purposiveness without purpose, may most appropriately be ascribed to the cities of antiquity. The concept of the organic denotes and connotes a blind development leading from birth to the decline of life. Can it be said of the medieval town with its burghers that it developed organically, and hence blindly? Possibly, but certainly only until that moment when political power, the power of an oligarchy, of a prince or of a king, asserted itself. At that point space was necessarily transformed. If political power controlled the whole, this was because it knew that change to any detail could change that whole. The organic surely now relinquished the field to the political principle. Note, however, that there is as yet no need to evoke any abstract and detached category of the functional. For a good many positive minds, nothing could be clearer or more susceptible of empirical verification than the supposed needs and functions of a social reality conceived of as organic in nature. In point of fact, however, nothing could be more obscure. Whose needs? By whom are such needs formulated? And by what are they satisfied or saturated? We are told that the baths of Diocletian answer to the needs and functions of the bathroom. To the contrary, the baths were in the highest degree multifunctional, and they met social needs far more than they did private ones. They were, in short, part of a different urban reality. Façade and perspective went hand in hand. Perspective established the line of façades and organized the decorations, designs, and moldings that covered their surfaces. It also drew on the alignment of façades to create its horizons and vanishing points. The façade tells us much, and much that is surprising. It is curious, in view of its artificial and studied character, that the façade is arguably the basis for the organic analogy. The notion of façade implies right and left, symmetry, and high and low. It also implies a front and a back, what is shown and what is not shown, and thus constitutes a seeming extension into social space of an asymmetry which arose rather late in the evolution of living organisms as a response to the needs of attack and defense. Inasmuch as the prestigious surface of the façade is decorative and decorated, and thus in some sense fraudulent, can we take a non-disparaging view of it? Certainly it has often been viewed otherwise, for example, as a face or countenance perceived as expressive, and turned not towards an ideal spectator but towards the particular viewer. By virtue of this analogy with a face or countenance, the façade became both eloquent and powerful. It was called upon to create ensembles, to become master of the internal, structured, disposition of space as well as of its own function, which it both fulfilled and concealed. From this perspective, everything was façade. And, if perspective governed the arrangement of component elements, of houses or other structures, the inverse was equally true, for these could also be said, by virtue of their alignment and grouping, to give rise to a perspective. It seems natural enough in this connection to draw an analogy between various, pictorial and architectural, artistic forms. A picture, as a painted surface, privileges one dimension, orienting itself towards the viewer and grouping its subjects, whether inanimate or living, according to the same logic. It is a sort of face and a sort of façade. A painting turns in the direction of anyone approaching it, that is, in the direction of the public. A portrait looks out before, while and after it is looked at. A canvas, or a painted wall, has a countenance, one which actively invites scrutiny. Both face and façade have something of the gift about them, something of favor and fervor. Can the façade effect become predominant? Undoubtedly. Expressiveness emanates from the face, dissimulation, therefore, likewise. Virtues are presumed to derive from it, and it is the subject of much proverbial wisdom. Consider the expression saving face. It is not just buildings, but also manners and customs, and everyday life with its rites and festivals, that can fall under the sway of the prestige thus generated. Papal Rome furnishes a rather good example of a space where the façade, by virtue of an easily understood reciprocal relationship, the façade, every monument was at the same time the result of that supremacy. The basic configuration of space applied equally to the whole and to each detail. Symbolism infused meaning not into a single object but rather into an ensemble of objects presented as an organic whole. St. Peter's in Rome is the church itself, the church entire and whole, body and countenance, fastening upon her prey. The prestigious dome represents the head of the church, while the colonnades are this giant body's arms, clasping the piazza and the assembled faithful to its breast. The head thinks, the arms hold and contain. It seems that one might justifiably speak here, without overgeneralizing, of a culture of the fa, and of the face. As a principle more concrete than the subject of the philosophers, the countenance, along with its complements, masks, and supplements, dress, may certainly be said to determine ways of life. Seductive as this hypothesis may be, it is liable to oust a fundamental concept, that of production, in favor of an ideological account of generation. When an institution loses its birthplace, its original space, and feels threatened, it tends to describe itself as organic. It naturalizes itself, looking upon itself and presenting itself as a body. When the city, the state, nature, or society itself is no longer clear about what image to present, its representatives resort to the easy solution of evoking the body, head, limbs, blood, or nerves. This physical analogy, the idea of an organic space, is thus called upon only by systems of knowledge or power that are in decline. The ideological appeal to the organism is by extension an appeal to a unity, and beyond that unity, or short of it. To an orm deemed to be known with absolute certainty, identified beyond any possible doubt, an origin that legitimates and justifies. The notion of an organic space implies a myth of origins, and its adduction eliminates any account of genesis, any study of transformations, in favor of an image of continuity and a cautious evolutionism. The fa, 8 effects have had an eventful history, one that traverses the periods of the Baroque, of exoticism and of a variety of mannerisms. Only with the rise of the bourgeoisie and of capitalism was this principle thoroughly developed. And even then this was done in a contradictory way. Fascism sought to enthrone an organic fantasy of social life based on the notions of blood, race, nation, and an absolute national state. Hence its use of the fa, aid, a democratic parody of which is to be found in the detached, suburban house, with its front and back. Its face, as it were, and its obscene parts. 11. Between the 12th and the 19th centuries wars would revolve around accumulation. Wars used up riches, they also contributed to their increase, for war has always expanded the productive forces and helped perfect technology, even as it has pressed these into the service of destruction. Fought over areas of potential investment, these wars were themselves the greatest of investments, and the most profitable. Cases in point are the 100 Years' War, the Italian Wars, the Wars of Religion, the 30 Years' War, Louis XIV's wars against the Dutch and against the Holy Roman Empire, and the wars of the French Revolution and Empire. The space of capitalist accumulation thus gradually came to life, and began to be fitted out. This process of animation is admiringly referred to as history, and its motor sought in all kinds of factors, dynastic interests, ideologies, the ambitions of the mighty, the formation of nation-states, demographic pressures, and so on. This is the road to a ceaseless analyzing of, and searching for, dates and chains of events. Inasmuch as space is the locus of all such chronologies, might it not constitute a principle of explanation at least as acceptable as any other? Industry would pitch its tent in a space in which the communitarian traditions of the countryside had been swept away and urban institutions brought to ruin by wars, though the links between towns, the urban system, had not disappeared. This was the space, piled high with the rich spoils of years of rapine and pillage, which was to become the industrial space of the modern state. To summarize, before the advent of capitalism, the part played by violence was extra-economic. Under the dominion of capitalism and of the world market, it assumed an economic role in the accumulation process, and in consequence the economic sphere became dominant. This is not to say that economic relations were now identical to relations of power, but merely that the two could no longer be separated. We are confronted by the paradoxical fact that the centuries-old space of wars, instead of sinking into social oblivion, became the rich and thickly populated space that incubated capitalism. This is a fact worth pondering. What followed was the establishment of the world market, and the conquest and plunder of the oceans and continents by Europeans by Spain, England, Holland, and France. Far-ranging expeditions of this kind called for material resources as much as for goals and fantasies, not that the one excluded the other. Where was this historical process concentrated? Where was its point of combustion? From what crucible did all these creative and catastrophic forces flow? The answer is, those regions which to this day are the most industrialized of Europe and the most subject to the imperatives of growth: England, northern France, the Netherlands, the lands lying between the Loire and the Rhine. The philosophical abstractions of negation and negativity take on a distinctly concrete form when we think them in the context of social and political space. In the wake of Marx, many historians have tried to account in economic terms for the violence we have been discussing, but in so doing they have merely projected a schema applicable enough to the imperialist era back onto an earlier time. They have made no attempt to understand how the economic sphere achieved its predominance, a development which, along with other factors, surplus value, the bourgeoisie and its state, defines capitalism itself. Indeed, they have failed to understand Marx's thinking on this score, his idea that the historical with its categories was predominant during a specific period, but that it was subordinated to the economic sphere in the 19th century. Does this mean that the economistic explanation of history should be replaced by a polemological one? Not exactly. War has been unfairly classed, however, as a destructive and evil force as opposed to a good and creative one, whereas economics could lay claim, at least as the economists saw it, to being positively and peacefully productive. The historians adjudged wars nothing but evil-hearted actions, the outcome of harmful passions, of pride, ambition, and excess. The trouble with this apologetic kind of thinking, which is still fairly widespread, is that it ignores both the role of violence in capitalist accumulation and the part played by war and armies as productive forces in their own right. This was something that Marx had pointed out, and underlined briefly but firmly. What did war produce? The answer is, Western Europe's space of history, of accumulation, of investment, and the basis of the imperialism by means of which the economic sphere would eventually come into its own. Violence is in fact the very lifeblood of this space, of this strange body. A violence sometimes latent, or preparing to explode, sometimes unleashed, and directed now against itself, now against the world, and a violence everywhere glorified in triumphal arches, Roman in origin, gates, squares, and prospects. It was in this space of earth and water, a space which it had produced and sustained, that war, in Western Europe, deployed its contradictory, destructive and creative, forces. The Rhine, the North Sea, or the canals of Flanders had as great a strategic importance as the Alps, the Pyrenees, or the plains and the mountains. A single rationality may be discerned in 17th-century France in the actions of a Turenne, a Vauban, and a Riquet, warrior, strategist, and engineer respectively. It is a rationality usually associated with Cartesian philosophy, but it differs from that philosophy in the way in which a social practice does differ from an ideology, the correspondence between the two being somewhat loose and uncertain. Did those who made history, simple soldier or field marshal, peasant or emperor, work consciously in the service of accumulation? Of course not. Now that historical time is collapsing, it is surely incumbent upon us to distinguish here, more subtly than was done at the moment when that time was first analyzed, between motives, reasons, causes, aims and outcomes. Pride and ambition were certainly often motives. For example, dynastic conflicts clearly helped cause wars. As for results, they became evident only after the fact. We are thus led back to a dialectical formula which is far more acceptable than the historical verities with which the dogmatists assail us, I refer to Marx's well-known assertion that men make their history and do not know that they are making it. To hold the conception of a whole, in the event, of a specific space, does not release us from the obligation to examine the details. The period we have been considering witnessed the glory and the decline of the town. As we have seen, society in the 16th century stood at a watershed. Space and time were urbanized, in other words, the time and space of commodities and merchants gained the ascendancy, with their measures, accounts, contracts, and contractors. Time, the time appropriate to the production of exchangeable goods, to their transport, delivery, and sale, to payment and to the placing of capital, now served to measure space. But it was space which regulated time, because the movement of merchandise, of money, and of nascent capital, presupposed places of production, boats and carts for transport, ports, storehouses, banks and money brokers. It was now that the town recognized itself and found its image. It no longer ascribed a metaphysical character to itself as imago mundi, center and epitome of the cosmos. Instead, it assumed its own identity, and began to represent itself graphically. As already noted, plans proliferated, plans which as yet had no reductive function, which visualized urban reality without suppressing the third, the divine, dimension. These were true tableaus, bird's-eye views. The town was putting itself in perspective, like a battlefield, and indeed a siege in progress was often depicted, for war often raged around the towns, and they were forever being taken, violated, and despoiled. The towns were the location of wealth, at once threatening, and threatened, objects and subjects of accumulation, and hence too subjects of history. Throughout these conflicts, despite and because of them, the towns achieved a dazzling splendor. As the reign of the product began, the work reached the pinnacle of its achievement. These towns were in effect works of art themselves, subsuming a multitude of particular works, not only paintings, sculptures and tapestries, but also streets, squares, palaces, monuments, in short, architecture. 12. Some theories of the state consider it to be the work of political geniuses, others deem it the result of history. The second thesis, provided it is not based on the conclusions of specialists extrapolating from their particular areas of competence, from law, from political economy, or even from political organizations themselves, and provided it achieves a certain level of generality, rejoins Hegelianism. It is doubtful whether Marx had a fully worked out theory of the state, although he promised both Lassalle, letter of February 22, 1848, and Engels, letter of April 5, 1848, that he would provide one. Certainly he left no complete account of the state, any more than he left a complete theory of dialectical thought. He did, however, leave a number of fragments on the subject, and a number of not unimportant suggestions. Marx contested Hegel's theory all his life long, dismantling it, appropriating scraps of it, and replacing parts of it. Thus he proposed that a social and industrial rationality be substituted for the state and political rationality that Hegel had elevated to the status of an absolute. He viewed the state as a superstructure and not as the essence and crowning achievement of society, and he introduced the idea of the working class as the basis of a transformation that would lead to the withering away of the state. I suggest that the weakness not only of Hegelianism but also of the critique of Hegelianism may lie in a misapprehension of the role of space and of the corollary role of violence. For Hegel, space brought historical time to an end, and the master of space was the state. Space perfected the rational and the real, simultaneously. As for violence, Hegel made it part of his speculative categories: struggle, active negativity, war, the expression of contradictions. Marx and Engels for their part showed that there could be no such thing as pure and absolute violence existing apart from a class struggle, in the absence of any expression of an economically dominant class, for the state could not establish itself without calling upon material resources, without a goal and that goal's repercussions upon the productive forces and upon the relations of production. Violence was indeed the midwife, but only the midwife, of a progeny conceived without its help. Neither Marx and Engels nor Hegel clearly perceived the violence at the core of the accumulation process, though Marx did consider pirates and corsairs, the 16th century traffic in gold, etc., and thus its role in the production of a politico-economic space. This space was of course the birthplace and cradle of the modern state. It was here, in the space of accumulation, that the state's totalitarian vocation took shape, its tendency to deem political life and existence superior to other so-called social and cultural forms of practice, while at the same time concentrating all such political existence in itself and on this basis proclaiming the principle of sovereignty, the principle, that is to say, of its own sovereignty. It was here that the state was constituted as an imaginary and real, abstract concrete being which recognized no restraints upon itself other than those deriving from relations based on force, its relations with its own internal components, and those with its congeners, invariably rivals and virtual adversaries. The concept of sovereignty, as we have seen, enabled the monarchic state to assert itself against the church and the papacy, and against the feudal lords. It treated the state and its henchmen as political society, dominating and transcending civil society, groups, and classes. Even if, like Marx, 1. proves to one's own satisfaction that the state and its constitution are not independent of the relations of production, of classes, and their contradictions, the fact remains that the state with its sovereignty rises above these factors and reserves the right to resolve contradictions by force. The state legitimates the recourse to force and lays claim to a monopoly on violence. Sovereignty implies space, and what is more, it implies a space against which violence, whether latent or overt, is directed, a space established and constituted by violence. Beginning in the 16th century, the accumulation process exploded the framework of small medieval communities, towns and cities, fiefdoms and principalities. Only by violence could technical, demographic, economic, and social possibilities be realized. The spread of sovereign power was predicated on military domination, generally preceded by plunder. In time, states became empires. The empire of Charles V and the Habsburgs, the empire of the Tsars, then Napoleon's empire, and the empire which had Bismarck as its strategist. These empires, which antedated imperialism, were themselves destined sooner or later to collapse, falling victim to a space which now escaped their control. The nation-state, based on a circumscribed territory, triumphed both over the city-state, though this did survive into the 19th century, witness Venice and Florence, and over the imperial state, whose military capabilities were eventually overwhelmed. The center-periphery relationship, though it existed on a scale as yet by no means worldwide, already suggested the limitations of centralized state power, the vulnerability of a sovereign center. None of which changes the fact that every state is born of violence, and that state power endures only by virtue of violence directed towards a space. This violence originated in nature, as much with respect to the sources mobilized as with respect to the stakes, namely, wealth and land. At the same time it aggressed all of nature, imposing laws upon it and carving it up administratively according to criteria quite alien to the initial characteristics of either the land or its inhabitants. At the same time too, violence enthroned a specific rationality, that of accumulation, that of the bureaucracy and the army, a unitary, logistical, operational, and quantifying rationality which would make economic growth possible and draw strength from that growth for its own expansion to the point where it would take possession of the whole planet. A founding violence, and continuous creation by violent means, by fire and blood, in Bismarck's phrase, such are the hallmarks of the state. But the violence of the state must not be viewed in isolation, it cannot be separated either from the accumulation of capital or from the rational and political principle of unification, which subordinates and totalizes the various aspects of social practice, legislation, culture, knowledge, education, within a determinate space, namely, the space of the ruling class's hegemony over its people and over the nationhood that it has arrogated. Each state claims to produce a space wherein something is accomplished, a space, even, where something is brought to perfection, namely, a unified and hence homogeneous society. In fact, and in practice, what state and political action institutes, and consolidates by every available means, is a balance of power between classes and fractions of classes, as between the spaces they occupy. What, then, is the state? According to the politicologists, it is a framework, that of a power which makes decisions in such a way as to ensure that the interests of certain minorities, of certain classes or fractions of classes, are imposed on society, so effectively imposed, in fact, that they become indistinguishable from the general interest. Fair enough, but we must not forget that the framework in question is a spatial one. If no account is taken of this spatial framework, and of its strength, we are left with a state that is simply irrational unity. In other words, we revert to Hegelianism. Without the concepts of space and of its production, the framework of power, whether as reality or concept, simply cannot achieve concreteness. We are speaking of a space where centralized power sets itself above other power and eliminates it, where a self-proclaimed sovereign nation pushes aside any other nationality, often crushing it in the process, where a state religion bars all other religions, and where a class in power claims to have suppressed all class differences. The relationship between institutions other than the state itself, for instance, university, tax authority, judiciary, and the effectiveness of those institutions has no need of the mediation of the concept of space to achieve self-representation, for the space in which they function is governed by statutes, and regulations for their enforcement, which fall within the political space of the state. By contrast, the state framework, and the state as framework, cannot be conceived of without reference to the instrumental space that they make use of. Indeed, each new form of state, each new form of political power, introduces its own particular way of partitioning space, its own particular administrative classification of discourses about space and about things and people in space. Each such form commands space, as it were, to serve its purposes, and the fact that space should thus become classificatory makes it possible for a certain type of non-critical thought simply to register the resultant reality and accept it at face value. An effective examination of space, of political space and of the politics of space, ought to enable us to dissolve the antithesis between liberal theories of the state, which define it as the embodiment of the common good of its citizens and the impartial arbiter of their conflicts, and authoritarian theories, which invoke the general will and a unifying rationality as justification for the centralization of power, a bureaucratico-political system, and the existence and importance of an operat. To the aforementioned facets of the production of abstract space may be added a general metaphorization which, applied to the historical and cumulative spheres, transfers them into that space where violence is cloaked in rationality and a rationality of unification is used to justify violence. As a result, the trend towards homogeneousness, instead of appearing as such, is perceived only through such metaphors as consensus, parliamentary democracy, hegemony, or raison d'etat, or even as the spirit of enterprise. In a very particular kind of feedback, exchanges between knowledge and power, and between space and the discourse of power, multiply and are regularized. In this way the capitalist trinity is established in space, that trinity of land, capital, labor which cannot remain abstract and which is assembled only within an equally trifaceted institutional space, a space that is first of all global, and maintained as such, the space of sovereignty, where constraints are implemented, and hence a fetishized space, reductive of differences, a space, secondly, that is fragmented, separating, disjunctive, a space that locates specificities, places or localities, both in order to control them and in order to make them negotiable, and a space, finally, that is hierarchical, ranging from the lowliest places to the noblest, from the tabooed to the sovereign. But this is to run ahead, and we must return to the point we had reached in our exposition. 13. The work of Rabelais reveals a surprising relationship between readable and non-readable, between what appears and what remains hidden. What is said is apprehended in the mode of something appearing or emerging. The scene, as opposed to appearances, refers neither to the seer nor to the visible, but rather to a nocturnal invisibility about to be exposed to daylight. Hardly are words written down than they announce this birth of each thing and preside over it. But had you opened that box, you would have found inside a heavenly and priceless drug. 34. And what indeed is the content of the box? What is it that comes thus into the light of day? The whole of the past, certainly, which has been buried by memory and forgetfulness, but the reality of the flesh is also being actualized here. The living body is present, as a place of transition between the depths and the surface, the threshold between hiding place and discovery. Meanwhile the writer, with much help from his spectacles, following that art by which letters can be read that are not apparent. 35, uses his magic words to draw secrets from the drear realm of Dionysus into the realm of Apollo, from the crypts and caverns of the body into the clarity of dream and reason. The most immediate experience, and the test of the physical, serve as lessons to the highest form of knowledge. The emergence of the world thus continues apace as the Logos achieves its concrete realization. Texts refer neither to other texts nor to their contexts, rather, they refer to non-texts. So true is this that Rabelais, inspired master of the word that he was, ends up attacking those transporteurs de noms, or jugglers with names, who replace thought with plays on words or with attributions based on colors. Such is his frustration that he hails the Egyptians' wisdom in using hieroglyphs which none understood who did not understand a veritable call to arms of listening, of oral understanding, against the visual. 36. For Descartes and the Cartesians, God never rested. Creation was continuous. What is the meaning of this thesis of Descartes', which was adopted by Spinoza and Leibniz before being taken to the point of absurdity by Malebranche? 1. The material world, i.e. space, continues to exist only inasmuch as it is sustained by divine thought, and contained in that thought, produced by it, continually and literally secreted by it. An organic mirror of the infinite. 2. The laws of space, which are mathematical laws, are laid down by God and upheld by Him, nothing escapes them, and mathematical calculation reigns in nature because such calculation is coextensive with the space produced by God. 3. Novelty is constantly occurring in nature, even though the elements of natures, are perfectly simple, so simple, in fact, that there is really only one, namely geometrical space. Divine action, like human action, proceeds after the fashion of a lace-maker creating extraordinarily complex figures from a single thread. This metaphor is proposed in perfect seriousness by Descartes himself, in the Meditations. Indeed, when Descartes says that everything in nature is merely figures and movement, these terms should be taken not metaphorically but literally. The Cartesian God produces, works, and strives to create just as finite beings do, even if he does not become exhausted as a result. It is in the context of space that productive labor is thus integrated into the essence of the divine. For the Cartesians, God embodies a sort of transcendent unity of labor and nature. Human activity imitates divine creative activity. On the one hand there is the work of craftsmen, as they make themselves masters of nature, on the other hand there is knowledge, connaissance, the knowledge called for by the creative productive process, no longer the contemplation of antiquity or of the Middle Ages, but the Cartesian form of theoretical thought, destined to be developed, and transformed, by Hegel and Marx. The time of knowledge dominates a spatial order constituted according to the logical laws of homogeneity, under the gaze of the Lord and before the eyes of the thinking subject. The predominance of the visual, or more precisely of the geometric visual spatial, was not arrived at without a struggle. In the 18th century music was in command. It was the pilot of the arts. On the basis of physical and mathematical discoveries, it advanced from the fugue to the sonata and thence to grand opera and the symphony. It also gave birth to an idea with infinite repercussions. The idea of harmony. Musical controversies engaged popular opinion, they had philosophical and hence universal implications. The philosophes concerned themselves with music, listened to music, and wrote about music. The space of the 18th century, already politicized, already visual geometric in character, and buttressed by painting and by monumental architecture, Versailles, thus suffered the onslaught of music. This onslaught stood also for the revenge of the body and the signs of the body upon the non-body and its signs, a campaign commonly known as 18th-century materialism. The superiority of the visual over the other senses and sense organs was seriously challenged by Diderot, who pointed out that a blind person knew as much, had as many ideas, and lived as normally as someone with sight. This allowed the philosopher to ask what purpose might be served by sight, which was apparently just a sort of luxury, agreeable but not really necessary. The significance of this philosophical criticism cannot be properly grasped unless it is placed in the context of the great 18th century debates over music and the attendant rise of a powerful concept which united the cosmos and the world, the concept of harmony. 14. We already know several things about abstract space. As a product of violence and war, it is political, instituted by a state, it is institutional. On first inspection it appears homogeneous, and indeed it serves those forces which make a tabula rasa of whatever stands in their way, of whatever threatens them, in short, of differences. These forces seem to grind down and crush everything before them, with space performing the function of a plane, a bulldozer, or a tank. The notion of the instrumental homogeneity of space, however, is illusory, though empirical descriptions of space reinforce the illusion, because it uncritically takes the instrumental as a given. Critical analysis, by contrast, is immediately able to distinguish three aspects or elements here, aspects which might better be described, to borrow a term from the study of musical sounds, as form ants. These form ants are unusual, though not unique, in the following respect: they imply one another and conceal one another. This is not true of bipartite contrasts, the opposing terms of which, by reflecting each other in a simple mirror effect, illuminate each other, so to speak, so that each becomes a signifier instead of remaining obscure or hidden. What, then, are these three elements? 1. The geometric formant. This is that Euclidean space which philosophical thought has treated as absolute, and hence a space, or representation of space, long used as a space of reference. Euclidean space is defined by its isotopy, or homogeneity, a property which guarantees its social and political utility. The reduction to this homogeneous Euclidean space, first of nature's space, then of all social space, has conferred a redoubtable power upon it. All the more so since that initial reduction leads easily to another, namely, the reduction of three-dimensional realities to two dimensions, for example, a plan, a blank sheet of paper, something drawn on that paper, a map, or any kind of graphic representation or projection. 2. The optical, or visual, formant. The logic of visualization identified by Erwin Panofsky as a strategy embodied in the great Gothic cathedrals now informs the entirety of social practice. Dependence on the written word, Marshall McLuhan, and the process of spectacularization, Guy Debord, are both functions of this logic, corresponding respectively to each of its two moments or aspects. The first is metaphoric, the act of writing, and what is written, hitherto subsidiary, become essential models and focal points of practice, and the second is metonymic, the eye, the gaze, the thing seen, no longer mere details or parts, are now transformed into the totality. In the course of the process whereby the visual gains the upper hand over the other senses, all impressions derived from taste, smell, touch, and even hearing first lose clarity, then fade away altogether, leaving the field to line, color and light. In this way a part of the object and what it offers comes to be taken for the whole. This aberration, which is normal, or at least normalized, finds its justification in the social importance of the written word. Finally, by assimilation, or perhaps by simulation, all of social life becomes the mere decipherment of messages by the eyes, the mere reading of texts. Any non-optical impression, a tactile one, for example, or a muscular, rhythmic, one, is no longer anything more than a symbolic form of, or a transitional step towards, the visual. An object felt, tested by the hands, serves merely as an analogon for the object perceived by sight. And harmony, born through and for listening, is transposed into the visual realm. Witness the almost total priority accorded the arts of the image, cinema, painting. The eye, however, tends to relegate objects to the distance, to render them passive. That which is merely seen is reduced to an image, and to an icy coldness. The mirror effect thus tends to become general. Inasmuch as the act of seeing and what is seen are confused, both become impotent. By the time this process is complete, space has no social existence independently of an intense, aggressive, and repressive visualization. It is thus, not symbolically but in fact, a purely visual space. The rise of the visual realm entails a series of substitutions and displacements by means of which it overwhelms the whole body and usurps its role. That which is merely seen, and merely visible, is hard to see, but it is spoken of more and more eloquently and written of more and more copiously. 3. The phallic formant this space cannot be completely evacuated, nor entirely filled with mere images or transitional objects. It demands a truly full object, an objectal absolute. So much, at least, it contributes. Metaphorically, it symbolizes force, male fertility, masculine violence. Here again the part is taken for the whole. Phallic brutality does not remain abstract, for it is the brutality of political power, of the means of constraint, police, army, bureaucracy. Phallic erectility bestows a special status on the perpendicular, proclaiming phallocracy as the orientation of space, as the goal of the process, at once metaphoric and metonymic, which instigates this facet of spatial practice. Abstract space is not homogeneous, it simply has homogeneity as its goal, its orientation, its lens. And, indeed, it renders homogeneous. But in itself it is multiform. Its geometric and visual formants are complementary in their antithesis. They are different ways of achieving the same outcome, the reduction of the real, on the one hand, to a plan existing in a void and endowed with no other qualities, and, on the other hand, to the flatness of a mirror, of an image, of pure spectacle under an absolutely cold gaze. As for the phallic, it fulfills the extra function of ensuring that something occupies this space, namely, a signifier which, rather than signifying a void, signifies a plenitude of destructive force, an illusion, therefore, of plenitude, and a space taken up by an object bearing a heavy cargo of myth. The use-value of a space of this kind is political, exclusively so. If we speak of it as a subject with such and such an aim and with such and such means of action, this is because there really is a subject here, a political subject power as such, and the state as such. Thus to look upon abstract space as homogeneous is to embrace a representation that takes the effect for the cause, and the goal for the reason why that goal is pursued. A representation which passes itself off as a concept, when it is merely an image, a mirror, and a mirage, and which, instead of challenging, instead of refusing, merely reflects. And what does such a specular representation reflect? It reflects the result sought. Behind the curtain there is nothing to see, says Hegel ironically somewhere. Unless, of course, we go behind the curtain ourselves, because someone has to be there to see, and for there to be something to see. In space, or behind it, there is no unknown substance, no mystery. And yet this transparency is deceptive, and everything is concealed. Space is illusory and the secret of the illusion lies in the transparency itself. The apparatus of power and knowledge that is revealed once we have drawn the curtain has therefore nothing of smoke and mirrors about it. Homogeneous in appearance, and appearance is its strength, abstract space is by no means simple. In the first place, there are its constitutive dualities. For it is both a result and a container, both produced and productive, on the one hand a representation of space, geometric homogeneity, and on the other a representational space, the phallic. The supposed congruence of the formants of this duality serves, however, to mask its duplicity. For, While abstract space remains an arena of practical action, it is also an ensemble of images, signs, and symbols. It is unlimited, because it is empty, yet at the same time it is full of juxtapositions, of proximities, proxemics, of emotional distances and limits. It is thus at once lived and represented, at once the expression and the foundation of a practice, at once stimulating and constraining, and so on, with each of these aspects depending on, without coinciding with, its counterpart. What emerges clearly, all the same, are the three elements of the perceived, the conceived, and the lived, practice, and representations in their dual manifestation. The individual's orientation to abstract space is accomplished socially. For individuals, for example, the location of the instruments of labor, and of the places where labor is performed, as well, naturally, as the ways of getting there, is not separate from the representation by means of signs and symbols of the hierarchy of functions. On the contrary, the one includes the other. The underpinnings of a way of life embody and fashion that way of life. And position, or location, with respect to production, or to work, comprehends the positions and functions of the world of production, the division of labor, as well as the hierarchy of functions and jobs. The same abstract space may serve profit, assign special status to particular places by arranging them in the hierarchy, and stipulate exclusion, for some, and integration, for others. Strategies may have multiple targets, envisaging a specific object, putting specific stakes into play and mobilizing specific resources. The space of work has two complementary aspects, productive activity and position in the mode of production. Any relationship to things in space implies a relationship to space itself. Things in space dissimulate the properties of space as such. Any space infused with value by a symbol is also a reduced and homogenized space. Spatial practice thus simultaneously defines, places, the relationship of local to global, the representation of that relationship, actions and signs, the trivialized spaces of everyday life, and, in opposition to these last, spaces made special by symbolic means as desirable or undesirable, benevolent or malevolent, sanctioned or forbidden to particular groups. We are not concerned here with mental or literary places, nor with philosophical topoi, but with places of a purely political and social kind. The upshot is certain global phenomena affecting space as a whole: exchange, communications, urbanization, the development of space, as well as a number of compartmentalizations, disintegrations, reductions, and interdictions. The space of a social order is hidden in the order of space. Operating procedures attributable to the action of a power which in fact has its own location in space appear to result from a simple logic of space. There are beneficiaries of space, just as there are those excluded from it, those deprived of space. This fact is ascribed to the properties of a space, to its norms, although in reality something very different is at work. How is this possible? How could such capabilities, such efficacy, such reality lie hidden within abstraction? To this pressing question here is an answer whose truth has yet to be demonstrated. There is a violence intrinsic to abstraction, and to abstraction's practical, social, use. Abstraction passes for an absence, as distinct from the concrete presence of objects, of things. Nothing could be more false. For abstraction's modus operandi is devastation, destruction, even if such destruction may sometimes herald creation. Signs have something lethal about them, not by virtue of latent or so-called unconscious forces, but, on the contrary, by virtue of the forced introduction of abstraction into nature. The violence involved does not stem from some force intervening aside from rationality, outside or beyond it. Rather, it manifests itself from the moment any action introduces the rational into the real, from the outside, by means of tools which strike, slice, and cut, and keep doing so until the purpose of their aggression is achieved. For space is also instrumental, indeed it is the most general of tools. The space of the countryside, as contemplated by the walker in search of the natural, was the outcome of a first violation of nature. The violence of abstraction unfolds in parallel with what we call history, the history that I have reviewed in the preceding discussion, while trying to lay the emphasis on this often overlooked side of things. Was a precise threshold crossed in the course of the transition which I have been outlining in brief? Was there an exact moment when phallic visual geometric space vanquished earlier perceptions and forms of perception? Even if one takes a pro-revolutionary stance, it is no longer easy to look upon all results of the great revolutions as beneficial. The French Revolution, for example, gave birth, contradictorily, to the nation, the state, law, modern law, i.e. Roman law revised and appropriated, rationality, compulsory military service, the unpaid soldier, and permanent war. To this list may be added the disappearance of forms of community control over political authorities that had been enjoyed since antiquity. To say nothing of the bourgeoisie, capitalism, in short, the advent of generalized violence. Also among revolution's effects, direct and indirect, was the definitive constitution of abstract space, with its phallic, visual, and geometric form ants. It goes without saying that this effect did not make its appearance as such, it was not exactly laid down in the articles of the Napoleonic Code. But, as Hegel says, the most creative periods of history were, and are, the most agonizing. After production, however, comes a time for taking stock and, to use a typographical analogy, for imposition. A time too, sometimes, for happiness, which is recorded only on history's blank pages. The appearance and imposition of abstract space cannot be dated. We are not concerned here with events or institutions in any clearly defined sense, even though, by the late 20th century, the results are there plain to see. The formative process involved cannot be grasped without transcending the familiar categories of the unconscious and the conscious. Nothing could be more conscious than the use of metaphors, for metaphors are an intrinsic part of discourse, and hence of consciousness, but nothing could be more unconscious either, if one considers the content that emerges subsequently, in the course of usage, whether of words or of concepts. Textual criticism, in the sense of the careful and slow amassing of a body of critical knowledge, could play an important part here. Might not Romanticism be said to have lived through, even if it misunderstood the transitional moment that separated abstract spatiality from a more unmediated perception? Was the Romantic movement not in fact shot through, and hence actuated by this particular antagonism, even if it has been ignored in favor of more dramatic ones? Here, in brief, are a few suggestive questions in this connection. 1. Is there not a certain romantic poetry that exists precisely on this threshold? 2. Is this poetry not the way across the threshold, or at any rate the ornament on the great portal? 3. Does not the poetry of a Victor Hugo portend the triumph of the visual, of the phallic, and of the now consecrated geometric realm? Hugo the visionary evokes the abyss, the depths, the mouth of darkness. He gives utterance, to words. He wants the light to rout the shadows. He envisions the victory of the logos. Every possible visual metaphor is trundled out with maximum fanfare. The eye, of God, of the Eternal Father, takes up residence in the tomb. The sounds of a fife make lace in the air. The bleeding hog rises from the dirt where he is lying in agony and is suddenly found balancing the scales of eternity, face to face with God, le pour sanglant et Dieu se regarderant. The eye is master of the field. Is this stupidity or genius? A false problem. The tone is epic indeed, vision and sight, truth, and the heavens sweep to triumph. As for the enemy, it fades away before this onslaught. All those twilight peoples, those denizens of the night, genies, ancestors, or demons, are dispersed with the coming of the day. But what will that day be like? Into what shadows have they disappeared? What science has chased them hence? Before God, reaper of eternal summer. Was this not the threshold? And has it not been crossed? 5. No science of space, geometry, topology, etc., can brook contradictions in the nature of space. If social space itself were constituted by dualities, or dual properties, these could not embody contradictions in the nature of space, for duality does not imply antagonism, on the contrary. If it were true that space was the location, or set of locations, of coherence, and if it could be said to have a mental reality, then space could not contain contradictions. From Heraclitus to Hegel and Marx, dialectical thinking has been bound up with time. Contradictions voice or express the forces and the relationships between forces that clash within a history, and within history in general. The illusion of a transparent, pure, and neutral space which, though philosophical in origin, has permeated Western culture, is being dispelled only very slowly. We have already seen how complex it is by looking at it from many viewpoints: historical, physical, physiological, linguistic, and so on. Social space embodies distinct and distinctive traits which attach to the pure mental form of space, without, however, achieving a separate existence as its external suprad content. Their analysis tells us what it is that confers a concrete practical existence upon space instead of leaving it confined within mental abstraction. 2. Should we be content simply to introduce the idea of a plural, polyscopic, or polyvalent space? No, our analysis needs to be taken further than that. First of all, we ought to ask, in fully worked out terms, the following questions. 1. Is there a logic of space? If so, how is it to be defined and what is its scope? 2. Does it have limits, and if so, what are they? If not, where exactly does whatever is irreducible to logical form begin? 3. Where does thought, starting from the pure form, encounter its first obstacle, and what is that obstacle? Opacity and compactness. Complexity. Sensory content and an irreducible practice. A residue resistant to every analytic effort. A critique of the Cartesian concept of space dealing with its extensions into modern philosophy does not ipso facto entail a critique of spatial logic. The fact is that Cartesian space is open to an intuitus. Perfectly defined, born as an already adult and mature consciousness of self, and hence somewhat separated from the real, from the world, the Cartesian subject nevertheless miraculously, thanks to divine intervention, grasps an object, space, which is the result neither of intellectual construction nor of sensory elaboration, but which is, rather, given en bloc as supersensory purity, as infinitude. In contrast to such a Cartesian intuition, a logic merely determines a network of relationships constitutive of the object. Much effort has been expended in contemporary thinking on attempts to bring entire sectors of reality under the rule of logic, or, to put it another way, to treat specific domains as determined and defined in accordance with a logical thesis about coherence and cohesiveness, equilibrium, and regulation. There has thus been a good deal of discussion of the logic of life, the logic of the social, the logic of the market, the logic of power, and so on, without any preliminary definition of the logical, or of its bounds. A desire to avoid dialectical thought is what lies at the root of the search for one logic after another. The result is a threat to logic itself. 3. Logical relationships are relationships of inclusion and exclusion, conjunction and disjunction, implication and explication, iteration and reiteration, recurrence and repetition, and so forth. Thus propositions, judgments, concepts or chains of concepts may include one another, and result from inclusions, or else they may be mutually exclusive. Such logical relationships imply neither a pre-existing reality nor a pre-existing truth. They may be represented by geometric figures, thus circles, larger ones including smaller, may serve to symbolize concepts. Such representation merely illustrates relations which have no basic need of representation, since they are themselves of a strictly formal nature. Logical relations embody the necessary and sufficient rationality of mathematical relations, that is, relations between figures, sets, or groups, associativity, commutability, etc. it is beyond dispute that relations of inclusion and exclusion, and of implication and explication, obtain in practical space as in spatial practice. Human beings do not stand before, or amidst, social space. They do not relate to the space of society as they might to a picture, a show, or a mirror. They know that they have a space and that they are in this space. They do not merely enjoy a vision, a contemplation, a spectacle. For they act and situate themselves in space as active participants. They are accordingly situated in a series of enveloping levels, each of which implies the others, and the sequence of which accounts for social practice. For anthropology, as it examines a so-called archaic or peasant society, there is the body, proxemics, the dwelling with its rooms, and the vicinity or community, hamlet or village along with its dependent lands, fields under cultivation or fallow, pasture, wood and forest, game preserves, etc. Beyond these spheres lies the strange, the foreign, the hostile. Short of them, the organs of the body and of the senses. Like, supposedly primitive peoples, the child, who, doubtless on account of its unproductive and subservient role, is mistakenly viewed as a simple being, must make the transition from the space of its body to its body in space. And, once that operation is complete, it must proceed to the perception and conceptualization of space. According to our present analysis, these successive achievements start and end with objective properties, with material symmetries and duplications upon which inclusions/exclusions are superimposed. For such inclusions embody exclusions, there are places that are prohibited, holy or damned heterotopias for various reasons, and others that are open of access, or to which access is encouraged. In this way parts or subdivisions of space are dramatically defined in terms of the opposition between beneficent and maleficent, both of which are also clearly distinguished from neutral space. Relationships of this kind may be figuratively represented by means of rectangles or squares. Some are included by others, but at the same time they include, or are excluded by yet others. Circles can perform an analogous representational function. Such figures help us understand the importance of grids and of the so-called radial concentric form, and hence too, at a higher level of complexity, the importance of the cylinder and the cube. To understand their importance, though, is to limit that importance, as indeed we did earlier in showing how the form is transfigured by whatever aspects of it are apprehended in the course of the so-called historical process. The theme of iteration or repetition and its consequences, combinations of elements, differences induced within wholes, is encountered in a good many areas of study. The question is whether we are confronted here by a logical structure of such a kind that it may be described and grasped from two converging angles of approach, one starting out from what is implied, the other from what does the implying. The first from the smallest wholes discerned, the second from the vastest and most comprehensive. If so, we might reasonably be expected to arrive at an all-inclusive intelligibility. The first approach would enumerate parts of space, and thus objects in space, not just the tools of everyday life, of home and work, but also the containers of those tools, huts, cabins, houses, buildings, streets, squares, and so on, all duly marked for and by the needs of practical life. These elements could thus be inventoried in a concrete way. The second approach, by contrast, would describe space as a whole, the relations constituting society at the global level. Once an exact correspondence was attained between these two ways of apprehending space, i.e. between implication and explication, we would be in a position to grasp both the transformations brought about by the active elements within space and the genesis of space as an ensemble that is at once social and mental, abstract and concrete. Anthropology would seem to have confirmed that such a hypothesis applies beyond the realm of pure abstraction. Our knowledge of particular village communities, whether Dogon, Borora, or Basque, or of particular towns, be they ancient Greek or modern, indeed embraces surfaces and volumes bound by links of mutual implication and characterized by their overlappings, by more or less complex geometries that can be represented by figures. Here we indeed find objects and furnishings, along with rooms, shelters, and family houses, We also find ampler places, named or designated, by means of common or proper names, as topoi. And all exhibit a duality that refers us back to the general properties of logico-mathematical entities, while at the same time in practical terms making possible multiple trajectories, outside-inside, inside-outside, and so on. Whence the noticeable tendency of present-day anthropology to treat space as a means of classification, as a nomenclature for things, a taxonomy, on the basis of operations conceived of as independent of their content, that is, as independent of things themselves. This tendency converges with efforts to apply similar procedures, implying an identification of mental and social, to the family, one to exchange and communication, and to tools and objects themselves. A pure self-sufficient knowledge is thus assigned a specific set of determinations. It is said to consist of categorizations implicit in its objects. We are dealing, therefore, with a hypothesis which presents itself not merely as a code capable of deciphering a given obscure message, in this instance, social space, but also as a thoroughgoing evacuation of the object. 4. An immediate objection may be made to any such reduction of content to its formal container. The fact is that this procedure abolishes differences from the outset, whereas a descriptive approach preserves differences in their discreteness and then plunges into the poorly charted realm of the specific. In its most extreme form, reductionism entails the reduction of time to space, the reduction of use value to exchange value, the reduction of objects to signs, and the reduction of reality to the semiosphere. It also means that the movement of the dialectic is reduced to a logic, and social space to a purely formal mental space. What possible justification could there be for conflating an empty, Euclidean geometric space that is unaffected by whatever may fill it and a visual space with well-defined optical properties, both these spaces being treated in addition as indistinguishable from the space of a practice embracing morphologically privileged and hierarchically ordered places where actions are performed and objects are located? The thesis of an inert spatial medium where people and things, actions, and situations, merely take up their abode, as it were, corresponds to the Cartesian model, conceiving of things in their extension as the object of thought, which over time became the stuff of common sense and culture. A picture of mental space developed by the philosophers and epistemologists thus became a transparent zone, a logical medium. Thenceforward reflective thought felt that social space was accessible to it. In fact, however, that space is the seat of a practice consisting in more than the application of concepts, a practice that also involves misapprehension, blindness, and the test of lived experience. Is there such a thing as a logic of space? Yes and no. In a way, mathematics as a whole constitutes a logic of space. Space conceived of in its purity, however, as Leibniz clearly showed, has neither component parts nor form. Its parts are indiscernible, in which respect it closely resembles pure identity, itself empty because of its purely formal character. Before any determination can exist here, some content must come into play. And that content is the act which recognizes parts, and, within those recognized parts, an order and hence a time. Otherwise, differences could not be only thought about. To the question whether symbolic logic can be given expression without appealing to a before and an after, to a left and a right, or to symmetries and asymmetries, Lewis Carroll, for one, has shown that the answer is no. To a logician of genius, Carroll clearly points up all the steps between pure form and the diversity of ranked contents, the latter he presents one by one along the way, fully aware of each's import and raison d'etre. He links the mental to the social in terms of the mediating role of words, signs, doubles, or shadows, and games, Alice, the looking glass, etc. The extension of these mediations is very great, irreducible yet conceivable, representable. Logic, so far from sitting in judgment over the confusion of orders, dimensions, and levels, in fact only achieves concreteness in the process of discriminating between them. By pointing out and labeling the work of metaphor, logic effectively hinders its operation. The most pernicious of metaphors is the analogy between mental space and a blank sheet of paper upon which psychological and sociological determinants supposedly write or inscribe their variations or variables. This is a metaphor used by a large number of authors, many of them highly esteemed, who often seek to lend it the authority either of philosophy in general or of particular philosophers. For what can be clearly seen by reading such authors is the way in which technicizing, psychologizing, or phenomenologically oriented approaches displace the analysis of social space by immediately replacing it with a geometric neutral, empty, blank mental space. Consider for instance how Norberg Schultz, a theoretician of space, defines a center, namely as the point made by the pencil on a blank sheet of paper. From this perspective the marking out of space has no aim or meaning beyond that of an aide-memoire for the subjective recognition of places. Norberg Schultz postulates an eigenraum that is close, no pun intended, to the proxemics of the anthropologist Hall. 5 Thus objective space and the subjective image of space, the mental and the social, are simply identified. The ultimate effect of descriptions of this kind is either that everything becomes indistinguishable or else that rifts occur between the conceived, the perceived, and the directly lived, between representations of space and representational spaces. The true or theoretical problem, however, is to relate these spheres to one another, and to uncover the mediations between them. The emphasis thus comes to be laid on an illusory space deriving neither from geometrical space as such, nor from visual space, the space of images and photographs, as of drawings and plans as such, nor even from practical and directly experienced social space as such, but rather from a telescoping of all these levels, from an oscillation between them or from substitutions effected among them. In this way, for example, the visual realm is confused with the geometrical one, and the optical transparency, or legibility of the visual is mistaken for logico-mathematical intelligibility. And vice versa. So what has to be condemned here, in the last analysis, is both a false consciousness of abstract space and an objective falseness of space itself. There is a common sense for which the visual order that reduces objects to specular and spectacular abstraction is in no way distinct from scientific abstraction and its analytic, and hence reductive procedures. A logic of reduction/extrapolation is applied to the blackboard as to the drawing board, to the blank sheet of paper as to schemata of all kinds, to writing as to contentless abstraction. This modus operandi has even graver consequences inasmuch as the space of the mathematicians, like any abstraction, is a powerful means of action, of domination over matter, and hence of destruction. By itself, the visual realm does no more than sublimate and dissolve the body and natural energy as such. In combination, however, it acquires the disquieting ability to compensate for the impotence of pure looking by means of the power of technical agencies and of scientific abstraction. Our present analysis will not attain its full meaning until political economy has been reinstated as the way to understand productive activity. But a new political economy must no longer concern itself with things in space, as did the now obsolete science that preceded it. Rather, it will have to be a political economy of space, and of its production. For the purposes of the present discussion, we may leave aside such considerations as accelerating technology, unfettered demographic expansion, and ecological dangers, all of which supply additional justification for such a foregrounding of space. Our approach here is a response to the impossibility of envisaging the pullulating humanity of the future, and, in some parts of our world, of the present, without at once raising the issue of space and its attendant problems. It should be emphasized en passant that this approach is to be sharply distinguished from a philosophy, or from a philosophical attitude, because it is founded on a practice, and a practice which is restricted neither to architecture nor to so-called town planning, but which is broad enough to embrace overall social practice as soon as reflective thought comes to grips with the economic and political spheres. At this stage in our investigation, what have we established? A few propositions, certainly. For mental and social to be reconnected, they first have to be clearly distinguished from one another, and the mediations between them re-established. The concept of space is not in space. Likewise, the concept of time is not a time within time. Of this the philosophers have long been aware. The content of the concept of space is not absolute space or space in itself, nor does the concept contain a space within itself. The concept dog does not bark. Rather, the concept of space denotes and connotes all possible spaces, whether abstract or real, mental or social. And in particular it has two aspects: representational spaces and representations of space. Confusion has arisen, however, due to the fact that the philosophers, in their capacity as epistemologists, have envisaged spaces after the fashion of mathematicians, as Cartesian spaces for the classification of knowledge. They have thus proceeded as though the concept of space engendered or produced mental space. As a consequence, thought has been left in the unhappy position of having to plump either for a split between mental and social or else for a confused mixture of the two. The first choice meant accepting a chasm between the logical, mathematical, and epistemological realms on the one hand, and practice on the other. The second imposed an implacable systematizing and absolutely all-inclusive logic of society, of the social, and spatial, res, of the commodity, of capital, of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalist mode of production, and so on. True space was thus substituted for the truth of space, and applied to such practical problems as those of bureaucracy and power, rent and profit, and so on, so creating the illusion of a less chaotic reality. Social space tended to become indistinguishable from the space of planners, politicians, and administrators, and architectural space, with its social constructed character, from the mental space of architects. 6. V. Around 1910 academic painters were still painting beautiful figures in an expressive way, faces that were moving because they expressed emotions, the emotions of the painter, and desirable nudes giving voice to the desires of spectator and painter alike. The pictorial avant-garde, meanwhile, were busily detaching the meaningful from the expressive. They were not too clearly aware of this, however, for they were no great manipulators of concepts. Yet through their experimental activity these painters were acute witnesses to the beginnings of the crisis of the subject in the modern world. In their pictorial practice they clearly apprehended a new fact, one bound up with the disappearance of all points of reference, the fact, namely, that only signifying elements could be communicated, because only they were independent of the subject, that is, of the author, of the artist, and even of the spectator as an individual. This meant that the pictorial object, the painting, arose neither from the imitation of objective reality, all of whose points of reference, traditional space and time, common sense, perception of the real defined by analogy with nature, were disappearing, nor from an expressiveness bound up with emotions and feelings of a subjective kind. In their pictures these painters subjected the object to the worst, and before long the ultimate, atrocities. And they set about this work of breaking and dislocating with a will. Once the rift between subject and object had been opened, there were no limits. So wide did this rift become, indeed, that something else was able to emerge. If we are to believe the most authoritative commentators, the turning point was 1907.7. It was at this time that Picasso discovered a new way of painting. The entire surface of the canvas was used, but there was no horizon, no background, and the surface was simply divided between the space of the painted figures and the space that surrounded them. 8. Whereas Matisse during the same period was perfecting the rhythmic treatment of the picture surface, Picasso bent his vigorous efforts to its structuring. Indeed, he went beyond structuring, to put it in the terms of a later date, and rendered it dialectical through highly developed antagonism of line and plane rather than of color, rhythm, or background. He was not dismantling the picture surface alone, but objects too, so setting in train that paradoxical process whereby the third dimension, depth, was at once reduced to the painted surface and restored by virtue of the simultaneity of the multiple aspects of the thing depicted, analytical cubism. What we have therefore, all at once, are, the objectified end of points of reference, of Euclidean space, perspective, horizon line, etc. A space at once homogeneous and broken, a space exerting fascination by means of its structure, a dialectical process initiated on the basis of antagonisms, paradigms, which does not go so far as to fracture the picture's unity, and an absolute visualization of things that supersedes that incipient dialectical framework. The dissociation between the expressive and the meaningful and the liberation of the signifier had enormous consequences. The more so, because these developments were not confined to painting. Pride of place is given to painting here on account of its special relationship to space at the moment under consideration. In the first place, the liberation in question went so far as to affect the signification itself, in that the sign, the signifier, became detached from what is designated, the signified. The sign was now no longer the object but rather the object on the canvas, and hence the treatment received by the objective realm as, at the same time and at one stroke, it was broken up, disarticulated, and made simultaneous. As for the signified, it remained present, but hidden. It was thus also, and above all, disquieting, evoking neither pleasure, nor joy, nor calm, only intellectual interest and most likely anxiety. Anxiety in face of what? In face of the shattered figures of a world in pieces, in face of a disjointed space, and in face of a pitiless reality that cannot be distinguished from its own abstraction, from its own analysis, because it is already an abstraction, already in effect an analytics. And to the question of what takes the place of subjectivity, of expressiveness, the answer is, the violence which is unleashed in the modern world and lays waste to what exists there. To return to the case of Picasso, there is nothing simple about it, and we should indeed treat it as a case rather than joining the pathetic chorus of the cultists. The notion that Picasso is a revolutionary artist, revolutionary because communist, who, his communism notwithstanding, has conquered the bourgeois world and so achieved universal glory, is the product of a horrifying naivete, if only on the grounds that the communist world has in fact never accepted him. Picasso has in no sense conquered the world, nor has he been co-opted. Initially, he supplied the vision that the existing world implied and awaited, and he did so just as the crisis broke, just as all the reference points were evaporating and violence was being unleashed. He did so in parallel with imperialism, and with the Great War, which was the first sign that a world market was at last becoming established, and the earliest figure of the world. In parallel, too, and simultaneously, with the Bauhaus, or, in other words, with abstract space. Which, again, is not to say that Picasso was the cause of that space, he did, however, signify it. Picasso's space heralded the space of modernity. It does not follow that the one produced the other. What we find in Picasso is an unreservedly visualized space, a dictatorship of the eye and of the phallus, an aggressive virility, the bull, the Mediterranean male, a machismo, unquestionable genius in the service of genitality, carried to the point of self-parody, and even on occasion to the point of self-criticism. Picasso's cruelty toward the body, particularly the female body, which he tortures in 1,000 ways and caricatures without mercy, is dictated by the dominant form of space, by the eye and by the phallus, in short, by violence. Yet this space cannot refer to itself, cannot acknowledge or admit its own character, without falling into self-denunciation. And Picasso, because he is a great and genuine artist, an artist who made of art an all-consuming fire, inevitably glimpsed the coming dialectical transformation of space and prepared the ground for it, by discovering and disclosing the contradictions of a fragmented space, contradictions which reside in him, and in all his works whether given form or not. The painter thus bore witness to the emergence of another space, a space not fragmented but differential in character. 6. During this same period, Frank Lloyd Wright set out to abolish enclosing walls designed to separate the inside from the outside, interior from exterior. The wall was reduced to a surface, and this in turn to a transparent membrane. Light flooded into the house, from each of whose rooms nature could be contemplated. From this moment on, the materiality of thick and heavy walls relinquished its leading architectural role. Matter was now to be no more than an envelope for space, ceding its hegemony to the light which inhabited that space. Following the tendency of philosophy, of art, and literature, and of society as a whole, towards abstraction, visualization, and formal spatial relations, architecture strove for immateriality. 9. Before long, however, a disjunction manifested itself that had not emerged at the outset. Walls having lost their importance, whether as walls or as curtains, interior space was liberated. The fa8 vanished, though it would reappear in the fascist era, with its pomp and brutality even more pronounced, its monumentality more oppressive than ever, and this led to a sundering of the street. The disarticulation of external space, fa8's, building exteriors, may be clearly observed in Le Corbusier, as much in his written works as in his buildings. Le Corbusier claims to be concerned with freedom of the fa8 relative to the interior plan, freedom of the bearing structure relative to the exterior, freedom of the disposition of floors and sets of rooms relative to the structural frame. In actuality, what is involved here is a fracturing of space, the homogeneity of an architectural ensemble conceived of as a machine for living in, and as the appropriate habitat for a man-machine, corresponds to a disordering of elements wrenched from each other in such a way that the urban fabric itself, the street, the city, is also torn apart. Le Corbusier ideologizes as he rationalizes, unless perhaps it is the other way round. An ideological discourse upon nature, sunshine, and greenery successfully concealed from everyone at this time, and in particular from Le Corbusier, the true meaning and content of such architectural projects. Nature was in fact already receding, its image, consequently, had become exalting. 7. The belief that artists, plastic artists, are in some way the cause or ratio of space, whether architectural, urbanistic, or global, is the product of the naivete of art historians, who put the social sphere and social practice in brackets and consider works as isolated entities. It is worth stressing this point, because what we are considering here was a change of course, not only in the history of art but also in the history of modern society and its space. That painters paved the way for the architectural space of the Bauhaus is indisputable. But how exactly did they do so? Just about the same time as Picasso, other great artists such as Klee and Kandinsky were inventing not merely a new way of painting but also a new spatiality. It is possible that they went even further than Picasso in this direction, especially Klee. The object, painted on the canvas, was now apprehended in a perceptible, and hence readable and visible relationship to what surrounded it, to the whole space of the picture. In Klee's work, as in Picasso's, space is detached from the subject, from the affective and the expressive, instead, it presents itself as meaningful. Picasso, however, projects the object's various aspects onto the canvas simultaneously, as analyzed by eye and brush, whereas for Klee thought, guided by the eye and projecting itself onto the painted surface, actually revolves around the object in order to situate it. Thus the surroundings of the object become visible. And the object in space is bound up with the presentation of space itself. It fell to the painters, then, to reveal the social and political transformation of space. As for the architecture of the period, it turned out to be in the service of the state, and hence a conformist and reformist force on a world scale. This despite the fact that its advent was hailed as a revolution, even as the anti-bourgeois revolution in architecture. The Bauhaus, just like Le Corbusier, expressed, formulated and met, the architectural requirements of state capitalism. These differed little, in point of fact, from the requirements of state socialism, as identified during the same period by the Russian constructivists. The constructivists displayed more imagination, in the utopian mode, than their Western counterparts, and, whereas they were characterized as reactionaries in their country, their Bauhaus contemporaries were dubbed subversives. This confusion has already persisted for half a century and is still far from having been dispelled. Ideology and utopianism, inextricably bound up with knowledge and will, both remain vigorous. In the realm of nature rediscovered, with its sun and light, beneath the banner of life, metal and glass still rise above the street, above the reality of the city. Along with the cult of rectitude, in the sense of right angles and straight lines. The order of power, the order of the male, in short, the moral order, is thus naturalized. There is nevertheless a strange contrast between the creative effervescence of the period we have been discussing, just before and just after the First World War, and the sterility of the second post-war era. 8. In the advanced, i.e. the industrialized, countries, the interwar years saw the beginnings of fragmentation in the kind of thinking about space that took place outside, or beyond, classical philosophy, as also outside the sphere of aesthetics proper, the kind of thinking, therefore, that sought some connection with reality. In crude outline, theses were put forward on cultural space which were then contested, on the face of it, at any rate, by theses on behavioral space. Culturalist anthropology was opposed not by the liberal humanism bequeathed by the 19th century, but rather by behaviorist psychology. And the two doctrines came together in the United States. The ethnologists and anthropologists, among whom we should once again cite Moss, Evans Pritchard, and Rappaport, tended to project onto the present and future their often sophisticated analyses of societies as far removed and isolated as could be imagined from history, from cities, from industrial technologies. So far from relegating descriptions of peasant or tribal dwellings to the realm of folklore, this school of thought sought inspiration therein. The success enjoyed by this approach must be attributed to the fact that it evades modernity, in its capitalist form, and promotes mimesis, in the sense of a propensity to reason by analogy and to reproduce by means of imitation. Thus the theory of cultural space was transformed into a cultural model of space. This static conception was countered by another, equally static, according to which space as directly experienced was indistinguishable from a set of conditioning factors and could be defined in terms of reflexes. At least this theory did not place a desiccated abstraction, namely culture, in the foreground. It even went so far as to assign the cultural sphere to the category of representational spaces, so indirectly raising the question of the relationship between ideology and metaphysics. On the other hand, it suffered from all the shortcomings common to capitalist behaviorism and its socialist competitor, Pavlovian theory. Reductionistic in its core, this attitude excluded all inventiveness and conjured away the need for a new space to be created as the precondition of a new life, not that the mere invention of space is the sufficient condition of a new life. 9. What may be concluded from the foregoing considerations is the converse of a Cartesian axiom: abstract space cannot be conceived of in the abstract. It does have a content, but this content is such that abstraction can grasp it only by means of a practice that deals with it. The fact is that abstract space contains contradictions, which the abstract form seems to resolve, but which are clearly revealed by analysis. How is this possible? How may a space be said to be at once homogeneous and divided, at once unified and fragmented? The answer lies first of all, and this has nothing whatsoever to do with any signifier-signified relationship supposedly immanent to space, in the fact that the logic of space, with its apparent significance and coherence, actually conceals the violence inherent in abstraction. Just as violence is intrinsic to tools in general, since tools cut, slice, assail and brutalize natural materials, and to signs in general, it is also of necessity immanent to instrumental space, no matter how rational and straightforward this space may appear. But at this point our analysis needs to be carried a step further. Today it is easier for us to understand, since such notions have entered the culture, that exchange value, the commodity, money, and capital are concrete abstractions, forms having a social existence, just like language, which has caused so much ink to flow, and just like space but needing a content in order to exist socially. Capital inevitably subdivides and disperses as individual capitals, but this does not mean that it fails to retain its unity or ceases to constitute a whole, that being a necessary condition of its operation, as capital market. Fractions of capital enter into conflict with one another: commercial capital, industrial capital, investment capital, finance capital, yet the formal unity of capital subsists. The form persists, subsuming all such fractions. And indeed the socially real appearance it presents of itself is that of unity, of capital per se. Its true heterogeneity, its conflicts and contradictions, do not appear as such. Likewise in the case of property, which is divided into immovable and movable property, landed property, and money. As for the market, its fragmentation, with which we are quite familiar, is part of its very concept. There is the market in commodities, which a one-sided interpretation of Marxism places above all others: the capital market, the labor market, the market in land, construction, housing, and hence space, and the markets in works of art, in signs and symbols, in knowledge, and so on. Abstract space can only be grasped abstractly by a thought that is prepared to separate logic from the dialectic, to reduce contradictions to a false coherence, and to confuse the residua of that reduction, for example, logic and social practice. Viewed as an instrument, and not merely as social appearance, abstract space is first of all the locus of nature, the tool that would dominate it and that therefore envisages its ultimate destruction. This same space corresponds to the broadening of that social practice which gives rise to ever vaster and denser networks on the surface of the earth, as also above and below it. It further corresponds, however, to abstract labor, Marx's designation for labor in general, for the average social labor that produces exchange value in general, and hence the general form of the commodity. Abstract labor is in no way a mental abstraction, nor is it a scientific abstraction in the epistemological sense, i.e. a concept separated from practice so that it can be inventoried and incorporated into an absolute knowledge. Rather, it has a social existence, just as exchange value and the value form themselves have. If one were to try and enumerate the properties of abstract space, one would first have to consider it as a medium of exchange, with the necessary implication of interchangeability, tending to absorb use. This in no way excludes its political use, however, rather the opposite. The space of state domination and of military violence is also the space where strategies are put into effect. But its rationality, and it is a limited one, has something in common with the rationality of the factory, although one cannot go so far as to assume any precise parallelism between the technical and social divisions of labor. It is in this space that the world of commodities is deployed, along with all that it entails: accumulation and growth, calculation, planning, programming. Which is to say that abstract space is that space where the tendency to homogenization exercises its pressure and its repression with the means at its disposal. A semantic void abolishes former meanings, without, for all that, standing in the way of the growing complexity of the world and its multiplicity of messages, codes, and operations. Both the vast metaphorization which occurs as history proceeds, and the metonymization which takes place by virtue of the process of accumulation, and which transports the body outside of itself in a paradoxical kind of alienation, lead equally to the same abstract space. This immense process starts out from physical truth, the presence of the body, and imposes the primacy of the written word, of plans, of the visual realm, and of a flattening tendency even within that realm itself. Abstract space thus simultaneously embraces the hypertrophied analytic intellect, the state and bureaucratic raison d'etat, pure knowledge, and the discourse of power. Implying a logic which misrepresents it and masks its contradictions, this space, which is that of bureaucracy, embodies a successful integration of spectacle and violence, as distinct from pure spectacle. Lastly, we find that abstract space so understood is hard to distinguish from the space postulated by the philosophers, from Descartes to Hegel, in their fusion of the intelligible, residential extensa, with the political, their fusion, that is to say, of knowledge with power. The outcome has been an authoritarian and brutal spatial practice, whether Haussmann's or the later, codified versions of the Bauhaus or Le Corbusier, What is involved in all cases is the effective application of the analytic spirit in and through dispersion, division, and segregation. The space that homogenizes thus has nothing homogeneous about it. After its fashion, which is polyscopic and plural, it subsumes and unites scattered fragments or elements by force. Though it emerged historically as the plane on which a socio-political compromise was reached between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, i.e. between the ownership of land and the ownership of money, abstract space has maintained its dominance into the era of conflict between finance capital, that supreme abstraction, and action carried out in the name of the proletariat. X. The space developed by avant-garde artists, by those artists who registered the collapse of the old points of reference, introduced itself into this fabric or tissue as a legitimating ideology, an ideology that justifies and motivates. These artists presented the object within the space of the dominant social practice. Meanwhile, the architects and city planners offered, as an ideology in action, an empty space, a space that is primordial, a container ready to receive fragmentary contents, a neutral medium into which disjointed things, people, and habitats might be introduced. In other words, incoherence under the banner of coherence, a cohesion grounded in size zion and disjointedness, fluctuation, and the ephemeral masquerading as stability, conflictual relationships embedded within an appearance of logic and operating effectively in combination. Abstract space has many other characteristics also. It is here that desire and needs are uncoupled, then crudely cobbled back together. And this is the space where the middle classes have taken up residence and expanded, neutral, or seemingly so, on account of their social and political position midway between the bourgeoisie and the working class. Not that this space expresses them in any sense, it is simply the space assigned them by the grand plan. These classes find what they seek. Namely, a mirror of their reality, tranquilizing ideas, and the image of a social world in which they have their own specially labeled, guaranteed place. The truth is, however, that this space manipulates them, along with their unclear aspirations and their all too clear needs. As a space where strategies are applied, abstract space is also the locus of all the agitations and disputations of mimesis, of fashion, sport, art, advertising, and sexuality transformed into ideology. 11. In abstract space, where an anaphorization occurs that transforms the body by transporting it outside itself and into the ideal visual realm, we also encounter a strange substitution concerning sex. In its initial, natural form, the sexual relationship implies a certain reciprocity. At a later stage this bond may be abstractly justified and legitimate in a way that changes it into a social reality, often wrongly described as cultural. Physical reciprocity is legalized as contractual reciprocity, as a commitment witnessed and underwritten by authority. During this process, however, the original bond undergoes a dangerous modification. The space where this substitution occurs, where nature is replaced by cold abstraction and by the absence of pleasure, is the mental space of castration, at once imaginary and real, symbolic and concrete, the space of a metaphorization whereby the image of the woman supplants the woman herself, whereby her body is fragmented, desire shattered, and life explodes into 1,000 pieces. Over abstract space reigns phallic solitude and the self-destruction of desire. The representation of sex thus takes the place of sex itself, while the apologetic term sexuality serves to cover up this mechanism of devaluation. Its natural status gone, its appeals for a culture of the body unheeded, sex itself becomes no more than another localization, specificity, or specialization, with its own particular location and organs, erotogenic zones, as assigned by sexologists, organs of reproduction, and the like. Now neither natural nor cultural, sexuality is apparently controlled as a coded and decodable system allotted the task of mediating between the real and the imaginary, between desire and anxiety, between needs and frustration. Confined by the abstraction of a space broken down into specialized locations, the body itself is pulverized. The body as represented by the images of advertising, where the legs stand for stockings, the breasts for bras, the face for makeup, etc., serves to fragment desire and doom it to anxious frustration, to the non-satisfaction of local needs. In abstract space, and wherever its influence is felt, the demise of the body has a dual character, for it is at once symbolic and concrete, as a result of the aggression to which the body is subject, symbolic, on account of the fragmentation of the body's living unity. This is especially true of the female body, as transformed into exchange value, into a sign of the commodity and indeed into a commodity per se. Typically, the identification of sex and sexuality, of pleasure and physical gratification, with leisure occurs in places specially designated for the purpose, in holiday resorts or villages, on ski slopes or sun-drenched beaches. Such leisure spaces become eroticized, as in the case of city neighborhoods given over to nightlife, to the illusion of festivity. Like play, eros is at once consumer and consumed. Is this done by means of signs? Yes. By means of spectacles? Certainly. Abstract space is doubly castrating. It isolates the phallus, projecting it into a realm outside the body, then fixes it in space, verticality, and brings it under the surveillance of the eye. The visual and the discursive are buttressed, or contextualized, in the world of signs. Is this because of what Skolsky calls the iron law of commercial terrorism? Undoubtedly, but it is also, and most of all, because of the process of localization, because of the fragmentation and specialization of space within a form that is nevertheless homogeneous overall. The final stage of the body's abstraction is its functional fragmentation and localization. The oddness of this space, then, is that it is at once homogeneous and compartmentalized. It is also simultaneously limpid and deceptive. In short, it is fraudulent. Falsely true, sincere, so to speak, not the object of a false consciousness, but rather the locus and medium of the generation, or production, of false consciousness. Appropriation, which in any case, even if it is concrete and effective, ought to be symbolizable. Ought, that is, to give rise to symbols that present it, that render it present, finds itself signified in this space, and hence rendered illusory. Once this dilemma has been acknowledged, its implications and consequences are well nigh inexhaustible. Abstract space contains much, but at the same time it masks, or denies, what it contains rather than indicating it. It contains specific imaginary elements, fantasy images, symbols which appear to arise from something else. It contains representations derived from the established order, statuses and norms, localized hierarchies and hierarchically arranged places, and roles and values bound to particular places. Such representations find their authority and prescriptive power in and through the space that underpins them and makes them effective. In this space, things, acts, and situations are forever being replaced by representations, which, inasmuch as they are ideological in nature, have no principle of efficiency. The world of signs is not merely the space occupied by space and images, by object signs and sign objects. It is also that space where the ego no longer relates to its own nature, to the material world, or even to the thingness of things, commodities, but only to things bound to their signs and indeed ousted and supplanted by them. The sign-bearing I no longer deals with anything but other bearers of signs. This homogenizing and fractured space is broken down in highly complex fashion into models of sectors. These models are presented as the product of objective analyses, described as systemic, which, on a supposedly empirical basis, identify systems of subsystems, partial logics, and so on. To name a few at random, the transportation system, the urban network, the tertiary sector, the school system, the work world with its attendant, labor, market, organizations and institutions, and the money market with its banking system. Thus, step by step, society in its entirety is reduced to an endless parade of systems and subsystems, and any social object whatsoever can pass for a coherent entity. Such assumptions are taken for established fact, and it is on this foundation that those who make them, ideologues, whether technocrats or specialists, convinced of their own freedom from ideology, proceed to build, isolating one parameter or another, one group of variables or another. The logical consistency and practical coherence of a particular system will be asserted with no prior evaluation, even though the most cursory analysis would inevitably destroy the premise. For example, is the urban network exemplified by a particular city, or is it a representation of the city in general? The claim is that specific mechanisms are being identified in this way which partake of a real aspect of reality, and that these mechanisms will be clearly discernible once they, and some particular facet of the real, have been isolated. In actuality, all we have here is a tautology masquerading as science and an ideology masquerading as a specialized discipline. The success of all such model building, simulation and systemic analysis reposes upon an unstated postulate, that of a space underlying both the isolation of variables and the construction of systems. This space validates the models in question precisely because the models make the space functional. And this works up to the point at which chaos ensues. 12. The visual spatial realm, which, as I tried to show earlier, is not to be confused either with geometrical space, or with optical space, or with the space of natural immediacy, has a vast reductive power at its practical disposal. Though heir to history and to history's violence, this realm is responsible for the reduction of the space of earlier times, that of nature and that of history. Which means the destruction of the natural as well as of the urban landscape. To say this is to evoke specific events, specific destructive decisions, and doubtless also certain displacements and substitutions that are more covert than events and decisions, and for that very reason more significant. When an urban square serving as a meeting place isolated from traffic, e.g. the Place de Vosges, is transformed into an intersection, e.g. the Place de la Concorde, or abandoned as a place to meet, e.g. the Palais Royal, city life is subtly but profoundly changed, sacrificed to that abstract space where cars circulate like so many atomic particles. It has been noted time and again that Haussmann shattered the historical space of Paris in order to impose a space that was strategic, and hence planned and demarcated according to the viewpoint of strategy. The critics have perhaps paid insufficient attention, however, to the quality of the space Haussmann thus mortally wounded, a space characterized by the high and rare qualitative complexity afforded by its double network of streets and passageways. Is it conceivable that a complete correspondence could occur between a virtually total visualization, i.e. a visual logic carried to the extreme, and a logic of society in the sense of a strategy of the state bureaucracy? Such a concordance seems improbable, a coincidence too neat to be true. Yet Oscar Niemeyer's Brasilia clearly fits the bill. Nor has this fact gone unnoticed. Point 10. So faithfully is technocratic and state bureaucratic society projected into the space of Brasilia that there is an almost self-consciously comic aspect to the process. The reduction with which we are concerned is directed towards the already reduced dimensions of Euclidean space. As we have already seen, this space is literally flattened out, confined to a surface, to a single plane. The steps in this flattening process, at once combined and disconnected, are worth recalling. The person who sees and knows only how to see, the person who draws and knows only how to put marks on a sheet of paper, the person who drives around and knows only how to drive a car, all contribute in their way to the mutilation of a space which is everywhere sliced up. And they all complement one another. The driver is concerned only with steering himself to his destination, and in looking about sees only what he needs to see for that purpose. He thus perceives only his route, which has been materialized, mechanized, and technicized, and he sees it from one angle only, that of its functionality, speed, readability, facility. Someone who knows only how to see ends up, moreover, seeing badly. The reading of a space that has been manufactured with readability in mind amounts to a sort of Platonism, that of a pure and illusory transparency. It is hardly surprising that one soon seems to be contemplating the product of a coherent activity, and, even more important, the point of emergence of a discourse that is persuasive only because it is coherent. Surely this effect of transparency, so pleasing, no doubt, to lovers of the logical, is in fact the perfect booby trap. That, at any rate, is what I have been trying to show. Space is defined in this context in terms of the perception of an abstract subject, such as the driver of a motor vehicle, equipped with a collective common sense, namely the capacity to read the symbols of the highway code, and with a sole organ, the eye, placed in the service of his movement within the visual field. Thus space appears solely in its reduced forms. Volume leaves the field to surface, and any overall view surrenders to visual signals spaced out along fixed trajectories already laid down in the plan. An extraordinary, indeed unthinkable, impossible, confusion gradually arises between space and surface, with the latter determining a spatial abstraction which it endows with a half-imaginary, half-real physical existence. This abstract space eventually becomes the simulacrum of a full space, of that space which was formerly full in nature and in history. Traveling, walking or strolling about, becomes an actually experienced, gestural simulation of the formerly urban activity of encounter, of movement amongst concrete existences. So what escape can there be from a space thus shattered into images, into signs, into connected yet disconnected data directed at a subject itself doomed to abstraction? For space offers itself like a mirror to the thinking subject, but, after the manner of Lewis Carroll, the subject passes through the looking glass and becomes a lived abstraction. 13. In this same abstract space, as it is being constituted, a substitution is effected that is no less significant than those mentioned above, the replacement of residence by housing, the latter being characterized by its functional abstraction. The ruling classes seize hold of abstract space as it comes into being, their political action occasions the establishment of abstract space, but it is not synonymous with it, and they then use that space as a tool of power, without for all that forgetting its other uses, the organization of production and of the means of production, in a word, the generation of profit. The idea of residing has a poetic resonance, man resides as a poet, says Hölderlin. Yet this cannot obscure the fact that for many centuries this idea had no meaning outside the aristocracy. It was solely in the service of the great, nobles and priests, that architects built religious edifices, palaces, or fortresses. The private mansion or hotel particulier, as developed by an already decadent aristocracy, and quickly aped by the bourgeoisie, of the high variety, of course, calls for formal rooms sumptuously appointed but at the same time well set back from public thoroughfares, from streets, squares, or boulevards. These rooms give onto a main courtyard. The aristocrat is concerned neither with seeing nor with being seen, save on ceremonial occasions. He is per se. The essence of a palace or mansion thus lies in its interior disposition. Its luxury retains something organic, something natural, whence its charm. The faade is strictly secondary and derivative. Often it is lacking altogether, its role usurped by the severity of a monumental porch or formal carriage entrance leading to the courtyard. Within, the household goes about its business, the lord is amidst his dependants, wife, children, relations at various removes, and these in turn are surrounded by their servants. There is no privacy here, the word has no meaning. Both privacy and the faade will come only with the advent of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisification of the nobility. Still, common areas, stables or kitchens, are clearly distinct from the spaces occupied by the masters, whose pride, arrogance, needs and desires are deployed in places set aside for the purpose. The bourgeois apartment is no doubt a parody of the aristocratic mansion, yet beyond this imitative aspect a quite different way of occupying space is to be discerned. The form Allround-DMWing room, dining room, smoking room, billiard room, are height vmh in their size, decoration, and furnishings. Their disposition is quite different from that of the aristocratic residence, for doors, windows, and ball near 11 appear in these rooms to the street. The visible and the visual are cruelty in command. The faade, designed both to be looked at and to provide a point of vantage, is organized, with its sculptures, balustrades and moldings, around balconies. The street's continuity, mean white aisle, 3 founded upon the alignment of juxtaposed fa-ades. Though its function is now reduced to transit alone, the street retains a great importance. In designing a fa-ade and its ornamentation, the architect helps animate the street and contributes to the creation of urban space. A perspectivist rationality still governs the ordering of streets and avenues, squares, and parks. Though there is no longer much of the organic left, space has nevertheless preserved a certain unity. The bourgeois apartment building is not yet a mere box. As for the bodily functions of eating and drinking, sleeping and making love, these are thrust out of sight. Adjudged strictly crude and vulgar, they are relegated to the rear of the house, to kitchens, bathrooms, water closets and bedrooms, often to be found along or at the end of dark corridors or over small, ill-lit courtyards. In short, in the outside-inside relationship, it is the outside that predominates. Eros disappears, in paradoxical fashion, into this two-tiered interior of reception rooms and private rooms. A psychoanalysis of space would show that bourgeois space implies a filtering of the erotic, a repression of libidins that is at once censura and censure. The servants or domestic staff, for their part, live under the eaves. In the inhabited space, a moralizing solemnity is the order of the day, something unknown to the aristocracy, an atmosphere of family and conjugal life, in short, of genitality, all of which is nobly dubbed an intimite. If the outside dominates the inside-outside relationship, this is because the outside is the only thing that really matters, what one sees and what is seen. Nevertheless, the interior, where Eros dies, is also invested with value. Albeit in a mystifying and mystified way. Heavy curtains allow inside to be isolated from outside, the balcony to be separated from the drawing room, and hence for intimacy to be preserved and signified. Occasionally a curtain is drawn, and light bathes the fa-ade, festivity is thus announced. In another sphere, or perhaps better, for the benefit of another sphere, this picture is completed by the addition of things called objets d'art. Sometimes these are painted or sculpted nudes which add the cachet of a touch of nature or of libertinage, in order, precisely, to keep all such ideas at arm's length. The lived experience of space is not divorced from theory. Clearly it would be trite indeed to stress everyday lived experience only to elevate it immediately to the level of theory. Describing the ill effects wreaked by the advent of lifts, which allowed the well-to-do to monopolize the upper stories of buildings while at the same time avoiding the encounters to which the use of stairways and landings had formerly obliged them, does not get us very far. Theory does not have to place lived experience in brackets in order to promote its concepts, however. On the contrary, lived experience partakes of the theoretical sphere, and this means that the division between conceptualization and life, though not the need to draw distinctions and exercise discernment, is artificial. The analysis of bourgeoisified space validates the theory of abstract space. What is more, inasmuch as this theory unifies the lived and the conceptualized, it exposes the content of abstraction while at the same time reuniting the sensory and the theoretical realms. If the senses themselves become theoreticians, theory will indeed reveal the meaning of the sensory realm. For the working class, as is well known, the primary product of capitalism in its ascendant phase, the capitalism of the Belle Époque, with its competitiveness, its princely rate of profit, and its blind but rapid accumulation, was slums at the edge of the city. This trend quickly destroyed the space of traditional residential buildings, where bourgeois lived on the lower floors and workers and servants in the garrets. The one-room slum dwelling that had once been found, typically, at the end of a dark passageway, in a back courtyard or perhaps even in a cellar, was thus banished to peripheral neighborhoods or suburbs. If this was a Belle Époque, it belonged to the bourgeoisie. It was at this juncture that the idea of housing began to take on definition, along with its corollaries, minimal living space, as quantified in terms of modular units and speed of access, likewise minimal facilities and a programmed environment. What was actually being defined here, by dint of successive approximations, was the lowest possible threshold of tolerability. Later, in the present century, slums began to disappear. In suburban space, however, detached houses contrasted with housing estates just as sharply as the earlier opulent apartments with the garrets of the poor above them. The idea of the bare minimum was no less in evidence. Suburban houses and new towns came close to the lowest possible threshold of sociability, the point beyond which survival would be impossible because all social life would have disappeared. Internal and invisible boundaries began to divide a space that nevertheless remained in thrall to a global strategy and a single power. These boundaries did not merely separate levels, local, regional, national, and worldwide. They also separated zones where people were supposed to be reduced to their simplest expression, to their lowest common denominator, from zones where people could spread out in comfort and enjoy those essential luxuries, time and space, to the full. As a matter of fact, boundaries is too weak a word here, and it obscures the essential point. It would be more accurate to speak of fracture lines revealing the true, invisible yet highly irregular, contours of real social space lying beneath its homogeneous surface. This reality is concealed by the widely promoted image of a hierarchy of levels, a neat ordering of variables and dimensions. A logical implication, a purely formal conjunction/disjunction, is thus substituted for the concrete relationship between homogeneous and broken up. Space is spoken of as though it were able, in a more or less harmonious fashion, to organize its own component factors, modular units and plans, the composition and density of occupation, morphological, or formal, versus functional elements, urbanistic and architectural features, and so on. The dominant discourse on space, describing what is seen by eyes affected by far more serious congenital defects than myopia or astigmatism, robs reality of meaning by dressing it in an ideological garb that does not appear as such, but instead gives the impression of being non-ideological, or else beyond ideology. These vestments, to be more specific, are those of aesthetics and aestheticism, of rationality and rationalism. A classical, Cartesian, rationality thus appears to underpin various spatial distinctions and divisions. Zoning, for example, which is responsible, precisely, for fragmentation, breakup, and separation under the umbrella of a bureaucratically decreed unity, is conflated with the rational capacity to discriminate. The assignment of functions, and the way functions are actually distributed on the ground, becomes indistinguishable from the kind of analytical activity that discerns differences. What is being covered up here is a moral and political order, the specific power that organizes these conditions, with its specific socio-economic allegiance, seems to flow directly from the logos, that is, from a consensual embrace of the rational. Classical reason has apparently undergone a convulsive degeneration into technological and technocratic rationality. This is the moment of its transformation into its opposite, into the absurdity of a pulverized reality. It is on the ground too that the state bureaucratic order, itself a cloak for state capitalism, except when it is a cloak for state socialism, simultaneously achieves self-actualization and self-concealment, fuzzying its image in the crystal clear air of functional and structural readability. The unity of reason, or of raison d'etat, is thus draped effectively over the plethora of juxtaposed and superimposed administrative divisions, each of which corresponds to a particular operation. Abstract space is thus repressive in essence and par excellence, but thanks to its versatility it is repressive in a peculiarly artful way. Its intrinsic repressiveness may be manifested alternately through reduction, through functional localization, through the imposition of hierarchy and segregation, or through art. The fact of viewing from afar, of contemplating what has been torn apart, of arranging viewpoints and perspectives, can, in the most favorable cases, change the effects of a strategy into aesthetic objects. Such art objects, though generally abstract, which is to say non-figurative, nevertheless play a figurative role in that they are truly admirable representations of a surrounding space that effectively kills the surroundings. All of this corresponds only too well to that urbanism of maquettes and overall plans which is the perfect complement to the planning of sewers and public works. The creator's gaze lights at will and to his heart's content on volumes, but this is a fake lucidity, one which misapprehends both the social apparatus of the users and the ideology that it itself enshrines. None of which prevents it in the slightest degree from presiding over the spectacle, and forging the unity into which all the programmed fragments must be integrated, no matter what the cost. 14. The breaking up of space gives rise to conflict when two disconnected contents, each from its own angle of approach, tend towards a single form, organization. Take, for example, a company and its space. A company is often surrounded by an agglomeration that serves it, and to which it has given rise, a mining village or company town. In such cases the community comes under the absolute rule of the company, i.e. the rule of the company's, capitalist, owners. Employees tend to lose their status as free workers, or proletarians in Marx's sense, retaining mastery over whatever time they do not give up in the form of labor time to the capitalist, who buys labor power, but not the worker as a physical being and a human individual. To the extent that capitalist enterprises create enclaves of complete dependence and subjection of workers, these remain isolated even within the space where the freedom of the individual, and that of commercial and industrial capital itself, holds sway. But to the extent that these enclaves tend to link up, they constitute a fabric well suited to the emergence of a totalitarian capitalism, founded on the fusion of the economic and the political. Big city space is in no way analogous to the space of a company town. And it is for this reason that a city cannot be run on such a model, no matter how big a company one envisages. Workers in the city are as a rule free workers, relatively speaking, of course, and always bearing in mind the abstractly philosophical meaning of freedom. This is what makes it possible for urban workers to live side by side with other social classes. The social division of labor predominates over its technical division. Otherwise, the city would not allow the reproduction of labor power or the reproduction of production relations, nor would it allow the access of all to the various markets, and first and foremost to the market for consumer goods. And these are among the city's essential functions. In other words, liberty engenders contradictions which are also spatial contradictions. Whereas businesses tend towards a totalitarian form of social organization, authoritarian and prone to fascism, urban conditions, either despite or by virtue of violence, tend to uphold at least a measure of democracy. 15. The meanings conveyed by abstract space are more often prohibitions than solicitations or stimuli, except when it comes to consumption. Prohibition, the negative basis, so to speak, of the social order, is what dominates here. The symbol of this constitutive repression is an object offered up to the gaze yet barred from any possible use, whether this occurs in a museum or in a shop window. It is impossible to say how often one pauses uncomfortably for a moment on some threshold. The entrance of a church, office, or public building, or the point of access to a foreign place, while passively, and usually unconsciously, accepting a prohibition of some kind. Most such prohibitions are invisible. Gates and railings, ditches and other material barriers are merely the most extreme instances of this kind of separation. Far more abstract signs and signifiers protect the spaces of elites, rich neighborhoods or select spots, from intruders. Prohibition is the reverse side and the carapace of property, of the negative appropriation of space under the reign of private property. Space is divided up into designated, signified, specialized, areas and into areas that are prohibited, to one group or another. It is further subdivided into spaces for work and spaces for leisure, and into daytime and nighttime spaces. The body, sex, and pleasure are often accorded no existence, either mental or social, until after dark, when the prohibitions that obtain during the day, during normal activity, are lifted. This secondary and derivative existence is bestowed on them, at night, in sections of the city, formerly, in Paris, around Pigalle and Montmartre, and more recently around Montparnasse and the Champs-Élysées, which are dedicated to that function, but which by the same token possess nothing aside from the accoutrements of entertainment, the infrastructure of this peculiarly sophisticated form of exploitation. In these neighborhoods, and during these hours, sex seems to have been accorded every right. In actuality, the only right it has is to be deployed in exchange for cash. In accordance with this division of urban space, a stark contrast occurs at dusk as the lights come on in the areas given over to festivity, while the business districts are left empty and dead. Then in a brightly illuminated night the day's prohibitions give way to profitable pseudo-transgressions. 16. How does this space, which we have described as at once homogeneous and broken up, maintain itself in view of the formal irreconcilability of these two characteristics? How can two such properties, incompatible from a logical point of view, be said to enter into association with one another and constitute a whole which not only does not disintegrate but even aids in the deployment of strategies? We have already posed this question, though in a slightly different form, and also suggested an answer. We must come back to this issue, however. The solution is not to be found in space as such, as a thing or set of things, as facts or a sequence of facts, or as medium or environment. To pursue any such line of investigation is to return to the thesis of a space that is neutral, that is prior or external to social practice and hence on those grounds mental or fetishized, objectified. Only an act can hold, and hold together, such fragments in a homogeneous totality. Only action can prevent dispersion, like a fist clenched around sand. Political power and the political action of that power's administrative apparatus cannot be conceived of either as substances or as pure forms. This power and this action do make use of realities and forms, however. The illusory clarity of space is in the last analysis the illusory clarity of a power that may be glimpsed in the reality that it governs, but which at the same time uses that reality as a veil. Such is the action of political power, which creates fragmentation and so controls it which creates it, indeed, in order to control it. But fragmented reality, dispersion, segregation, separation, localization, may on occasion overwhelm political power, which for its part depends for sustenance on continual reinforcement. This vicious circle accounts for the ever more severe character of political authority, wherever exercised, for it gives rise to the sequence force repression oppression. This is the form under which state political power becomes omnipresent. It is everywhere, but its presence varies in intensity. In some places it is diffuse, in others concentrated. In this respect it resembles divine power in religions and theologies. Space is what makes it possible for the economic to be integrated into the political. Focused zones exert influences in all directions, and these influences may be cultural, ideological, or of some other kind. It is not political power per se that produces space, it does reproduce space, however, inasmuch as it is the locus and context of the reproduction of social relationships, relationships for which it is responsible. 17. The time has come to clarify the aims of the present discussion in terms of Marx and his thought, in terms, also, of political economy as science, and of the critique of political economy as ideology. The best way to get Marx's thinking into perspective is to reconstitute it, to restore in its entirety, and to look upon it not as an endpoint or conclusion but rather as a point of departure. In other words, Marxism should be treated as one moment in the development of theory, and not, dogmatically, as a definitive theory. The fact is, and there is no reason not to repeat it here, that two errors or illusions have to be avoided in this connection. The first looks upon Marx's thought as a system, endeavors to integrate it into the body of established knowledge, and hence tries to apply epistemological criteria to it. The second seeks by contrast to demolish Marxist thought in the name of a radical critique, in the name of bringing criticism to bear on the very tools of criticism. Those who take the first approach are seduced by the idea of absolute knowledge, and accept the thesis, which is historically a Hegelian one, that such a knowledge exists and can be applied to a reality itself already established. Partisans of the second view, meanwhile, fall under the spell of destruction and self-destruction, and become convinced that reality can be destroyed by undermining the foundations of knowledge. Surely we should instead view Marxism today much as the theory of relativity views Newtonian physics, as a moment in the progress of thought, not only in the sense of a stage in that thought's historical genesis, to be recalled for pedagogical purposes, but also in the sense of a moment that is necessary because still imminent and essential, and indeed still evolving. In this way, the question of the political discontinuity or rift between the theory of the state, Hegel, and the radical critique of the state, Marx, is left open. It is possible today to reconstruct the trajectory of political economy, its rise and fall, including the pinnacle it reached in the work of Marx. This brief and dramatic history cannot be detached from so-called economic reality, that is, from the growth of the forces of production, the primitive accumulation of capital. The decline of economic thought began with the difficulties encountered by growth and by the ideology that justified and stimulated it, with the political empiricism and pragmatism of the solutions proposed to the problems associated with growth. Before considering this history, it will be well to review a few concepts. That of social labor, for example, as first proposed by the great English political economists and later elaborated upon by others, notably Hegel and Marx. Social labor had an eventful career. Both reality and concept emerged along with the birth of modern industry, and both successfully imposed themselves, despite countervailing efforts and contingencies, to the point where they became crucial, in theory as in practice, for science and for society. Productive, industrial, labor, as reality, as concept, and as ideology, gave rise to moral and artistic values, and hence production and productivity became not merely social motors but also the rational basis of a conception of the world linked to the philosophy of history and to the rising science of political economy. But soon obsolescence set in. Values and concepts derived from labor began to wear out. And as a theory of growth and a generator of models, political economy disintegrated. Something comparable had happened around the middle of the 19th century, but at that time Marx had given political economy a new lease on life in a way both unforeseen and incomprehensible to the economic pundits of the time. Simply stated, Marx supplied political economy with its own self-criticism as part of a global approach, to time, to history, and to social practice. This schema is well known today, even too well known, for its creative capacity, some would say its productive capacity, and why not, has been prejudiced in consequence. A creative capacity of this kind manifests itself between the time when a concept begins to perturb dominant tendencies and the time when it begins to promote these tendencies, when, in other words, it is incorporated into the established wisdom, into the public domain, into culture and pedagogy. Marx and Marxism have certainly not escaped a process of this kind, but the Marxist schema has retained much force. There is no knowledge, according to the schema, without a critique of knowledge, no knowledge aside from critical knowledge. Political economy as a science is not and cannot be positive and positive alone. Political economy is also the critique of political economy, that is to say, the critique of the economic and of the political, and of their supposed unity or synthesis. An understanding of production implies its critical analysis, and this brings the concept of relations of production out of obscurity. These relations, once clearly identified, exert a retroactive influence upon the confused ensemble from which they have emerged, upon the concepts of productive social labor and of production. At this point a new concept is constituted, one which subsumes that of the relations of production but is not identical to it, the concept of mode of production. Between the relations of production and the mode of production is a connection that Marx never completely uncovered, never fully worked out. This created a lacuna in his thought that his successors have striven to fill. Whether they have succeeded in doing so is another matter. What of the part played by the land, as concept and as reality, in this context? At the outset, for the physiocrats, the land was a determining factor, but subsequently it seemed fated quickly to lose all importance. Agriculture and agricultural labor were expected to fade away in face of industrial labor, as much from the quantitative point of view, wealth produced, as from the qualitative one, needs met by products of the land. Agriculture itself, it was felt, could and should be industrialized. Furthermore, the land belonged to a class, aristocracy, landowners, or feudal lords, which the bourgeoisie appeared certain either to abolish or else to subjugate into complete insignificance. Lastly, the town would surely come to dominate the country, and this would be the death knell, or the transcendence, of the whole antagonism. The political economists wavered a good deal on the issues of land, of labor and agricultural products, of property and ground rent, and of nature, and their hesitations may easily be traced, including, naturally, those of Malthus as well as those of Ricardo and Marx. Marx's initial intention in Capital was to analyze and lay bare the capitalist mode of production and bourgeois society in terms of a binary, and dialectical, model that opposed capital to labor, the bourgeoisie to the proletariat, and also, implicitly, profits to wages. This polarity may make it possible to grasp the conflictual development involved in a formal manner, and so to articulate it intelligibly, but it presupposes the disappearance from the picture of a third cluster of factors, namely the landowning class, ground rent, and agriculture as such. More generally speaking, this bringing to the fore of a binary opposition of a conflictual, dialectical, character implies the subordination of the historical to the economic, both in reality and in the conceptual realm, and hence to the dissolving or absorption, by the economic sphere proper, of a multiplicity of formations, the town, among others, inherited from history, and themselves of a pre-capitalist nature. In the context of this schema the space of social practice is imperceptible, time has but a very small part to play, and the schema itself is located in an abstract mental space. Time is reduced to the measure of social labor. Marx quickly became aware, as he was bound to do, of resistance to this reductive schema, though many Marxists, and all dogmatic Marxists without exception, have retained it, and indeed aggravated its problems instead of correcting for them. Such resistance came from several sides, and in the first place from the very reality under consideration, namely, the earth. On a world scale, landed property showed no signs of disappearing, nor did the political importance of landowners, nor did the characteristics peculiar to agricultural production. Nor, consequently, did ground rent suddenly abandon the field to profits and wages. What was more, questions of underground and above-ground resources, of the space of the entire planet, were continually growing in importance. Such considerations accounted, no doubt, for the peculiarities of a plan that is exceedingly hard to reconstruct, that of capital. At the close of Marx's work, the issue of the land and its ownership re-emerges, and this in a most emphatic way, complete with consideration of ownership in the cases of underground resources, of mines, minerals, waters, and forests, as well as in those of the breeding of livestock, of construction, and of built-up land. Lastly, and most significantly, Marx now proposed his Trinity formula, according to which there were three, not two, elements in the capitalist mode of production and in bourgeois society. These three aspects or factors were the earth, Madame I. Terra, capital, Monsieur Le capital, and labor, the workers. In other words, rent, profit, wages, three factors whose interrelationship still needed to be identified and clearly set forth. 12 and 3, I repeat, rather than 2, the earlier binary opposition, wages versus capital, bourgeoisie versus working class, had been abandoned. In speaking of the earth, Marx did not simply mean agriculture. Underground resources were also part of the picture. So too was the nation-state, confined within a specific territory. And hence ultimately, in the most absolute sense, politics and political strategy. Capital, which was never completed, comes to a halt at this point. We are now beginning to understand the reasons why Marx failed to bring his work to a conclusion, a failure for which his ill health was only partly responsible. What excuse could there be today for not going back to this exemplary if unfinished work, not with a view to consecrating it in any way but in order to put questions to it? This is especially needful at a time when capitalism, and more generally development, have demonstrated that their survival depends on their being able to extend their reach to space in its entirety, to the land, in the process absorbing the towns and agriculture, an outcome already foreseeable in the 19th century, but also, and less predictably, creating new sectors altogether, notably that of leisure, to the underground resources lying deep in the earth and beneath the seabed. Energy, raw materials, and so on, and lastly to what might be called the above-ground sphere, i.e. to volumes or constructions considered in terms of their height, to the space of mountains and even of the planets. Space in the sense of the earth, the ground, has not disappeared, nor has it been incorporated into industrial production. On the contrary, once integrated into capitalism, it only gains in strength as a specific element or function in capitalism's expansion. This expansion has been an active one, a forward leap of the forces of production, of new modalities of production, but it has occurred without breaking out of the mode and the relations of the capitalist production system. As a consequence, this extension of production and of the productive forces has continued to be accompanied by a reproduction of the relations of production which cannot have failed to leave its imprint upon the total occupation of all pre-existing space and upon the production of a new space. Not only has capitalism laid hold of pre-existing space, of the earth, but it also tends to produce a space of its own. How can this be? The answer is, through and by means of urbanization, under the pressure of the world market, and, in accordance with the law of the reproducible and the repetitive, by abolishing spatial and temporal differences, by destroying nature and nature's time. Is there not a danger that the economic sphere, fetishized as the world market, along with the space that it determines, and the political sphere made absolute, might destroy their own foundation, namely land, space, town, and country, and thus in effect self-destruct? Some of the new contradictions generated by the extension of capitalism to space have given rise to quickly popularized representations. These divert and evade the problems involved, i.e. the problematic of space, and in fact serve to mask the contradictions that have brought them into being. The issue of pollution is a case in point. Pollution has always existed, in that human groups, settled in villages or towns, have always discharged wastes and refuse into their natural surroundings, but the symbiosis, in the sense of exchange of energies and materials, between nature and society has recently undergone modification, doubtless to the point of rupture. This is what a word such as pollution at once acknowledges and conceals by metaphorizing such ordinary things as household rubbish and smoking chimneys. In the case of the environment, we are confronted by a typically metonymic maneuver, for the term takes us from the part, a fragment of space more or less fully occupied by objects and signs, functions, and structures, to the whole, which is empty, and defined as a neutral and passive medium. If we ask, whose environment, or the environment of what, no pertinent answer is forthcoming. Although these points have been made earlier, it seems important that they be reiterated. The reason is that in many quarters truly magical origins and powers continue to be attributed to ideologies. How, for example, could bourgeois ideology, if it were no more than a mirror-like reflection of reality, actually reproduce this reality and its production relations? By masking contradictions. It certainly does do that, but it also brings nations and nationalisms into being, hardly a specular effect. There is no need to evoke history, the genesis of the nation-states, however. Any close examination of what such pseudo-theory purports to explain will suffice to demonstrate its absurdity. In Marx's Trinitarian scheme, by contrast, there is no rift between ideology and political practice. Power holds earth, labor, and capital together and reproduces them, whether in conjunction or disjunction, separately. In Marx, the critique of political economy had an import and meaning that a latter-day productivist approach would overlook completely. It was the actual concept of political economy, as a form of knowledge, that Marx had in his sights. He showed that, in promoting and practicing a science that claimed to understand production and productive forces, the economists mystified both their readers and themselves. What they were describing were the conditions of scarcity and palliatives to that scarcity. Directly or indirectly, cynically or hypocritically, they preached asceticism. Well before the 16th century, perhaps in the depths of the Middle Ages, perhaps even earlier, at the time of Rome's decline and of early Judeo-Christianity, Western society chose to accumulate rather than to live, so opening a chasm, creating a contradiction between enjoying and economizing, whose drama would thereafter hold society in an iron grip. Centuries after this basic choice had been taken somewhere back in the mists of time, political economy arose as a rationale for it. Its birth as a science coincided with the triumph of economics in the sphere of social practice, the triumph, in other words, of the concern with accumulation by means of and for the sake of profit, an accumulation that was forever expanding. So just who were the economists, in Marx's view? They were the voices of relative want, of the transition from archaic scarcities to a now conceivable abundance. They made a study of relative scarcities and contributed to an unjust distribution of goods. Their pseudoscience, which was, as such, ideological in character, embodied and masked a practice. The economists were acquainted with scarcity per se, they were not so much the expression of that scarcity as the concrete consciousness, albeit poorly developed, of the insufficiencies of production. This was the sense that political economy had for Marx. Or perhaps better, it is in this sense that political economy was political. It enabled the henchmen of the state, political power, to organize the apportionment of want. The concrete relations of production could thus give rise to distribution and to consumption. The distribution in question was carried out under the masks of liberty and equality, even under those of fraternity and justice. The law's function was to codify the rules. Summum jus, summa injuria. Law and justice presided over injustice, and the name of equality was applied to an inequality that became no less flagrant as a result, though it did become harder to combat. Whether deliberately or not, consciously or not, the economists put the finishing touches to the results of the law of value, results produced in a blind and spontaneous manner, for they effected the allocation, within national, spatial frameworks, and according to the needs of industry's various branches, of the labor power and productive capacity available to a given society, Britain or France, for instance, under the capitalist mode of production and under the state that had control over that production. To this end the economists constructed an abstract space or abstract spaces in which to place and promote their models of harmonious development. The methodology of a Basquiat, in Marx's time, was not much cruder than this. The economists never succeeded in getting out of mental space, the space of their models, into social space. The management of society, to which for a long time they contributed not a little, thus proceeded along the road of development, expanded accumulation, but it did so under the control of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois relations of production were retained in their essentials, and, most importantly, the negative aspects of the situation were made to appear positive and constructive. During the period of the economists' ascendancy, the benefits of nature and the elements, water, air, light, space, received mention, if at all, only for the purpose of excluding them from the domain of political economy. On account of their abundance they had no exchange value, their use embodied no value, they were the outcome of no social labor, and no one produced them. What has occurred in this connection in more recent times? And what is the situation today? Certain goods that were once scarce have become, relatively, abundant, and vice versa. As a result, use value, so long overshadowed by exchange value, has been relocated and, as it were, reinvested with value. Bread has lost the symbolic force it formerly had in Europe, where it once stood for food in general, for everything precious, and even for labor itself. Give us this day our daily bread, in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. In the advanced countries, where agriculture has been industrialized, a permanent overproduction, whether overt or covert, has long been the order of the day, complete with the stocking of surplus grain and restraints, often subsidized, on the exploitation of productive land. Not that this has had the slightest impact on the suffering of millions, indeed, hundreds of millions, of human beings in the so-called underdeveloped nations, who are prey to malnutrition if not outright famine. Much the same sort of thing may be said of a host of objects of everyday utility in the major industrialized countries. Nobody today is unaware of the fact that the obsolescence of such products is planned, that waste has an economic function, or that fashion plays an enormous role, as does culture, in a functionalized consumption that is structured accordingly. These developments spelled the doom of political economy, and its place has been usurped by market research, sales techniques, advertising, the manipulation of needs, investment planning guided by consulting firms, and so forth. Manipulation of this kind, a practice only too compatible with political propaganda, has no more need of science than it has of ideology. It calls for information rather than knowledge. Thanks to a dialectical process, the relative abundance of industrial products in today's so-called consumer society is accompanied by an inverse phenomenon, new scarcities. This dialectic itself has been the subject of hardly any analysis or explanation, for its operation is concealed by the continual discussion of pollution, threats to the environment, ecosystems, the destruction of nature, the using up of resources, and so forth. Such entities serve only as ideological shields. Meanwhile, the ever-increasing new scarcities are liable to precipitate a crisis, or crises, of a type without precedent. Those commodities which were formerly abundant because they occurred naturally, which had no value because they were not products, have now become rare, and so acquired value. They have now to be produced, and consequently they come to have not only a use value but also an exchange value. Such commodities are elemental, not least in the sense that they are indeed elements. In the most modern urban planning, using the most highly perfected technological applications, everything is produced: air, light, water, even the land itself. Everything is factitious and sophisticated. Nature has disappeared altogether, save for a few signs and symbols, and even in them nature is merely reproduced. Urban space is detached from natural space, but it recreates its own space on the basis of productive capacity. Natural space, at least under certain socio-economic conditions, becomes a scarce commodity. Inversely, scarcity becomes spatial, and local. Everything thus affected by scarcity has a close relationship to the earth, the resources of the land, those beneath the earth, petroleum, and those above it, air, light, volumes of space, etc., along with things which depend on these resources, such as vegetable and animal products and energies of various kinds. The elements lose their natural determinations, including their siting and situation, as they are incorporated into the space envelopes which are fast becoming the social building blocks of space. They assume value. Both use value and exchange value, because it is no longer possible to draw them directly from an everlasting source, namely nature. The demands made by current developments such as these are surely just as important as the potential exhaustion, still on the distant horizon, of industrial, e.g. mineral, resources. In the traditional industrial production process, the relationship to space had long been comprised of discrete points: the place of extraction or origin of raw materials, the place of production, factory, and the place of sale. Only the distribution networks of the system had a wider spatial dimension. Now that the elements themselves are produced and reproduced, however, the relationship of productive activity to space is modified. It involved space now in another way, and this is as true for the initial stages of the process, for example, the management of water and water resources, as it is for the final stages, within urban space, and for all the steps in between. The finiteness of nature and of the earth thus has the power to challenge blind, ideological, belief in the infinite power of abstraction, of human thinking and technology, and of political power and the space which that power generates and decrees. Once the elements begin to circulate within systems of production, allocation, or distribution, they necessarily become part of wealth in general, and so fall within the purview of political economy. But is this political economy still classical political economy? The new shortages are not comparable to the scarcities of earlier times, for the notable reason that the relationship to space has changed. They are located, more and more firmly, within space as a whole, within that space into which the old industrial production was inserted, with its discrete points, and which was subsequently completely occupied by expanding capitalism and by the reproduction of production relations. It is in this space, therefore, that a new demand now arises, the demand for the production or reproduction of elemental materials, raw materials, energies. What will be the outcome? Will this new demand have a stimulating and integrating effect on capitalism, or will it rather be a force for disintegration over the shorter or longer term? When it comes to space, can we legitimately speak of scarcity? The answer is no, because available or vacant spaces are still to be found in unlimited numbers, and even though a relative lack of space may have left its mark on some societies, particularly in Asia, there are others where just the opposite is true, where, as in North America, society bears the clear traces of the vastness of the space open to its demographic and technological expansion. Indeed, the space of nature remains open on every side, and thanks to technology we can construct whatever and wherever we wish, at the bottom of the ocean, in deserts, or on mountain tops, even, if need be, in interplanetary space. The fact is that the shortage of space is a distinctly socio-economic phenomenon, one which can only be observed, and which only occurs, in quite specific areas, namely in or near urban centers. These may have grown up from historically established centers, from the old cities, or they may have evolved out of new towns. The question of centrality in general, and of urban centrality in particular, is not a very simple one. It inhabits every aspect of the problematic of space. Germane to mental space as much as to social space, it links the two in a manner that surmounts the old philosophical distinctions, rifts and disjunctions between subject and object and between intellectual and material, or comprehensible and sensible. This is not to say that new distinctions and differences are not introduced thereby. The notion of centrality has a mathematical origin, as witness its application in the analysis of abstract space. Any given point is a point of accumulation, surrounding it is an infinite number of other points. Otherwise, we should have no certainty as to the continuity of space. At the same time, around each isolated point, a surface preferably square, can be described and analyzed, as can any variation following an infinitesimal change in its distance from the center, ds2. Thus each center may be conceived of in two ways, as full or empty, as infinite or finite. In order correctly to frame the question of centrality and attempt to resolve it, a dialectical approach is in order. The appropriate method, however, is no longer that of Hegel, nor is it that of Marx, which was based on an analysis of historical time, of temporality. If we find ourselves obliged to accept the idea of a dialectical centrality, or of a dialectic of centrality, this is because there is a connection between space and the dialectic. In other words, there are spatial contradictions which imply and explain contradictions in historical time, though without being reducible to them. Inversely, if the notion of contradiction, of actual conflict, is not restricted to temporality or historicity, if it does in fact extend to the spatial realm, this means that a dialectic of centrality exists. This dialectical process develops the logical characteristics of centers, hitherto understood solely as points. In what does the dialectical movement of centrality consist? First of all, centrality, whether mental or social, is defined by the gathering together and meeting of whatever coexists in a given space. What does coexist in this way? Everything that can be named and enumerated. Centrality is therefore a form, empty in itself but calling for contents for objects, natural or artificial beings, things, products and works, signs and symbols, people, acts, situations, practical relationships. This means that centrality closely resembles a logical form, and hence that there is a logic of centrality. Centrality as a form implies simultaneity, and it is a result thereof, the simultaneity of everything that is susceptible of coming together, and thus of accumulating, in an act of thinking or in a social act, at a point or around that point. The general concept of centrality connects the punctual to the global. According to the orientation of modern thought first adopted by Nietzsche and since taken up by a number of thinkers, among them Georges Baudelot, the center or focal point is the place of sacrifice, the place where accumulated energies, desirous of discharge, must eventually explode. Each period, each mode of production, each particular society has engendered, produced, its own centrality, religious, political, commercial, cultural, industrial, and so on. The relationship between mental and social centrality must be defined for each case. The same goes for the conditions under which a given centrality will come to an end, whether it ruptures, explodes, or is rent apart. Centrality is movable. We have long known, and recent work, notably that of Jean-Pierre Vernant, has confirmed the fact, and elaborated upon it, that the center of the Greek city was forever being moved, from the semicircular area where chiefs and warriors conferred about their expeditions and divided up their booty to the city temple, and from the temple to the agora, a place of political assembly, and later, thanks to annexed arches and galleries, of commerce. This means that in ancient Greece a complex relationship existed between urban space and the tempi or liti, rhythms, of urban life. The same goes for modern cities, and it would not be difficult, for example, to inventory the various shifts in centrality that have taken place in Paris in the 19th and 20th centuries, the boulevards, Montmartre, Montparnasse, the Champs-Élysées, and so on. What makes present-day society different in this regard? Simply this: centrality now aspires to be total. It thus lays claim, implicitly or explicitly, to a superior political rationality, a state or urban rationality. It falls to the agents of the techno-structure, to the planners, to provide the justification for this claim. In so doing, they naturally spurn the dialectic, and indeed a centrality of this order expels all peripheral elements with a violence that is inherent in space itself. This centrality, or, perhaps better, this centralization, strives to fulfill its totalizing mission with no philosophy to back it up aside from a strategic one, whether conscious or not. Despite countervailing forces, some subversive, some tolerable, and tolerated on various grounds, liberalization, flexibility, etc., the center continues effectively to concentrate wealth, means of action, knowledge, information, and culture. In short, everything. These capacities and powers are crowned by the supreme power, by the ability to concentrate all powers in the power of decision. This decision-making system makes the illegitimate claim that it is rational. Throughout history, centralities have always eventually disappeared, some displaced, some exploded, some subverted. They have perished sometimes on account of their excesses, through saturation, and sometimes on account of their shortcomings, the chief among which, the tendency to expel dissident elements, has a backlash effect. Not that these factors are mutually exclusive, as witness ancient Rome, which suffered both internal saturation and the assaults of peripheral forces. The interplay between center and periphery is thus highly complex. It mobilizes both logic and dialectics, and is hence doubly determined. If one takes logic, whether formal or applied, as one's frame of reference, the dialectic tends to be set aside. Contradictions, however, can never be eliminated. If, on the other hand, one applies the dialectic, which is the theory of contradictions, one ends up giving short shift to logic, to coherence and cohesiveness. The fact is that neither approach is dispensable here. Centrality may give birth to an applied logic, a strategy, it may also burst asunder and lose its identity utterly. It is primarily in connection with the scarcity of space that the matter of centrality has arisen here. The tendency to establish centers of decision-making which bring together, within a limited area, those elements that found society and are therefore usable by power for its own purposes promotes a scarcity of space in the area in question, that is, the area surrounding a central point. Shortage of space has original and new characteristics as compared with other kinds of shortages, whether ancient or modern. Insofar as it results from a historical process, it occurs spontaneously, yet it is sustained, and often sought and organized, by centrally made decisions. It introduces a contradiction between past and possible future abundance on the one hand and actually reigning scarcity on the other. This contradiction is not extraneous to the production relations embodied in space as a whole, and even less so to the reproduction of those relations, which it is the express purpose of the centers of decision to maintain. At the same time, it is a contradiction of space itself, and not merely in space, after the fashion of the classical contradictions engendered by history and by historical time. This must emphatically not be taken as implying that contradictions and conflicts in space, deriving from time, have disappeared. They are still present, along with what they imply, along with the strategies and tactics to which they give rise, and along, in particular, with the class conflicts that flow from them. The contradictions of space, however, envelop historical contradictions, presuppose them, superimpose themselves upon them, carry them to a higher level, and amplify them in the process of reproducing them. Once this displacement has been effected, the new contradictions may tend to attract all the attention, diverting interest to themselves and seeming to crowd out or even absorb the old conflicts. This impression is false, however. Only by means of a dialectical analysis can the precise relationships between contradictions in space and contradictions of space be unraveled, and a determination made as to which are becoming attenuated, which accentuated. Similarly, the production of things in space has not disappeared, and neither have the questions it raises, ownership of the means of production, management and control of production, in face of the production of space. But the production of space, including the production of the elements, as discussed above, does subsume and broaden the scope of the problems thrown up by the production of things. The process of condensation and the centralizing tendency may therefore be said also to affect pre-existing contradictions, which they duly concentrate, aggravating and modifying them in the process. Space is marked out, explored, discovered and rediscovered on a colossal scale. Its potential for being occupied, filled, peopled, and transformed from top to bottom is continually on the increase. The prospect, in short, is of a space being produced whose nature is nothing more than raw materials suffering gradual destruction by the techniques of production. What is more, we now have the means to gather all knowledge and information, no matter how close or how far away its source may be, at a single point where it can be processed. Data collection and computer science abolish distance, and they can confidently ignore a materiality scattered across space and time. The theory of centrality implies a completely new capacity for concentration such as was formerly possessed only by the brain, indeed only by the brains of geniuses. Mental centrality and social centrality are linked by a mediation which no doubt has this task as its chief function. That mediation is information, which in this context cannot become part of knowledge without effectively connecting the mental and the social. Paradoxically, it is precisely with the advent of this state of affairs that space shatters. Rendered artificially scarce anywhere near a center so as to increase its value, whether wholesale or retail, it is literally pulverized and sold off in lots or parcels. This is the way in which space in practice becomes the medium of segregations, of the component elements of society as they are thrust out towards peripheral zones. And this is the space that is now sliced up by a science itself segmented by specialization into discrete disciplines, each of which, and first of all political economy in its current form, constitutes its own particular space, mental and abstract, to be laboriously confronted with social practice. The process of slicing up, moreover, becomes a discipline in its own right, the instrument of knowledge is taken for knowledge itself. The search for some unity here is confined to labored interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary montages which never manage to fit any of the pieces back together. The analytic approach excels only in the handling of cutting tools, and unification is beyond the reach of partial sciences which could only regain focus by transforming their methodology, their epistemology, their agenda, and their ideologies. Such is the context of an unfolding economic process which no longer answers to classical political economy and which indeed defies all the computations of the economists. Real property, along with construction, is no longer a secondary form of circulation, no longer the auxiliary and backward branch of industrial and financial capitalism that it once was. Instead, it has a leading role, albeit in an uneven way, for its significance is liable to vary according to country, time, or circumstance. The law of unevenness of growth and development, so far from becoming obsolete, is becoming worldwide in its application. Or, more precisely, is presiding over the globalization of a world market. In the history of capitalism, real property has played but a minor role. For one thing, the relics of the former ruling class long owned not only the agricultural land but also the land suitable for building, and, secondly, the relevant branch of production was dominated by trades and crafts. The situation of this branch, and of the whole economic sector in question, has now changed almost everywhere, though most of all in the major industrialized countries. Capitalism has taken possession of the land, and mobilized it to the point where this sector is fast becoming central. Why? Because it is a new sector, and hence less beset by the obstacles, surfeits, and miscellaneous problems that slow down old industries. Capital has thus rushed into the production of space in preference to the classical forms of production, in preference to the production of the means of production, machinery, and that of consumer goods. This process accelerates whenever classical sectors show the slightest sign of flagging. The flight of capital towards this favored sector can threaten capitalism's delicate self-regulating mechanisms, in which case the state may have to intervene. But this does not mean the elimination of the production of space as a sector which presupposes the existence of other forms of circulation but which nevertheless tends to displace the central activities of corporate capitalism. For it is space, and space alone, that makes possible the deployment of the limited but real organizational capacity of this type of capitalism. It sometimes happens, then, that the real property sector is rather brusquely called to order. As a mix of production and speculation, often hard to separate out from development, the sector oscillates between a subordinate function as a booster, flywheel or backup, in short as a regulator, and a leading role. It is therefore part of the general unevenness of development, and of the segmentation of the economy as a global reality. At the same time it retains an essential function in that it combats the falling rate of profit. Construction, whether private or public, generates higher than average profits in all but the most exceptional cases. Investment in real estate, i.e. in the production of space, continues to involve a higher proportion of variable as compared with constant capital. The organic composition of capital is weak in this sphere, despite the high level of investment called for and despite the rapidity of technological progress. Small and middle-sized businesses remain common, while excavation and framing call for a great deal of manpower, often immigrant labor. A mass of surplus value is thus generated, with most being added to the general mass but a significant portion returning to construction firms, and to the promoters and speculators. As to those problems which arise because obsolescence in this area tends to be slow, so putting a brake on the circulation of capital, they are tackled by a variety of means. The mobilization of space becomes frenetic, and produces an impetus towards the self-destruction of spaces old and new. Investment and speculation cannot be stopped, however, nor even slowed, and a vicious circle is thus set up. A strategy based on space, even if we leave military and political projects out of the picture, must be considered a very dangerous one indeed, for it sacrifices the future to immediate interests while simultaneously destroying the present in the name of a future at once programmed and utterly uncertain. The mobilization of space for the purposes of its production makes harsh demands. The process begins, as we have seen, with the land, which must first be wrenched away from the traditional form of property, from the stability of patrimonial inheritance. This cannot be done easily, or without concessions being made to the landowners, ground rents. The mobilization is next extended to space, including space beneath the ground and volumes above it. The entirety of space must be endowed with exchange value. And exchange implies interchangeability. The exchangeability of a good makes that good into a commodity, just like a quantity of sugar or coal. To be exchangeable, it must be comparable with other goods, and indeed with all goods of the same type. The commodity world and its characteristics, which formerly encompassed only goods and things produced in space, their circulation and flow, now govern space as a whole, which thus attains the autonomous, or seemingly autonomous, reality of things, of money. Exchange value, as Marx showed, in the wake of the classical economists, apropos of products/things, is expressed in terms of money. In the past one bought or rented land. Today what are bought, and, less frequently, rented, are volumes of space, rooms, floors, flats, apartments, balconies, various facilities, swimming pools, tennis courts, parking spaces, etc. Each exchangeable place enters the chain of commercial transactions, of supply and demand, and of prices. The connection of prices with production costs i.e. with the average social labor time required by production, is an increasingly elastic one. Moreover, this relationship, like others, is disturbed and complicated by a variety of factors, notably by speculation. The truth of prices tends to lose its validity. Prices are more and more independent of value and of production costs, while the operation of economic laws, the law of value and the law of supply and demand, or, if non-Marxist terminology is preferred, the interactions between desirability and profit margins, is compromised. Fraud itself now becomes a law, a rule of the game, an accepted tactic. The need for comparability has been met by the production of virtually identical cells. This is a well-known fact, one that no longer surprises anyone. It seems natural, even though it has hardly ever been explained. And then very poorly. Yet its apparent naturalness itself cries out for explanation. This is the triumph of homogeneity. From the point of view of the user, going from one cell to another can mean going home. The theory of modules and its practical application have made it possible to reproduce such cells, taken as models, ad infinitum. Space is thus produced and reproduced as reproducible. Verticality, and the independence of volumes with respect to the original land and its peculiarities, are, precisely, produced. Le Corbusier thrust built volumes into abstraction, separating them from the earth by means of piles and pillars, on the pretext that he was exposing them to open air and sunshine. At the same time, literally, volumes are treated as surfaces, as a heap of plans, without any account being taken of time. Not that time disappears completely in the case of abstractions thus erected, made vertical, and made visual. The fact is, however, that the needs about which we hear so much are forced under the yoke, or, rather, through the filter, of space. The truth, in fact, is that these needs are results and not causes, that they are subproducts of space. Exchangeability and its constraints, which are presented as norms, apply not only to surfaces and volumes but also to the paths that lead to and from them. All of which is justified on plans and drawings by the graphic synthesis of body and gesture that is allegedly achievable in architectural projects. Point 13. The graphic elements involved, in drawings, sections, elevations, visual tableaus with silhouettes or figures, etc., which are familiar to architects, serve as reducers of the reality they claim to represent, a reality that is in any case no more than a modality of an accepted, i.e. imposed, lifestyle in a particular type of housing. Suburban villa, high-rise, etc. A normal lifestyle means a normalized lifestyle. Meanwhile, the reference to the body, the modular, along with the figures and the promotional pattern, serve literally to naturalize the space thus produced, as artificial as it may be. For all that architectural projects have a seeming objectivity, for all that the producers of space may occasionally have the best intentions in the world, the fact is that volumes are invariably dealt with in a way that refers the space in question back to the land, to a land that is still privately, and privatively, owned. Built-up space is thus emancipated from the land in appearance only. At the same time, it is treated as an empty abstraction, at once geometric and visual in character. This relationship, a real connection concealed beneath an apparent separation and constituting a veritable Gordian knot, is both a practice and an ideology whose practitioners are unaware that their activity is of an ideological nature, even though their every gesture makes this fact concrete. The supposed solutions of the planners thus impose the constraints of exchangeability on everyday life, while presenting them as both natural, or normal, and technical requirements, and often also as moral necessities, requirements of public morality. Here, as ever, the economic sphere that Marx denounced as the organization of asceticism makes common cause with the moral order. Private property entails private life, and hence privation. And this in turn implies a repressive ideology in social practice, and vice versa, so that each masks the other. Spatial interchangeability inevitably brings a powerful tendency towards quantification in its train, a tendency which naturally extends outwards into the surroundings of the housing itself, into those areas variously represented as the environment, transitional spaces, means of access, facilities, and so on. Supposedly natural features are swallowed up by this homogenization, not only physical sites but also bodies, the bodies, specifically, of the inhabitants, or users. Quantification in this context is technical in appearance, financial in reality, and moral in essence. Should use value be expected to disappear? Could the homogenization of fragments scattered through space, along with their commercial interchangeability, lead to an absolute primacy of exchange and exchange value? And could exchange value come to be defined by the signs of prestige or status, i.e. by differences internal to the system, regulated by the relationship of specific locations to centers, with the result that the exchange of signs would absorb use value and supersede practical considerations rooted in production and in production costs? The answer to these questions must be negative. The acquirer of space is still buying a use value. What is that use value? First of all, he is buying an inhabitable space commensurate with other such spaces, and semiologically stamped by a promotional discourse and by the signs of a certain degree of distinction. That is not all, however. Also purchased is a particular distance, the distance from the purchaser's dwelling place to other places, to centers of commerce, work, leisure, culture, or decision. Here time once more has a role to play, even though a space that is both programmed and fragmented tends to eliminate it as such. Admittedly, the architect, the promoter, or even the occupier can compensate for the shortcomings of a given location by introducing signs, signs of status, signs of happiness, signs of lifestyle, and so on. Such signs are bought and sold despite their abstract nature, despite their concrete insignificance, and despite their over-significance, in that they proclaim their meaning, namely, compensation. Their price is simply added to the real exchange value. The fact remains that a home buyer buys a daily schedule, and that this constitutes part of the use value of the space acquired. Any schedule has pros and cons, involves the losing or saving of time, and hence something other than signs, to wit, a practice. The consumption of space has very specific features. It differs, of course, from the consumption of things in space, but this difference concerns more than just signs and meanings. Space is the envelope of time. When space is split, time is distanced, but it resists reduction. Within and through space, A certain social time is produced and reproduced, but real social time is forever re-emerging complete with its own characteristics and determinants, repetitions, rhythms, cycles, activities. The attempt to conceive of a space isolated from time entails a further contradiction, as embodied in efforts to introduce time into space by force, to rule time from space, time in the process being confined to prescribed uses and subjected to a variety of prohibitions. 18. If we are to clarify the categories and concepts relating to the production of space, we shall need to return to Marx's concepts, and not only to those of social labor and production. What is a commodity? A concrete abstraction. An abstraction, certainly, but not an abstraction in spite of its status as a thing, an abstraction, on the contrary, on account of its status as a social thing, divorced, during its existence, from its materiality, from the use to which it is put, from productive activity, and from the need that it satisfies. And concrete, just as certainly, by virtue of its practical power. The commodity is a social being there, an object irreducible to the philosophical concept of the object. The commodity hides in stores, in warehouses, in inventory. Yet it has no mystery comparable to the mystery of nature. The enigma of the commodity is entirely social. It is the enigma of money and property, of specific needs and the demand money satisfaction cycle. The commodity asks for nothing better than to appear. And appear it does. Visibly/readable, in shop windows and on display racks. Self-exhibition is its forte. Once it is apparent, there is no call to decode it, it has no need of decipherment after the fashion of the beings of nature and of the imagination. And yet, once it has appeared, its mystery only deepens. Who has produced it? Who will buy it? Who will profit from its sale? Who, or what purpose, will it serve? Where will the money go? The commodity does not answer these questions, it is simply there, exposed to the gaze of passers-by, in a setting more or less alluring, more or less exhibitionistic, be it in a nondescript small shop or in a glittering department store. The chain of commodities parallels the circuits and networks of exchange. There is a language and a world of the commodity. Hence also a logic and a strategy of the commodity. The genesis and development of this world, this discourse, and this logic were portrayed by Marx. The commodity assumed a role in society very early on, before history, but that role was limited, coexisting with those of barter and of the gift. Its status grew, however, in the cities of the ancient world, and above all in medieval towns. It then gave rise to commercial capital, to the conquest of the oceans and of distant lands, and hence also to the first adumbration of the world market. Upon this historical basis industrial capitalism was founded, a great leap forward for the commodity, putting it on course for the conquest of the world, i.e. the conquest of space. Ever since, the world market has done nothing but expand, so to speak. The actualization of the worldwide dimension, as a concrete abstraction, is underway. Everything, the totality, is bought and sold. Theological subtlety, wrote Marx apropos of the commodity and its characteristics. He was right to speak of subtlety, because the abstraction involved attains a most remarkable complexity. He was right, also, to use the word theological, because the commodity as concrete abstraction acts as the power of determinate beings, human groups, fractions of classes. The commodity is a thing, it is in space, and occupies a location. Chains of commodities, networks of exchange, are constituted and articulated on a world scale, transportation networks, buying and selling networks, the circulation of money, transfers of capital. Linking commodities together in virtually infinite numbers, the commodity world brings in its wake certain attitudes towards space, certain actions upon space, even a certain concept of space. Indeed, all the commodity chains, circulatory systems, and networks, connected on high by gold, the god of exchange, do have a distinct homogeneity. Exchangeability, as we have seen, implies interchangeability. Yet each location, each link in a chain of commodities, is occupied by a thing whose particular traits become more marked once they become fixed, and the longer they remain fixed, at that site, a thing, moreover, composed of matter liable to spoil or soil, a thing having weight and depending upon the very forces that threaten it, a thing which can deteriorate if its owner, the merchant, does not protect it. The space of the commodity may thus be defined as a homogeneity made up of specificities. This is a paradox new to our present discussion. We are no longer concerned either with the representation of space or with the representational space, but rather with the practice. Exchange with its circulatory systems and networks may occupy space worldwide, but consumption occurs only in this or that particular place. A specific individual, with a specific daily schedule, seeks a particular satisfaction. Use value constitutes the only real wealth, and this fact helps to restore its ill-appreciated importance. The paradigmatic, or significant, opposition between exchange and use, between global networks and the determinate locations of production and consumption, is transformed here into a dialectical contradiction, and in the process it becomes spatial. Space thus understood is both abstract and concrete in character, abstract inasmuch as it has no existence save by virtue of the exchangeability of all its component parts, and concrete inasmuch as it is socially real and as such localized. This is a space, therefore, that is homogeneous yet at the same time broken up into fragments. The commodity in its social expression and the commodity world must not be allowed to obfuscate a truth even more concrete than social existence. We know that there are many markets, existing on many levels, local, regional, national, worldwide. The market for material commodities, the labor market, the market for capital, the market in leases, whether for agricultural land or for building land, the market for works, signs, and symbols, and so forth. These different markets constitute a unity, namely the world market understood in the broadest possible sense. They are all connected, yet all retain their distinctness. They are superimposed upon one another without becoming confused with one another, spaces interpenetrating according to a law already evoked above, the law of composition of non-strategic spaces, which is analogous to the physical law of superimposition and composition of small movements. There are two markets whose conquest represents the ultimate triumph of the commodity and of money, the market in land, a pre-capitalist form of property, and the market in works, which, as non-products, long remained extra-capitalist. The commodity, along with its implications, networks of exchange, currency, money, may be looked upon as a component of social, practical, existence, as a formant of space. Considered in isolation, in itself, however, it does not have the capacity, even on a world scale, to exist socially, practically. And it is in the sense that it remains an abstraction, even though, qua thing, it is endowed with a terrible, almost deadly, power. The commodity world cannot exist for itself. For it to exist, there must be labor. It is the result of a productive activity. Every commodity is a product, of a division of labor, of a technical means, of an expenditure of energy, in short, of a force of production. Under this aspect also the concept must be spatialized if it is to become concrete. The commodity needs its space too. 19. A curious fate has been reserved for Marxism, for Marxist thought, for the categories, concepts, and theories referred to as Marxist. No sooner is Marx pronounced dead than Marxism experiences a resurgence. On re-inspection, the classical texts emerge as far richer than had been supposed, often confused, even contradictory. They yield new meanings. Some, such as the Grundrisse not many years ago, or the manuscripts of 1844 around 1930, have successfully revived a seemingly exhausted line of thought. Each period in the development of modern society, and perhaps even each country, has had its Marxism. Mainstream Marxism, meanwhile, has made many wrong turns, deviating variously into philosophism, historicism, or economism. By contrast, a number of concepts whose theoretical status originally occasioned much controversy, that of alienation, for example, have ultimately enjoyed brilliant careers as truly enlightening notions. The scientific and technological changes of the modern world have now made a reconsideration of Marxist thought inevitable. The thesis presented here might be summarized as follows. Each of the concepts of Marxism may be taken up once more, and carried to a higher level, without any significant moment of the theory as a whole being lost. On the other hand, if they are considered in the setting of Marx's exposition, these concepts and their theoretical articulation no longer have an object. The renewal of Marx's concepts is best effected by taking full account of space. XX. For Marx, nature belonged among the forces of production. Today a distinction is called for that Marx did not draw, namely, that between the domination and the appropriation of nature. Domination by technology tends towards non-appropriation, i.e. towards destruction. This is not to say that such destruction must inevitably occur, but merely that there is a conflict between domination and appropriation. This conflict takes place in space. There are dominated spaces and there are appropriated spaces. That is not the whole story, however. Nature appears today as a source and as a resource, as the source of energies, indispensable, vast, but not unlimited. It appears, more clearly than in Marx's time, as a source of use value. The tendency toward the destruction of nature does not flow solely from a brutal technology, it is also precipitated by the economic wish to impose the traits and criteria of interchangeability upon places. The result is that places are deprived of their specificity or even abolished. At an even more general level, it will be recalled that products of labor become commodities in the process of exchange. This means that their material characteristics are placed in abeyance, along with the needs to which they correspond. Only at the moment when the exchange cycle is completed, the moment just prior to consumption, do we observe the re-emergence of the product's materiality, and of the need it answers the re-emergence, in other words, of whatever natural, material, immediate, aspects still attach to the products of industry and of social labor. As source and resource, nature spatializes the concepts associated with it, among them the concept of productive consumption, of which Marx made great use but which has since been abandoned. Productive consumption always eliminates a material or natural reality, an energy, a quantity of labor power, or an apparatus. It uses up it is a use and a use value. It also produces. Let us for a moment consider the machine. Marx, along with Charles Babbage, whose work he drew upon, was one of the first to bring out the importance of the machine, a mechanism differing from a simple tool, as from a set of tools brought together in a workshop where both workers and tools are subject to a division of labor. A machine draws energy from a natural source, at first water, then steam, and later still electricity, and uses it to perform a sequence of productive tasks. The worker, instead of manipulating a tool, now serves a machine. The result is a radical but contradictory transformation of the productive process. Whereas labor is ever more divided and segmented, the machine is organized into an ensemble that is ever vaster, ever more cohesive, ever more unified, and ever more productive. Machines originated in the country, not in the towns. The windmill and the loom, prototypical machines, were rural inventions. The earliest machines were improved and perfected on the basis of the type of energy, hydraulic, for example, that they employed, and with respect to the kind of materials that they processed, wool, cotton, etc. From their beginnings, however, machines had the potential to generate something completely new, namely the automation of the production process, hence also a new rationality, and ultimately an end to labor itself. With the rise of industry, the extension of the market, the advent of the commodity world, in short, with the new importance taken on by the economic sphere, by capitalism, the old towns, finding themselves assailed from all sides, had to make room for something else. All their compartmentalizations, physical walls, guilds, local oligarchies, restricted markets, and controlled territories, had to be dismantled. Meanwhile, the machine developed apace, in tandem with capital investment. The generally accepted periodization proposed for the decline of the town's paleotechnical, neotechnical, premodern, and technological stages, does not, however, give us an exact or complete idea of what actually took place. Had the town of the pre-capitalist era been pre-machine, so to speak, in its essence, it would surely have disappeared completely, just like its various compartmentalizations. In actuality, so far from disappearing, it endured and, albeit transformed, expanded. The fact is that the town itself was already a vast machine, an automaton, capturing natural energies and consuming them productively. Over the centuries, the town's internal and external arrangements, the functions, forms and structures of its productive consumption, have metamorphosed. History, in a rather simple sense of the word, has lent impetus to extensions and elaborations of these spatial arrangements as well as to the introduction of connections, of sewers, water supply, lighting, transportation, energy delivery or flow, information channels, and so forth. Urban productivity has increased incessantly, thanks to the proximity of, and the links between, the needed elements. In this regard, the town has come over time to resemble an industrial plant rather than a workshop, though it has never become identical to such a plant. It is clear, therefore, that the town at a very early stage displayed certain characteristics of the machine or automaton, and even that it was a pioneer in this respect. The town is indeed a machine, but it is also something more, and something better, a machine appropriated to a certain use, to the use of a social group. As a second nature, as a produced space, the town has also retained, and this even during its crisis, certain natural traits, notably the importance assigned to use. In the context of the expansion of capitalism, there is a need to reconsider the concept of fixed, or constant, capital, for this concept can no longer be confined in its connotations to the equipment, premises, and raw materials of a given enterprise. According to Marx, fixed capital is the measure of social wealth. Quite obviously, this category must cover investment in space, such as highways or airports, as well as all sorts of infrastructural elements. How could the radar networks used to designate airways not be classified as fixed capital? These are aids of a new kind which the roads, canals, and railways of an earlier period prefigured in only the faintest way. Transportation grids exemplify productive consumption, in the first place because they serve to move people and things through the circuits of exchange, and secondly because they constitute a worldwide investment of knowledge in social reality. Such an extension of the notion of fixed capital allows us similarly to extend the notion of variable capital. And this with surprising results, for, contrary to many predictions, the incorporation of knowledge and technology into production has mobilized a considerable labor force, including the mass of workers, not highly skilled, needed for such tasks as excavation, construction, and maintenance. This development has indeed offered relief to a capitalism suffering from the fact that the high organic composition of capital in the most advanced industries tends to reduce necessary labor time, for the working class to reproduce itself as labor power, and therefore to threaten the minimal necessary level of available manpower. This situation further frees an enormous quantity of social time, whence the importance assumed by leisure and by cultural and other parasitic forms, as well as making for colossal surplus production, excess, floating, capital, and so on. Not that the production of space is solely responsible for the survival of capitalism, it is in no sense independent of the extension of capitalism to pre-existing space. Rather, it is the overall situation, spatial practice in its entirety, that has saved capitalism from extinction. In describing the organic composition of capitalism, Marx added another socio-economic average to those averages whose functions and structures he had already analyzed: average social labor and average rate of profit. When it takes the average organic composition of capital into account, theory rejoins social space, i.e. it ceases to operate in an abstract space. This average is only meaningful in connection with a specific space, the space, say, that is occupied by a branch of industry or, even better, by an economic entity of great scale, a country or a continent. At the level of a single factory it has no utility at all, save as it permits comparison of the organic composition of capital in that particular concern with the average in society at large. This concept comes truly into its own when applied worldwide, for there is a global organic composition of capital which subsumes the averages obtaining in specific countries or nations. The notion becomes concrete by becoming spatial, and vice versa, it is spatialized as it achieves concreteness. Here we find ourselves at the junction of political economy and its critique, as defined by Marx, on the one hand, and, on the other, a political economy of space, including its critique, which is a critique of states and of state powers holding sway over national territories. A theory based on the idea of organic composition would allow us to grasp the relationship between entities unequal in this regard, and to identify the consequences of those inequalities. For these result in transfers of value and of surplus value, and therefore of capital, as well as in contradictions within the capital market which give rise to monetary problems. 14 In the so-called underdeveloped countries, plundered, exploited, protected in a multitude of ways, economic, social, political, cultural, scientific, the obstacles in the way of growth and development become increasingly daunting. Meanwhile, the advanced countries use the more backward as a source of labor and as a resource for use values, energies, raw materials, qualitatively superior spaces for leisure activities. The Spain of today exemplifies this perfectly. Space in its entirety enters the modernized capitalist mode of production, there to be used for the generation of surplus value. The earth, underground resources, the air, and light above the ground, all are part of the forces of production and part of the products of those forces. The urban fabric, with its multiple networks of communication and exchange, is likewise part of the means of production. The town and its multifarious establishments, its post offices and railway stations, as also its storehouses, transportation systems, and varied services, are fixed capital. The division of labor affects the whole of space, not just the space of work, not just the factory floor. And the whole of space is an object of productive consumption, just like factory buildings and plant, machinery, raw materials, and labor power itself. In parallel with these developments, the realization of surplus value has ceased to occur solely within an area close to the point of production, confined to a local banking system. Instead, this process takes place through a worldwide banking network as part of the abstract relations, the manipulation of the written word, between financial agencies and institutions. The realization of surplus value has, so to speak, been deterritorialized. Urban space, though it has thus lost its former role in this process, nevertheless continues to ensure that links are properly maintained between the various flows involved, flows of energy and labor, of commodities and capital. The economy may be defined, practically speaking, as the linkage between flows and networks, a linkage guaranteed in a more or less rational way by institutions and programmed to work within the spatial framework where these institutions exercise operational influence. Each flow is of course defined by its origin, its endpoint, and its path. But, while it may thus be defined separately, a flow is only effective to the extent that it enters into relationship with others. The use of an energy flow, for instance, is meaningless without a corresponding flow of raw materials. The coordination of such flows occurs within a space. As for the distribution of surplus value, this too is achieved spatially, territorially, as a function of the forces in play, countries, economic sectors, and as a function of the strategies and know-how of managers. XXI. According to Marx, and his thesis is not unpersuasive, tools, machinery, premises, raw materials, in short, constant capital or, in current, and hence capitalist, parlance, investments, represent dead labor. In this way past activity crystallizes, as it were, and becomes a precondition for new activity. Current work, including brain work, takes up the results of the past and revivifies them. Under capitalism, however, what is dead takes hold of what is alive. In other words, the means of production belong to the individual capitalist and to the bourgeoisie as a class, and are used by them to retain their hold over the working class, to make that class work. In this context as in any other, a new society can only be defined as a turning of the world upon its head. But how could what is alive lay hold of what is dead? The answer is, through the production of space, whereby living labor can produce something that is no longer a thing, nor simply a set of tools, nor simply a commodity. In space needs and desires can reappear as such, informing both the act of producing and its products. There still exist, and there may exist in the future, spaces for play, spaces for enjoyment, architectures of wisdom or pleasure. In and by means of space, the work may shine through the product, use value may gain the upper hand over exchange value, appropriation, turning the world upon its head, may, virtually, achieve dominion over domination, as the imaginary and the utopian incorporate, or are incorporated into, the real. What we have called a second nature may replace the first, standing in for it or superimposing itself upon it without wreaking complete destruction. So long, however, as the dead retains its hold over the living, destruction and self-destruction will be imminent threats. Being equally dependent on this whole, which, in the sphere of knowledge, is called reduction, capitalism and the bourgeoisie can achieve nothing but abstractions, money and commodities, capital itself, and hence abstract labor, labor in general, the production of exchange value in general, within abstract space, the location and source of abstractions. XXII. In summary, then, and taking the categories one by one while bearing in mind their theoretical links, we may say of social space that it simultaneously 1. Has a part to play among the forces of production, a role originally played by nature, which it has displaced and supplanted. 2. Appears as a product of singular character, in that it is sometimes simply consumed, in such forms as travel, tourism, or leisure activities, as a vast commodity, and sometimes, in metropolitan areas, productively consumed, just as machines are, for example, as a productive apparatus of grand scale. 3. Shows itself to be politically instrumental in that it facilitates the control of society, while at the same time being a means of production by virtue of the way it is developed. Already towns and metropolitan areas are no longer just works and products but also means of production, supplying housing, maintaining the labor force, etc. 4. Underpins the reproduction of production relations and property relations, i.e. ownership of land, of space, hierarchical ordering of locations, organization of networks as a function of capitalism, class structures, practical requirements. 5. Is equivalent, practically speaking, to a set of institutional and ideological superstructures that are not presented for what they are, and in this capacity social space comes complete with symbolisms and systems of meaning, sometimes an overload of meaning, alternatively, it assumes an outward appearance of neutrality, of insignificance, of semiological destitution, and of emptiness, or absence. 6. Contains potentialities, of works and of reappropriation existing to begin with in the artistic sphere but responding above all to the demands of a body transported outside itself in space, a body which by putting up resistance inaugurates the project of a different space, either the space of a counterculture, or a counterspace in the sense of an initially utopian alternative to actually existing real space. XXIII. Space is already being reorganized as a function of the search for increasingly scarce resources, energy, water, light, raw materials of plant and animal origin. This tends, at least potentially, to restore the importance of use as opposed to exchange, albeit in and through a vast struggle. The production of space goes hand in hand with a new emphasis on nature as source of use values, the materiality of things. Long a consumer of part of the surpluses of the exchange system, of social surplus production, the production of space has thus risen to prominence in parallel with the restoration of use value, a restoration occurring on a vast scale and affecting politics through and through, without, however, resolving itself into political strategies. For Marx, nature was the only true wealth, and he carefully distinguished such wealth from fortunes measurable in terms of exchange value, in terms of money or specie. This idea remains true and profound, provided always that secondary, produced, space is not arbitrarily divorced, as if it embodied some particular significance, from the primary space of nature, which is the raw material and the matrix of production. The supreme good is time-space. This is what ensures the survival of being, the energy that being contains and has at its disposal. Capitalism does not consolidate itself solely by consolidating its hold on the land, or solely by incorporating history's pre-capitalist formations. It also makes use of all the available abstractions, all available forms, and even the juridical and legal fiction of ownership of things apparently inaccessible to privative appropriation, private property, nature, the earth, life energies, desires, and needs. Spatial planning, which uses space as a multipurpose tool, has shown itself to be extremely effective. Such an instrumental use of space is surely implicit in the conservative modernization that has been introduced with varying degrees of success in many countries. The foregoing remarks on scarcity, on centrality, on the mobilization of immovables have at most offered only the barest outline of a political economy of space. The reason why such a political economy will not be further elaborated upon here is that it is an offshoot of a more powerful theory, the theory of the production of space. Does our present inquiry, focused as it is on space and on the set of problems attending it, point in the direction of a form of knowledge susceptible of replacing classical political economy and its abstract models of development? Undoubtedly, yes. But it has to be made clear at the outset that the positive and negative, i.e. critical, aspects of such a theory will converge. The commodity world, which is an abstraction, cannot be conceived of apart from the world market, which is defined territorially, in terms of flows and networks, and politically, in terms of centers and peripheries. The notion of flows, a strictly economic notion that has been mistakenly generalized by some philosophers, is still not clearly understood. Along with their spatial interconnections, flows, by reasons of their complexity, still lie beyond the analytic and programming capacities of the computer. The fetishism of an abstract economics is being transformed into the fetishism of an abstract economic space. Space become commodity develops the traits of commodities in space to the maximum. In order to elevate experience of this space to the level of theoretical knowledge, it will be necessary to introduce new categories while simultaneously refining some old and familiar themes. The analysis of space envelopes may be expected to take markets, local, national, and hence also worldwide, as its starting point, and eventually to link up with the theory of networks and flows. And the theory of use value, so badly obscured and misapprehended since Marx, will be restored and returned, complete with its complexities, to its former standing. How and why is it that the advent of a world market, implying a degree of unity at the level of the planet, gives rise to a fractioning of space, to proliferating nation-states, to regional differentiation and self-determination, as well as to multinational states and transnational corporations which, although they stem this strange tendency towards fission, also exploit it in order to reinforce their own autonomy? Towards what space and time will such interwoven contradictions lead us? We know with some degree of accuracy where surplus value is formed under present conditions. We have but a scant notion, however, of where it is realized, or how it is divided up, because banking and financial networks scatter it far from the places, factories, countries, that generate it. Finally, space is also being recast, in response to the growth of air transport, particularly in its geopolitical dimensions, in response to various new industries, computers, leisure, the extraction of petroleum and other resources, and in response to the expanding role of the multinationals. It is to be hoped that, at the conclusion of an analytical and critical study such as the one here envisioned, the relationship between time and space would no longer be one of abstract separation coupled with an equally abstract confusion between these two different yet closely connected terms. 6. From the contradictions of space to differential space. Let us now review the theory of contradictory space by considering the contradictions in abstract space one by one. Just as white light, though uniform in appearance, may be broken down into a spectrum, space likewise decomposes when subjected to analysis. In the case of space, however, the knowledge to be derived from analysis extends to the recognition of conflicts internal to what on the surface appears homogeneous and coherent, and presents itself and behaves as though it were. The first contradiction on our list is that between quantity and quality. Abstract space is measurable. Not only is it quantifiable as geometrical space, but, as social space, it is subject to quantitative manipulations, statistics, programming, projections, all are operationally effective here. The dominant tendency, therefore, is towards the disappearance of the qualitative, towards its assimilation subsequent upon such brutal or seductive treatment. And yet in the end the qualitative successfully resists resorption by the quantitative, just as use resists resorption by value. Instead, it reemerges in space. A moment comes when people in general leave the space of consumption, which coincides with the historical locations of capital accumulation, with the space of production, and with the space that is produced. This is the space of the market, the space through which flows follow their paths, the space which the state controls, a space, therefore, that is strictly quantified. When people leave this space, they move towards the consumption of space, an unproductive form of consumption. This moment is the moment of departure, the moment of people's holidays, formerly a contingent but now a necessary moment. When this moment arrives, people demand a qualitative space. The qualities they seek have names: sun, snow, sea. Whether these are natural or simulated matters little. Neither spectacle nor mere signs are acceptable. What is wanted is materiality and naturalness as such, rediscovered in their, apparent or real, immediacy. Ancient names, and eternal, and allegedly natural, qualities. Thus the quality and the use of space retrieve their ascendancy, but only up to a point. In empirical terms, what this means is that neocapitalism and neo-imperialism share hegemony over a subordinated space split into two kinds of regions: regions exploited for the purpose of and by means of production, of consumer goods, and regions exploited for the purpose of and by means of the consumption of space. Tourism and leisure become major areas of investment and profitability, adding their weight to the construction sector, to property speculation, to generalized urbanization, not to mention the integration into capitalism of agriculture, food production, etc. No sooner does the Mediterranean coast become a space offering leisure activities to industrial Europe than industry arrives there, but nostalgia for towns dedicated to leisure, spread out in the sunshine, continues to haunt the urbanite of the super-industrialized regions. Thus the contradictions become more acute, and the urbanites continue to clamor for a certain quality of space. In the areas set aside for leisure, the body regains a certain right to use, a right which is half imaginary and half real, and which does not go beyond an illusory culture of the body, an imitation of natural life. Nevertheless, even a reinstatement of the body's rights that remains unfulfilled effectively calls for a corresponding restoration of desire and pleasure. The fact is that consumption satisfies needs, and that leisure and desire, even if they are united only in a representation of space, in which everyday life is put in brackets and temporarily replaced by a different, richer, simpler, and more normal life, are indeed brought into conjunction. Consequently, needs and desires come into opposition with each other. Specific needs have specific objects. Desire, on the other hand, has no particular object, except for a space where it has full play, a beach, a place of festivity, the space of the dream. The dialectical link, meaning the contradiction within a unity, between need and desire thus generates fresh contradictions, notably that between liberation and repression. Even though it is true that these dialectical processes have the middle classes as their only foundation, their only vehicle, and that these middle classes offer models of consumption to the so-called lower classes, in this case such mimesis may, under the pressure of the contradiction in question, be an effective stimulus. A passionate struggle takes place in art, and within artists themselves, the essential character of which the protagonists fail to recognize. It is in fact class struggle, the struggle between body and non-body, between signs of the body and signs of non-body. Mental space, the space of reductions, of force and repression, of manipulation and co-optation, the destroyer of nature and of the body, is quite unable to neutralize the enemy within its gates. Far from it, it actually encourages that enemy, actually helps to revive it. Which takes us far further than the often mentioned contradictions between aesthetics and rationalism. 2. The above-mentioned quantity-quality contradiction is not grounded in a binary opposition but rather in a three-point interaction, in a movement from the space of consumption to the consumption of space via leisure and within the space of leisure, in other words, from the quotidian to the non-quotidian through festival, whether feigned or not, simulated or authentic, or again from labor to non-labor through a putting into brackets and into question, in a half-imaginary, half-real way, of toil. Another, binary, opposition seems highly pertinent, even though it serves to freeze the dialectical process. This is the opposition between production and consumption, which, though transformed by ideology into a structure, cannot completely mask the dialectical conflict suggested by the term productive consumption. The movement glimpsed here is that between consumption in the ordinary sense, consumption necessitating the reproduction of things, and the space of production, which is traversed, and hence used and consumed, by flows, it is also the movement between the space of production and the space of reproduction, controlled by state power and underpinned by the reproducibility of things in space, as of space itself, which is broken up in order to facilitate this. Under neocapitalism or corporate capitalism, institutional space answers to the principles of repetition and reproducibility, principles effectively hidden by semblances of creativity. This bureaucratic space, however, is at loggerheads with its own determinants and its own effects, though occupied by, controlled by, and oriented towards the reproducible, it finds itself surrounded by the non-reproducible, by nature, by specific locations, by the local, the regional, the national, and even the worldwide. 3. Where then is the principal contradiction to be found? Between the capacity to conceive of and treat space on a global, or worldwide, scale on the one hand, and its fragmentation by a multiplicity of procedures or processes, all fragmentary themselves, on the other. Taking the broadest possible view, we find mathematics, logic, and strategy, which make it possible to represent instrumental space, with its homogeneous, or better, homogenizing, character. This fetishized space, elevated to the rank of mental space by epistemology, implies and embodies an ideology. That of the primacy of abstract unity. Not that this makes fragmentation any less operational. It is reinforced not only by administrative subdivision, not only by scientific and technical specialization, but also, indeed most of all, by the retail selling of space, in lots. If one needed convincing of the existence of this contradiction, it would suffice to think, on the one hand, of the pulverizing tendency of fragmented space and, on the other, of a computer science that can dominate space in such a fashion that a computer, hooked up if need be to other image and document reproducing equipment, can assemble an indeterminate mass of information relating to a given physical or social space and process it at a single location, virtually at a single point. To present the homogeneous/fractured character of space as a binary relationship, as a simple contrast or confrontation, is to betray its truly dual nature. It is impossible to overemphasize either the mutual inherence or the contradictoriness of these two aspects of space. Under its homogeneous aspect, space abolishes distinctions and differences, among them that between inside and outside, which tends to be reduced to the undifferentiated state of the visible readable realm. Simultaneously, this same space is fragmented and fractured, in accordance with the demands of the division of labor and of the division of needs and functions, until a threshold of tolerability is reached or even passed, in terms of exiguity of volumes, absence of links, and so on. The ways in which space is thus carved up are reminiscent of the ways in which the body is cut into pieces in images, especially the female body, which is not only cut up but also deemed to be without organs. It is not, therefore, as though one had global, or conceived, space to one side and fragmented, or directly experienced, space to the other, rather as one might have an intact glass here and a broken glass or mirror over there. For space is whole and broken, global and fractured, at one and the same time. Just as it is at once conceived, perceived, and directly lived. The contradiction between the global and the subdivided is the contradiction between center and periphery. The second defines the internal movement of the first. Affective globalism implies an established centrality. The concentration of everything that exists in space subordinates all spatial elements and moments to the power that controls the center. Compactness and density are a property of centers, radiating out from centers. Each space, each spatial interval, is a vector of constraints and a bearer of norms and values. 4. The opposition between exchange value and use value, though it begins as a mere contrast or non-dialectical antithesis, eventually assumes a dialectical character. Attempts to show that exchange absorbs use are really just an incomplete way of replacing a static opposition by a dynamic one. The fact is that use re-emerges sharply at odds with exchange in space, for it implies not property but appropriation. Appropriation itself implies time, or times, rhythm, or rhythms, symbols, and a practice. The more space is functionalized, the more completely it falls under the sway of those agents that have manipulated it so as to render it unifunctional, the less susceptible it becomes to appropriation. Why? Because in this way it is removed from the sphere of lived time, from the time of its users, which is a diverse and complex time. All the same, what is it that a buyer acquires when he purchases a space? The answer is time. Thus everyday life cannot be understood without understanding the contradiction between use and exchange, use value and exchange value. It is the political use of space, however, that does the most to reinstate use value. It does this in terms of resources, spatial situations, and strategies. Is a system of knowledge, a science, of the use of space likely to evolve out of such considerations? Perhaps, but it would have to involve an analysis of rhythms, and an effective critique of representative and normative spaces. Might such a knowledge legitimately be given a name, that of spatial analysis, for example? That would be reasonable enough, but one is loath indeed to add yet another specialization to what is already a very long list. V. The principal contradiction identified above corresponds to the contradiction discerned by Marx, at the very beginning of his analysis of capitalism, between the forces of production and the social relations of production, and of property. Though blunted now at the level of the production of things, in space, at a higher level, that of the production of space, this contradiction is becoming ever more acute. Technically, scientifically, formerly undreamed of possibilities have opened up. A society other than ours could undoubtedly invent, create, or produce new forms of space on this basis. Existing property and production relations erase these prospects, however, in other words, they shatter conceptions of space that tend to form in dreams, in imaginings, in utopias or in science fiction. Practically speaking, the possibilities are always systematically reduced to the triteness of what already exists, to houses in the suburbs or high-rises, individual boxes sprinkled with a few illusions versus hundreds of boxes stacked one on top of another. These are very fundamental points, but the fact that they are so fundamental cannot be too often reiterated, Because Marx's thinking tends to be weakened and diverted by all kinds of political attitudes. There are those who want a socialism in the industrialized countries that would simply continue along the path of growth and accumulation. The path, in other words, of the production of things in space. Others would smash every single mechanism of the current mode of production for the sake of an extremist revolutionary activism or leftism. The appeal of the first group is to objectivity, that of the second to voluntarism, subjectivity. By furthering the development of the forces of production, the bourgeoisie played a revolutionary role. It was Marx's view, and to overlook this point is to misunderstand his whole thinking, that the advent of large-scale industry, along with scientific and technological advance, had shaken the world to its foundations. The productive forces have since taken another great leap, from the production of things in space to the production of space. Revolutionary activity ought, among other things, to follow this qualitative leap, which also constitutes a leap into the qualitative, to its ultimate consequences. This means putting the process of purely quantitative growth into question, not so much in order to arrest it as to identify its potential. The conscious production of space has almost been achieved. But the threshold cannot be crossed so long as that new mode of production is preempted by the selling of space parcel by parcel, by a mere travesty of a new space. 6. The violence that is inherent in space enters into conflict with knowledge, which is equally inherent in that space. Power, which is to say violence, divides, then keeps what it has divided in a state of separation. Inversely, it reunites, yet keeps whatever it wants in a state of confusion. Thus knowledge reposes on the effects of power and treats them as real, in other words, it endorses them exactly as they are. Nowhere is the confrontation between knowledge and power, between understanding and violence, more direct than it is in connection with intact space and space broken up. In the dominated sphere, constraints and violence are encountered at every turn, they are everywhere. As for power, it too is omnipresent. Dominated space realizes military and political, strategic, models in the field. There is more to it than this, however, for thanks to the operation of power, practical space is the bearer of norms and constraints. It does not merely express power, it proceeds to repress in the name of power, and sometimes even in the name of nothing. As a body of constraints, stipulations, and rules to be followed, social space acquires a normative and repressive efficacy, linked instrumentally to its objectivity, that makes the efficacy of mere ideologies and representations pale in comparison. It is an essentially deceptive space, readily occupiable by pretenses such as those of civic peace, consensus, or the reign of nonviolence. Not that this space, dominating as well as dominated, is not inhabited as well by the agencies of the law, of the father, or of genitality. Logic and logistics conceal its latent violence, which to be effective does not even have to show its hand. Spatial practice regulates life, it does not create it. Space has no power in itself, nor does space as such determine spatial contradictions. These are contradictions of society, contradictions between one thing and another within society, as for example between the forces and relations of production, that simply emerge in space, at the level of space, and so engender the contradictions of space. 7. The contradictions identified in the foregoing discussion have been presented in a conceptual and theoretical manner which may suggest that they are abstractions unrelated to plain facts, to the empirical realm. Nothing could be further from the truth. These formulations do correspond to facts, indeed, they are the distillation of an indeterminate number of experiences. The contradictions in question are readily verifiable, even the most fanatical of positivists could detect them with the naked eye. It is just that empiricism refuses to call them contradictions, preferring to speak only of inconsistencies or of dysfunctions. The empiricist jibs at giving theoretical form to his observations, and confines himself to arranging his data into sets of logically connected facts. Owners of private cars have a space at their disposition that costs them very little personally, Although society collectively pays a very high price for its maintenance. This arrangement causes the number of cars, and car owners, to increase, which suits the car manufacturers just fine, and strengthens their hand in their constant efforts to have this space expanded. The productive consumption of space, which is productive, above all, of surplus value, receives much subsidization and enormous loans from government. This is just another way of barring all escape from a cruel spiral which optimists like to refer to as a regulatory system. Such systems unquestionably play a self-regulating role for society, provided that society is prepared to accept the side effects. Enough said. As for green areas, trees, squares that are anything more than intersections, town parks, these obviously give pleasure to the community as a whole, but who pays for this pleasure? How and from whom can fees be collected? Since such spaces serve no one in particular, though they do bring enjoyment to people in general, there is a tendency for them to die out. Non-productive consumption attracts no investment because all it produces is pleasure. Colossal sums, meanwhile, are invested in the most unproductive consumption imaginable, namely, the consumption of arms of all kinds, including rockets and missiles. There are two ways in which urban space tends to be sliced up, degraded and eventually destroyed by this contradictory process: the proliferation of fast roads and of places to park and garage cars, and their corollary, a reduction of tree-lined streets, green spaces, and parks and gardens. The contradiction lies, then, in the clash between a consumption of space which produces surplus value and one which produces only enjoyment, and is therefore unproductive. It is a clash, in other words, between capitalist utilizers and community users. This account owes much to Alfred Sauvy, one of those who appears to see no contradictions here. 1. 8. Cases are legion where the empirical approach to a given process refuses to carry its description to a conceptual level where a dialectical, conflictual, dynamic is likely to emerge. For example, countries in the throes of rapid development blithely destroy historic spaces, houses, palaces, military or civil structures. If advantage or profit is to be found in it, then the old is swept away. Later, however, perhaps towards the end of the period of accelerated growth, these same countries are liable to discover how such spaces may be pressed into the service of cultural consumption, of culture itself, and of the tourism and the leisure industries with their almost limitless prospects. When this happens, everything that they had so merrily demolished during the Belle Époque is reconstituted at great expense. Where destruction has not been complete, renovation becomes the order of the day, or imitation, or replication, or neo this or neo that. In any case, what had been annihilated in the earlier frenzy of growth now becomes an object of adoration. And former objects of utility now pass for rare and precious works of art. Let us for a moment consider the space of architecture and of architects, without attaching undue importance to what is said about this space. It is easy to imagine that the architect has before him a slice or piece of space cut from larger holes, that he takes this portion of space as a given and works on it according to his tastes, technical skills, ideas, and preferences. In short, he receives his assignment and deals with it in complete freedom. That is not what actually happens, however. The section of space assigned to the architect, perhaps by developers, perhaps by government agencies, is affected by calculations that he may have some intimation of but with which he is certainly not well acquainted. This space has nothing innocent about it, it answers to particular tactics and strategies, it is, quite simply, the space of the dominant mode of production, and hence the space of capitalism, governed by the bourgeoisie. It consists of lots and is organized in a repressive manner as a function of the important features of the locality. As for the eye of the architect, it is no more innocent than the lot he is given to build on or the blank sheet of paper on which he makes his first sketch. His subjective space is freighted with all too objective meanings. It is a visual space, a space reduced to blueprints, to mere images, to that world of the image which is the enemy of the imagination. These reductions are accentuated and justified by the rule of linear perspective. Such sterilizing tendencies were denounced long ago by Grimord, who demonstrated how they serve to fetishize the thought aids that are made to be seen and to be seen from, thus reinforcing pure visual space, is a tendency that degrades space. The thought aid, to see and to be seen, was always a measure of social standing and prestige. A prison with a thought aid, which was also the prison of the family, became the epitome and modular form of bourgeoisified space. It may thus be said of architectural discourse that it too often imitates or caricatures the discourse of power, and that it suffers from the delusion that objective knowledge of reality can be attained by means of graphic representations. This discourse no longer has any frame of reference or horizon. It only too easily becomes, as in the case of Le Corbusier, a moral discourse on straight lines, on right angles and straightness in general, combining a figurative appeal to nature, water, air, sunshine, with the worst kind of abstraction, plane geometry, modules, etc. Within the spatial practice of modern society, the architect ensconces himself in his own space. He has a representation of this space, one which is bound to graphic elements, to sheets of paper, plans, elevations, sections, perspective views of thought, aids, modules, and so on. This conceived space is thought by those who make use of it to be true, despite the fact, or perhaps because of the fact, that it is geometrical, because it is a medium for objects, an object itself, and a locus of the objectification of plans. Its distant ancestor is the linear perspective developed as early as the Renaissance, a fixed observer, an immobile perceptual field, a stable visual world. The chief criterion of the architectural plan, which is unconsciously determined by this perceptual field, is whether or not it is realizable. The plan is projected onto the field of architectural thought, there to be accepted or rejected. A vast number of representations, some would call them ideological representations, but why bother with a term now so devalued by misuse? Take this route: any plan, to merit consideration, must be quantifiable, profitable, communicable, and realistic. Set aside or downplayed from the outset are all questions relating to what is too close or too distant, relating to the surroundings or environment, and relating to the relationship between private and public. On the other hand, subdivisions, lots, and specializations, functional localizations, are quite admissible to this practically defined sphere. Much more than this, in fact, though the sphere in question seems passive with respect to operations of this kind, its very passive acceptance of them ensures their operational impact. The division of labor, the division of needs, and the division of objects, things, all localized, all pushed to the point of maximum separation of functions, people, and things, are perfectly at home in this spatial field, no matter that it appears to be neutral and objective, no matter that it is apparently the repository of knowledge, sans peur et sans reproche. Let us now turn our attention to the space of those who are referred to by means of such clumsy and pejorative labels as users and inhabitants. No well-defined terms with clear connotations have been found to designate these groups. Their marginalization by spatial practice thus extends even to language. The word user, usager, for example, has something vague, and vaguely suspect, about it. User of what, one tends to wonder. Clothes and cars are used, and wear out, just as houses are. But what is use value when set alongside exchange and its corollaries? As for inhabitants, the word designates everyone, and no one. The fact is that the most basic demands of users, suggesting underprivileged, and inhabitants, suggesting marginal, find expression only with great difficulty, whereas the signs of their situation are constantly increasing and often stare us in the face. The user's space is lived, not represented, or conceived. When compared with the abstract space of the experts, architects, urbanists, planners, the space of the everyday activities of users is a concrete one, which is to say, subjective. as a space of subjects rather than of calculations, as a representational space. It has an origin, and that origin is childhood, with its hardships, its achievements, and its lacks. Lived space bears the stamp of the conflict between an inevitable, if long and difficult, maturation process and a failure to mature that leaves particular original resources and reserves untouched. It is in this space that the private realm asserts itself, albeit more or less vigorously, and always in a conflictual way, against the public one. It is possible, nevertheless, if only in a mediational or transitional way, to form a mental picture of a primacy of concrete spaces, of semi-public, semi-private spaces, of meeting places, pathways and passageways. This would mean the diversification of space, while the relative importance attached to functional distinctions would disappear. Appropriated places would be fixed, semi-fixed, movable or vacant. We should not forget that among the contradictions here a not unimportant part is played by the contradiction between the ephemeral and the stable, or, to use Heidegger's philosophical terminology, between dwelling and wandering. Although work, including a portion of household production, food preparation, etc., demands a fixed location, this is not true of sleep, nor of play, and in this respect the West might do well to take lessons from the East, with its great open spaces, and its low and easily movable furniture. In the West the reign of the fight over space is certainly not over. The furniture, which is almost as heavy as the buildings themselves, continues to have facades, mirrored wardrobes, sideboards, and chests still face out onto the sphere of private life, and so help dominate it. Any mobilization of private life would be accompanied by a restoration of the body, and the contradictions of space would have to be brought out into the open. Inasmuch as the resulting space would be inhabited by subjects, it might legitimately be deemed situational or relational. But these definitions or determinants would refer to sociological content rather than to any intrinsic properties of space as such. The restoration of the body means, first and foremost, the restoration of the sensory sensual, of speech, of the voice, of smell, of hearing. In short, of the non-visual. And of the sexual, though not in the sense of sex considered in isolation, but rather in the sense of a sexual energy directed towards a specific discharge and flowing according to specific rhythms. But these are no more than suggestions, or pointers. 9. One of the most glaring paradoxes about abstract space is the fact that it can be at once the whole set of locations where contradictions are generated, the medium in which those contradictions evolve and which they tear apart, and, lastly, the means whereby they are smothered and replaced by an appearance of consistency. This gives space a function, practically speaking, i.e. within spatial practice, which was formerly filled by ideology, and which is still to some extent felt to require an ideology. As long ago as 1961, Jane Jacobs examined the failures of city planning and rebuilding in the United States. In particular, she showed how the destruction of streets and neighborhoods led to the disappearance of many acquired characteristics of city life, or, rather, characteristics assumed to have been permanently acquired: security, social contact, facility of child rearing, diversity of relationships, and so on. 3. Jacobs did not go so far as flatly to incriminate neocapitalism, or as to isolate the contradictions immanent to the space produced by capitalism, abstract space. But she did very forcefully demonstrate how destructive this space can be, and specifically how urban space, using the very means apparently intended to create or recreate it, affects its own self-destruction. Faced with the city's complexity and unintelligibility, whether real or merely apparent is of no consequence here, some in the United States were inspired to take the practical and theoretical initiative of creating specialists responsible for disentangling the web of problems and explaining them, though without necessarily proposing solutions. Such was the initial agenda of so-called advocacy planning, as opposed to the city planning of the authorities. The notion was that in this way users and inhabitants, as a group, would secure the services of someone competent, capable of speaking and communicating, in short, an advocate, who would negotiate for them with political or financial entities. The failure of this approach, as documented by Goodman, is rich in meaning. Point 4. When the interested parties, the users, do not speak up, who can speak in their name or in their place? Certainly not some expert, some specialist of space or of spokesmanship. There is no such specialization, because no one has a right to speak for those directly concerned here. The entitlement to do so, the concepts to do so, the language to do so are simply lacking. How would the discourse of such an expert differ from that of the architects, developers, or politicians? The fact is that to accept such a role or function is to espouse the fetishization of communication, the replacement of use by exchange. The silence of the users is indeed a problem, and it is the entire problem. The expert either works for himself alone or else he serves the interests of bureaucratic, financial, or political forces. If ever he were truly to confront these forces in the name of the interested parties, his fate would be sealed. Formal contrasts with true spatial contradictions. One of the deepest conflicts immanent to space is that space as actually experienced prohibits the expression of conflicts. For conflicts to be voiced, they must first be perceived, and this without subscribing to representations of space as generally conceived. A theory is therefore called for, one which would transcend representational space on the one hand and representations of space on the other, and which would be able properly to articulate contradictions, and in the first place the contradiction between these two aspects of representation. Socio-political contradictions are realized spatially. The contradictions of space thus make the contradictions of social relations operative. In other words, spatial contradictions express conflicts between socio-political interests and forces. It is only in space that such conflicts come effectively into play, and in so doing they become contradictions of space. X. The aforementioned contradiction between the global, the capacity to conceive of and deal with space on a wide scale, even on a world scale, as in the cases of computer science and the geopolitics of air transport, and the fragmentary, the subdivision of space for purposes of buying and selling, intensifies at the strategic level. In strategic spaces resources are always localized. Estimates are made in terms of units, whether units of production, firms, or units of consumption, households. Objectives and targets, by contrast, are always globalizing in tendency, and effectively worldwide in the case of the chief states and chief transnational corporations. Dispersion and subdivision, often carried to the point of complete segregation, are controlled and dominated by strategic aims, by wills to power of the highest order in terms both of the quantity of means employed and of the quality of goals pursued. Everything that is dispersed and fragmented retains its unity, however, within the homogeneity of power's space. This is a space which naturally takes account of the connections and links between those elements that it keeps, paradoxically, united yet disunited, joined yet detached from one another, at once torn apart and squeezed together. It would be mistaken in this connection to picture a hierarchical scale stretching between two poles, with the unified will of political power at one extreme and the actual dispersion of differentiated elements at the other. For everything, the whole, weighs down on the lower or micro level, on the local and the localizable, in short, on the sphere of everyday life. Everything, the whole, also depends on this level, exploitation and domination, protection and, inseparably, repression. The basis and foundation of the whole is dissociation and separation, maintained as such by the will above. Such dissociation and separation are inevitable in that they are the outcome of a history, of the history of accumulation, but they are fatal as soon as they are maintained in this way, because they keep the moments and elements of social practice away from one another. A spatial practice destroys social practice destroys itself by means of spatial practice. At the strategic level, forces in contention occupy space and generate pressures, actions, events. The law of interpenetration of small movements does not obtain at this level. This does not mean that the micro level is any less significant. Though it may not supply the theater of conflict or the sphere in which contending forces are deployed, it does contain both the resources needed and the stakes at issue. The goal of any strategy is still, as it always has been, the occupation of a space by the varied means of politics and of war. A variety of conceptual grids may be developed to help decipher complex spaces. The broadest of these distinguishes between types of oppositions and contrasts in space: isotopias, or analogous spaces, heterotopias, or mutually repellent spaces, and utopias, or spaces occupied by the symbolic and the imaginary, by idealities such as nature, absolute knowledge, or absolute power. Though this classification is still rather crude, it does bring out a paradox, a contradiction not hitherto noticed, namely, the fact that the most effectively appropriated spaces are those occupied by symbols. Gardens and parks, which symbolize an absolute nature, are an example, or religious buildings, which symbolize power and wisdom, and hence the absolute pure and simple. A subtler and more concrete grid classifies places according to their attributions: private, public, or mediational, passageways or pathways. Or, in other words, according to their use and their users. A third type of grid would operate at the strategic level, and reveal the measure of order that exists beneath the chaotic surface of space, the articulations between the market in space and the spaces of the market, between spatial planning and development and the productive forces occupying space, and between political projects and the obstacles they run into, that is to say, those forces that run counter to a given strategy and occasionally succeed in establishing a counter space within a particular space. Why, then, should we not simply pursue this line of inquiry further, in the hope of arriving at a completely satisfactory grid? 2 points are worth making by way of response to this question. First, there is no good reason for limiting the number of possible grids, or to deem one preferable in some absolute way to another. Secondly, the concept of the grid, like the concepts of the model and the code, is itself not above reproach. As tools of formal knowledge, all such concepts have a precise aim, which is to eliminate contradictions, to demonstrate a coherence, and to reduce the dialectical to the logical. Such an intent is immanent to a knowledge that aspires to be pure and absolute while remaining ignorant of its own raison d'etre, which is to reduce reality in the interests of power. 11. It is possible, on the basis of a particular knowledge, that of the production of space, to entertain the idea of a science of social space, a space both urban and rural, but predominantly rural. What term would be most appropriate here? Connaissance, science, or savoir? 5. I have used the term savoir above with an unfavorable connotation. This was not to suggest, however, that the term designates a knowledge now obsolete, relegated to history, gathering dust on the shelf alongside other outdated contributions. This use of the term is a little suspect, in any case, because there is an element of the arbitrary about it. Anyone, after all, is free to decide what to file under outdated knowledge or received wisdom. The negative connotation that I feel we are justified in attaching to savoir is the suggestion that such knowledge colludes to some degree with power, that it is bound up, whether crudely or more subtly, with political practice, and hence with the multifarious representations and rhetoric of ideology. As for connaissance, knowledge in this sense at all times embodies both a self-criticism which relativizes it, and a critique of what exists, which naturally becomes more acute when political stakes, or politics at stake, and strategies are under scrutiny. Connaissance seeks to grasp the global. In this respect it is linked to philosophy, of which it is an extension, even though it makes common cause with social practice by virtue of its attachment to a specific, salient concept, the concept of production. We have now in effect defined metaphilosophy, which is grounded in philosophy but which opens philosophy up to the real and the possible. When the critical moment occurs, connaissance generates the concrete universal. The concepts necessary, among them that of production, are not sufficient unto themselves, they lead back to the practice that they hold up to view. When applied to such concepts, certain questions lose their validity, questions concerning either a specified subject, who is thinking, who is speaking, where is that person speaking from, or an identifiable object, what space does it occupy, upon what side is it located. It is not just by virtue of their content, but, just as importantly, by virtue of the theoretical form just described, that is, the link with lived experience, with practice, and with a radical critique, that these concepts are exempted from such questions. The word science continues to imply a detailed process of working out and construction confined to a specified field and calling for strict adherence to predetermined methods. The result is skepticism towards all specialist dogmas, and notably towards the methods, the operational, or supposedly operational, concepts, used by particular specializations. The science of space should therefore be viewed as a science of use, whereas the specialized sciences known as social sciences, including, for example, political economy, sociology, semiology and computer science, partake of exchange, and aspire to be sciences of exchange, that is, of communication and of the communicable. In this capacity, the science of space would concern itself with the material, sensory and natural realms, though with regard to nature its emphasis would be on what we have been calling a second nature, the city, urban life, and social energetics, considerations ignored by the simplistic nature-centered approaches with their ambiguous concepts such as the environment. The tendency of such a science would run counter to the dominant, and dominating, tendency in another respect also. It would accord appropriation a special practical and theoretical status. For appropriation and for use, therefore, and against exchange and domination. Co-optation, as already mentioned, should be looked upon as a practice intermediate between domination and appropriation, between exchange and use. To oppose it to production or to treat it as exclusive of production is to mistake its character. Properly understood, co-optation can lead to the production of a space. There are illustrious precedents for this. Consider, for example, Christianity's co-optation of the Roman Basilica. Originally intended for a secular, civic, and social function, as a place of encounter and of commerce in the broadest sense of the word, this building was given a religious and political role. Its transformation went hand in hand with its consecration, with its subordination to cryptal constraints and requirements. The adjoining areas of crypt and tomb slowly but surely gave it the form of the cross. The day would come when this form would give birth, in the light of the Word, the Logos resurrected, to the soaring upsurge of the Middle Ages. As for the structure itself, it underwent modifications that had no logical connection with those suffered by the function and the form. The invention of intersecting ribs was a turning point, as everyone knows. The form corresponds approximately to the moment of communication, hence to the realm of the perceived. The function is carried out, effectively or not, and corresponds to the directly experienced in a representational space. The structure is conceived, and implies a representation of space. The whole is located within a spatial practice. It would be inexact and reductionistic to define use solely in terms of function, as functionalism recommends. Form, the communicable, communication, is also an aspect of use, as is structure, which is always the structure of an object that we make use of and use up. Each time one of these categories is employed independently of the others, hence reductively, it serves some homogenizing strategy. Formalism puts all the emphasis on form, and thus on communicability and exchange. Functionalism stresses function to the point where, because each function has a specially assigned place within dominated space, the very possibility of multifunctionality is eliminated. And structuralism takes into account only structures, treating them as objects which are in the last analysis technological in character. The fact is, however, that use corresponds to a unity and collaboration between the very factors that such dogmatisms insist on dissociating. Needless to say, no plan could conceivably maintain a perfect balance between these diverse moments or form-ants of space. A given plan must of necessity highlight either function, or form, or structure. but the way that one or another of these moments or formants is brought into play to begin with does not imply the demise of the other two. On the contrary, considering that what appears first will later become mere appearance, the prospect is that the other moments will consequently become more real in comparison. Herein, it would seem, lies the genius of art in the classical sense, an art which, though outdated as such, needs to be resumed and extended much as thought needs to resume and extend philosophy. The initial analysis of a musical work has three moments or aspects: rhythm, melody, harmony. This tridimensionality ensures the possibility of endless production, even though the possibilities of each moment considered in isolation, or of each binary opposition, are finite. Works constructed around just one of these moments, for instance, around melody or percussion alone, are more readily communicable, but at the same time they are monotonous and unattractive. The great classical music maintained unity between the three moments. Each player or work concentrates upon and accentuates one or another, only to bring the others into prominence sooner or later. This variation of effects is also to be found within a single composition, within a single sonata or symphony. The role of emphasis here, so far from being a homogenizing one, so far from serving to overwhelm all other possible aspects of the work, is simply to point up qualities and underscore differences. The result is movement instead of stagnation, as one moment always refers to the next, which it prepares for and informs. The simultaneous presence of materials, piano, strings, brass, etc., and material, scales, modes, tones, opens up possibilities and amplifies differences, thus reversing the reductionist tendency, which is itself associated with the ideology of exchange and communication. 12. Abstract space, which is the tool of domination, asphyxiates whatever is conceived within it and then strives to emerge. Though it is not a defining characteristic of abstract space, there is nevertheless nothing secondary or fortuitous about this proclivity. This space is a lethal one which destroys the historical conditions that gave rise to it, its own, internal, differences, and any such differences that show signs of developing, in order to impose an abstract homogeneity. The negativity that Hegelianism attributed to historical temporality alone is in fact characteristic of abstract space, and this in a double sense, or, rather, operating with redoubled force, it stands opposed to all difference whether actual or potential. Why has this lethal power been unleashed? Is it related to the nuclear threat? To freewheeling technology? To rampant population growth? To the kind of development known to be undesirable yet desired by power? To ecological problems? Or, more obscurely, to the operation of abyssal forces or of self-destructive tendencies in the species or in the planet, to the operation of a death instinct? But, then, how important is it that a cause or reason be found here? Granted, an answer would gratify the philosopher's age-old speculative instinct. The last remaining members of that species could focus their attention and interest on an ontologically privileged and illuminating area, and contemplate a supreme cause or reason, no longer for being, but rather for non-being. Would it not make more sense, however, instead of striving to discover the metaphysical source of the death sentence passed on itself by the world, i.e. the Judeo-Christian, Greco-Roman world, overdetermined by capitalism, to examine the instrument used? For neither the atomic bomb, nor the squandering of resources, nor demographic, economic or production-based growth, indeed, no single aspect of the threat, can define its instrument, which is space. All the above-mentioned causes or reasons converge in space. Space harbors them, receives and transforms them into efficacious, operational, agents. Space and space alone, instrumental space, with its specific effects and its strategic aims, the removal of every obstacle in the way of the total elimination of what is different. At this level it becomes apparent just how necessary, and at the same time how inadequate, the theory of alienation is. The limitations of the concept of alienation lie in this: it is so true that it is completely uncontested. The state of affairs we have been describing and analyzing validates the theory of alienation to the full, but it also makes it seem utterly trivial. Considering the weight of the threat and the level of terror hanging over us, pillorying either alienation in general or particular varieties of alienation appears pointless in the extreme. The status of the concept, or of liberal, humanist, ideology, is simply not the real. 13. With regard to the difficult and still incomplete theory of difference, there is no need to do any more here than touch on a few points. This theory covers the whole realm of knowledge, connaissance, and of thinking about knowledge. Its range extends from the conceived to the directly lived, which is to say from the concept without life to life without concepts. And from logic to the dialectic, linking the two and placing itself at their point of articulation. On the one hand it overlaps with the theory of coherence, and hence of identity, ultimately, tautological identity. On the other hand it overlaps with the theory of contradictions, ultimately, antagonistic contradictions. Two inseparable distinctions have to be drawn in this connection, that between minimal and maximal differences, and that between induced and produced differences. The first of these distinctions belongs to logic, the second to the theory of dialectical movement. Within logico-mathematical sets, the difference between one and one, the first one and the second one, is strictly minimal. The second differs from the first only by virtue of the iteration that gives rise to it. By contrast, the difference between finite cardinal and ordinal numbers on the one hand and transfinite cardinal and ordinal numbers on the other is a maximal difference. An induced difference remains within a set or system generated according to a particular law. It is in fact constitutive of that set or system. For example, in numerical sets, the difference between the successive elements generated by iteration or recurrence. Similarly, the diversity between villas in a suburb filled with villas, or between different community facilities, or, again, variations within a particular fashion in dress, as stipulated by that fashion itself. By contrast, a produced difference presupposes the shattering of a system. It is born of an explosion. It emerges from the chasm opened up when a closed universe ruptures. To a large extent, the theory of the production of differences is based on the theory of maximal differences. A given set gives rise, beyond its own boundaries, to another, completely different set. Thus the set of whole numbers generates first the set of fractions, then the sets of incommensurables and transcendentals, and ultimately the set of transfinite numbers. As soon as logico-mathematical categories apply, production and induction in these senses come into play. Repetitions generate differences, but not all differences are equivalent. The qualitative arises from the quantitative, and vice versa. Under the reign of historical time, differences induced within a given mode of production coexist at first with produced differences promoting the demise of that mode. A difference of the latter kind is not only produced, it is also productive. Thus those differences within medieval society that foreshadowed a new mode of production had themselves accumulated during the general process of accumulation. At last they precipitated a tumultuous transition and eventually shattered existing societies and their mode of production. The classical theory of dialectical contradictions of space to differential space 1373. Development refers to this moment as a qualitative leap long prepared for by gradual, quantitative, changes. 6 This traditional view, however, has turned out to suffer from a number of shortcomings and lacunae, and if it is to be revived it must at the same time be given much more depth. One more point: particularities are a function of primary nature, of sites, of resources. On the basis of their differences, unknown or misunderstood, they confront one another and clash with one another. Out of their struggles, which imply and complicate class struggles as well as conflicts between peoples and nations, there emerge differences properly so called. Drawing a clear distinction between particularities and differences makes it possible to dispense with such confused and dangerous metaphors as specificity, authenticity, and so on. The formal theory of difference opens of itself onto the unknown and the ill-understood, onto rhythms, onto circulations of energy, onto the life of the body, where repetitions and differences give rise to one another, harmonizing and disharmonizing in turn. 14. Differences endure or arise on the margins of the homogenized realm, either in the form of resistances or in the form of externalities, lateral, heterotopical, heterological. What is different is, to begin with, what is excluded, the edges of the city, shanty towns, the spaces of forbidden games, of guerrilla war, of war. Sooner or later, however, the existing center and the forces of homogenization must seek to absorb all such differences, and they will succeed if these retain a defensive posture and no counterattack is mounted from their side. In the latter event, centrality and normality will be tested as to the limits of their power to integrate, to recuperate, or to destroy whatever has transgressed. The vast shanty towns of Latin America, aves/as, barrios, ranchos, manifest a social life far more intense than the bourgeois districts of the cities. This social life is transposed onto the level of urban morphology, but it only survives inasmuch as it fights in self-defense and goes on the attack in the course of class struggle in its modern forms. Their poverty notwithstanding, these districts sometimes so effectively order their space, houses, walls, public spaces, as to elicit a nervous admiration. Appropriation of a remarkably high order is to be found here. The spontaneous architecture and planning, wild forms, according to a would-be elegant terminology, prove greatly superior to the organization of space by specialists who effectively translate the social order into territorial reality with or without direct orders from economic and political authorities. The result, on the ground, is an extraordinary spatial duality. And the duality in space itself creates the strong impression that there exists a duality of political power, an equilibrium so threatened that an explosion is inevitable, and in short order. This impression is nonetheless mistaken, a measure, precisely, of the repressive and assimilative capacity of the dominant space. The duality will persist, certainly, and, failing any reversal of the situation, dominated space will simply be weakened. Duality means contradiction and conflict. A conflict of this kind eventuates either in the emergence of unforeseen differences or in its own absorption, in which case only induced differences arise, i.e. differences internal to the dominant form of space. A conflictual duality, which is a transitional state between opposition, induced difference, and contradiction/transcendence, produced difference, cannot last forever. It can sustain itself, however, around an equilibrium deemed optimal by a particular ideology. 15. In the absence of any dialectical movement, a given logic, or, once again, a given strategy, may generate a space by generating a spiral or vicious circle, also deemed optimal by ideology. A case in point is the spiral criticized by Goodman. In the United States, the federal government collects a certain percentage on petrol sales, so generating vast sums of money for urban and interurban highway construction. The building of highways benefits both the oil companies and the automobile manufacturers. Every additional mile of highway translates into increased car sales, which in turn increase petrol consumption, hence also tax revenues, and so on. Goodman calls this asphalt's magic circle. It is almost as though automobiles and motorways occupied the entirety of space. Such are the workings of a logic, i.e. a strategy. This sequence of operations implies a productive consumption, the consumption of a space, and one that is doubly productive in that it produces both surplus value and another space. The production of space is carried out with the state's intervention, and the state naturally acts in accordance with the aims of capital, yet this production seems to answer solely to the rational requirements of communication between the various parts of society, as to those of a growth consistent with the interests of all users. What actually happens is that a vicious circle is set in train which for all its circularity is an invasive force serving dominant economic interests. 16. Each spatial strategy has several aims, as many aims as abstract space. Manipulated and manipulative, has properties. Strategic space makes it possible simultaneously to force worrisome groups, the workers among others, out towards the periphery, to make available spaces near the centers scarcer, so increasing their value, to organize the center as locus of decision, wealth, power, and information, to find allies for the hegemonic class within the middle strata and within the elite, to plan production and flows from the spatial point of view, and so on. The space of this social practice becomes a space that sorts, a space that classifies in the service of a class. The strategy of classification distributes the various social strata and classes, other than the one that exercises hegemony, across the available territory, keeping them separate and prohibiting all contacts, these being replaced by the signs, or images, of contact. Two critical remarks are called for in this connection. The first concerns a kind of knowledge that legitimates this strategy by treating it as an object of science. I refer to structuralism, which cites intellectual reasons of a high order for its interest in arrangements and classifications of the kind that we have been discussing. What it perceives here is intelligibility, the superior relationship of the thinking subject and the constructed object. In this respect, but not only in this respect, the ideology of structuralism, wearing the mantle of knowledge, serves power. The second point is that operational notions of arrangement or classification govern the whole of space, and apply as much to private as to public space, as much to furnishings as to overall spatial planning. Such notions clearly serve power by contributing to a global homogenizing trend. After all, it is the state, public, and hence political, authority that does the arranging and classifying. Operationalism of this kind actually conflates public space with the private space of the hegemonic class, or fraction of a class, that in the last analysis retains and maintains private ownership of the land and of the other means of production. It is therefore in appearance only that the private sphere is organized according to the dictates of the public one. The inverse situation, the world upside down, and waiting to be set on its feet, is the one that actually prevails. The whole of space is increasingly modeled after private enterprise, private property, and the family, after a reproduction of production relations paralleling biological reproduction and genitality. 17. Mimesis has its role and function in this domination of space, imitation and its corollaries, analogy, and impressions to a greater or lesser degree informed by analogy, resemblances and dissimilarities, metaphor, substitution of one term for another, and metonymy, use of a part to refer to the whole. This role is a contradictory one, however, by assigning a model, which occupies a space, to an as yet ill-defined desire, imitation ensures that violence, or rather counter-violence, will be done to that desire in its relationship with that space and its occupant. With its components and variants, mimesis makes it possible to establish an abstract spatiality as a coherent system that is partly artificial and partly real. Nature is imitated, for example, but only seemingly reproduced. What are produced are the signs of nature or of the natural realm. A tree, perhaps, or a shrub, or merely the image of a tree, or a photograph of one. In this way nature is effectively replaced by powerful and destructive abstractions without any production of second nature, without any appropriation of nature. Nature is left, as it were, in a no man's land. An actualized second nature, far removed from nature proper yet concrete at its own level, would be emancipated from artifice while at the same time retaining no suggestion of the natural. Mimesis, on the other hand, pitches its tent in an artificial world, the world of the visual where what can be seen has absolute priority, and there simulates primary nature, immediacy, and the reality of the body. As we saw earlier, social, spatial, practice in the first instance intuitively, i.e. in an initial intuitus, immediate and close to nature's immediacy, laid hold of a portion of nature which was already divided, and hence, too, of a portion of the body with its constitutive dualities, either the whole, the abyss, or else the mound, the shining hill, either the world or the cosmos. And either the curve, the circle, the ring, or the straight line, ascending or descending. This able manoeuvre, which I sought to trace above, made it possible, beginning in the city of the ancient world, simultaneously to incorporate femaleness and to demote it, to establish dominion over it by assigning it a limited portion of space, and to reduce it to a femininity subordinated to the principle of maleness, of masculinity, or manliness. The intuitus whereby practice first produced a diversity of spaces was to be transformed into a habitus and then into an intellectus. These transformations were brought about on the basis of immediacy, of sensory impressions that already had a mental dimension, intuitus, that were already in some degree detached from pure or natural sensation, already amplified, broadened, elaborated, and hence already metamorphosed. Thus social space emerged from the earth and evolved, thanks to a stubbornly pursued process of intellectualization, until an abstract space was constructed, a geometric, visual and phallic space that went beyond spatiality by becoming the production of a homogeneous and pathogenic political medium at once aberrational and norm-bound, coercive and rationalized, the medium of the state, of power and its strategies. What is the destiny of this absolutely political medium, this space of absolute politics? At present, between metaphorizations and metonymizations, we are approaching tautology. We produce only the reproducible, and hence we produce only by reproducing or imitating past production. This is the ultimate contradiction, inasmuch as the capacity to produce space produces only reproductions, it can generate nothing but the repetitive, nothing but repetition. The production of space is thus transformed into its opposite, the reproduction of things in space. And mimesis, simulation, imitation, becomes merely a reproducibility grounded in received knowledge, technology, and power, because reproducibility is what ensures the renewal, or reproduction, of existing social relations. 18. What is commonly referred to as the political question needs to be broken down, for like space itself it gives rise to a number of sub-questions, a number of different themes or problems. There is the question of the political sphere in a general sense, and of its function in social practice. There is the question of politics and its part in the capitalist mode of production, and there is the question of the politicians, statesmen or henchmen of the state, and of their qualifications and their selection, so to speak. Questions concerning the state on the one hand and the political sphere, or particular political policies, on the other inevitably remain abstract, as do answers to them, so long as they are not couched in terms of the state's relationship to space. That relationship, which has always been a real one, is becoming tighter. The spatial role of the state, whether in the past or in the present, is more patent. Administrative and political state apparatuses are no longer content, if they ever were, merely to intervene in an abstract manner in the investment of capital, in the properly economic sphere. So long as units of economic production and of social activity were scattered across the land, only the state was capable of binding them into a spatial unity, that of the nation. At the end of the Middle Ages in Western Europe, the towns and the urban system substituted a secularized space for the absolute, religious, space of earlier centuries. It was in this political space, already unitary in character though still made up of scattered elements, that there arose the space of royal power, the space of the nation-state in the making. This historical relationship between the state and space was considered earlier in our discussion. Today the state and its bureaucratic and political apparatuses intervene continually in space, and make use of space in its instrumental aspect in order to intervene at all levels and through every agency of the economic realm. Consequently, global, social practice and political practice tend to join forces in spatial practice, so achieving a certain cohesiveness if not a logical coherence. In France, specific localized actions are linked up by the authorities, prefects, to global actions dictated by so-called planning guidelines and national plans. Nothing that happens within the nation's borders remains outside the scope of the state and its services. These cover space in its entirety. Only those individuals who think and operate at the state level are familiar with all regional and local arrangements, with all the flows and networks, such as those which connect manpower deposits to places where labor power is productively consumed. The fact remains, however, that the proliferation of links and networks, by directly connecting up very diverse places, and by ending their isolation, though without destroying the peculiarities and differences to which that very isolation has given rise, tends to render the state redundant. Whence the clamour, sometimes high-pitched and superficial, sometimes stemming from the profoundest of motives, raised on all sides by those who want to loosen the grip of power, to decentralize, to manage, or self-manage, from the grassroots, whether at the level of production, the factory, or at the territorial level, town or city. The state's tendency to establish centers of decision armed with all the tools of power and subordinated to a single main center, the capital, thus encounters stiff resistance. Local powers, municipalities, departments, regions, do not readily allow themselves to be absorbed. The state, moreover, can neither do everything, nor know everything, nor manage everything. Indeed, its maximum effectiveness consists in the destruction of whatever escapes its control. Hegel's absolute state cannot produce itself in this space because it is bound to destroy itself before it can bring the task to completion. A certain pluralism persists, therefore, but one which has no great significance so long as open conflict does not erupt among the forces in contention, that is to say, among the various groups, classes, or fractions of classes that have taken up defensive or offensive postures. This is why conflicts between local powers and central powers, wherever they may occur in the world, are of the greatest possible interest. Such conflicts, occasionally, allow something other to break the barriers of the forbidden. Not that hope should be placed, after the fashion of the American liberals, in pluralism per se, but it is not unreasonable to place some hope in things that pluralism lets by. 19. Innumerable groups, some ephemeral, some more durable, have sought to invent a new life, usually a communal one. With their trials and errors, successes and failures, such communal experiments have so many denigrators and champions that we can get a fairly clear picture of them. Among the obstacles that they have run into and the reasons for their failure when it occurs must certainly be numbered the absence of an appropriated space, the inability to invent new forms. The communities of earlier times, monastic or otherwise, had contemplation, not enjoyment, as their raison d'etre and goal. No doubt there is nothing more beautiful than cloisters, but we need to remember that these structures were never built for the sake of beauty or art. Their significance and purpose was, rather, retreat from the world, ascesis, meditation. It is a curious and paradoxical fact that, while spaces dedicated to sensual delight have existed, they are few and far between, aside from the Alhambra with its gardens, and certain chateaux of the Loire, and perhaps a few villas of Palladias. It is hard to think of real examples as opposed to literary and imaginary ones, the Abbey of Theleme, the palaces of the Arabian Nights, or the dreams of a Fourier. An architecture of pleasure and joy, of community in the use of the gifts of the earth, has yet to be invented. When one asks what agencies have informed social demands and commands, the answer is much more likely to be commerce and exchange, or power, or productive labor, or renunciation and death, than enjoyment and rest, in the sense of non-work. Listening, even with half an ear, to the vengeful discourse of a Valerie Solanas in her Scum. Manifesto, powered as it may well be by deep resentments, it is hard to resist the conclusion that it is time for the sterile space of men, founded on violence and misery, to give way to a women's space. It would thus fall to women to achieve appropriation, a responsibility that they would successfully fulfill, in sharp contrast to the inability of male or manly designs to embrace anything but joyless domination, renunciation, and death. Most if not all modern experiments in communal living have diverted an existing space to their own purposes and so lost their impetus on account of an inappropriate spatial morphology, bourgeois mansions, half-ruined castles, villages abandoned by the peasantry, suburban villas, and so forth. In the end, the invention of a space of enjoyment necessarily implies going through a phase of elitism. The elites of today avoid or reject quantitative models of consumption and homogenizing trends. At the same time, though they cultivate the appearance of differences, These elites are in fact indistinguishable from one another. The masses, meanwhile, among whom genuine differences exist, and who at the deepest, unconscious, level seek difference, continue to espouse the quantitative and the homogeneous. The obvious reason for this is that the masses must survive before they can live. Elites thus have a role, and first and foremost that role is to indicate to the masses how difficult, and indeed impossible, it is to live according to the strict constraints and criteria of quantity. It is true, of course, that the masses already experience this impossibility in their working lives, but this awareness has yet to be extended to the whole of life outside work. Whatever the outcome of the elitist quest for community, however, no matter how the relationship between elites and the laboring masses may turn out, the production of a new space commensurate with the capacities of the productive forces, technology and knowledge, can never be brought about by any particular social group. It must of necessity result from relationships between groups, between classes or fractions of classes, on a world scale. There should therefore be no cause for surprise when a space-related issue spurs collaboration, often denounced on that basis by party politicians, between very different kinds of people, between those who. Contradictions of Space to Differential Space 381. Reactionaries, in a traditional political parlance, and liberals or radicals, progressives, advanced Democrats, and even revolutionaries. Such coalitions around some particular counter-project or counter-plan, promoting a counter-space in opposition to the one embodied in the strategies of power, occur all over the world, as easily in Boston, New York or Toronto as in English or Japanese cities. Typically the first group, the reactors, oppose a particular project in order to protect their own privileged space, their gardens and parks, their nature, their greenery, sometimes their comfortable old homes, or sometimes, just as likely, their familiar shacks. The second group, the liberals or radicals, will meanwhile oppose the same project on the grounds that it represents a seizure of the space concerned by capitalism in a general sense, or by specific financial interests, or by a particular developer. The ambiguity of such concepts as that of ecology, for example, which is a mixture of science and ideology, facilitates the formation of the most unlikely alliances. Only a political party can impose standards for the recruitment of members and so achieve ideological unity. It is precisely the diversity of the coalitions just mentioned that explains the suspicious attitude of the traditional political parties towards the issues of space. XX. A space in which each individual and/or collective subject, reconstituted on this new basis, would become acquainted with use and enjoyment is at present only in its infancy. Current notions of an alternative society or counterculture are in no way free of confusion. What might a counterculture be, considering how much uncertainty surrounds the concept of culture itself, just as much of a ragbag as the notion of the unconscious, because it is made the repository as easily of ideology as the results of history, of ways of life, or of the body's misconstrued demands. What might an alternative society be, given the difficulty of defining society, and given that all such words lose any clear meaning if they do not designate either capitalism or socialism or communism? Terms which have themselves now become equivocal? What runs counter to a society founded on exchange is a primacy of use. What counters quantity is quality. We know what counter-projects consist or what counter-space consists in, because practice demonstrates it. When a community fights the construction of urban motorways or housing developments, when it demands amenities or empty spaces for play and encounter, we can see how a counter-space can insert itself into spatial reality, against the eye and the gaze, against quantity and homogeneity, against power and the arrogance of power, against the endless expansion of the private and of industrial profitability, and against specialized spaces and a narrow localization of function. Naturally, it happens that induced differences internal to a whole and brought into being by that whole as a system aiming to establish itself and then to close, for example, the suburban world of villas, are hard to distinguish either from produced differences, which escape the system's rule, or from reduced differences, forced back into the system by constraint and violence. Naturally, too, it happens that a counter space and a counter project simulate existing space, parodying it and demonstrating its limitations, without for all that escaping its clutches. The only possibility of so altering the operation of the centralized state as to introduce, or reintroduce, a measure of pluralism lies in a challenge to central power from the local powers, in the capacity for action of municipal or regional forces linked directly to the territory in question. Inevitably such resistance or counteraction will tend to strengthen or create independent territorial entities capable to some degree of self-management. Just as inevitably, the central state will muster its own forces in order to reduce any such local autonomy by exploiting isolation and weakness. Hence a quite specific dialectical process is set in train. On the one hand, the state's reinforcement is followed by a weakening, even a breaking up or withering away. On the other hand, local powers assert themselves vigorously, then lose their nerve and fall back. And so on, in accordance with the cycle and with contradictions which must, sooner or later, achieve resolution. What form might that resolution take? Ultimately, perhaps, that of the replacement of the state's machinery by data processing machines fed and managed from below. Putting the spatial problematic into terms of forces, the relative strength of socio-political forces, effectively gets us out of a number of ludicrous dilemmas. Either the city is non-existent or else it is a system, either space is an inert underlay or else it is the medium of a fully self-contained ecological reality, and either the urban sphere occupies a niche or else it is a subject. Just as economic pressure from the base, and such pressure alone, in the shape of unions, the making of demands, striking, and so forth, is able to modify the production of surplus value, so pressure grounded in spatial practice is alone capable of modifying the apportionment of that surplus value, i.e. any distribution of the portion of social surplus production allotted to society's collective interests, to so-called social services. Such grassroots pressure, if it is to be effective in this regard, cannot be confined to attacking the state qua guardian of the general interest. For this state, born of the hegemony of a class, has as one of its functions, and a more and more significant function, the organization of space, the regularization of its flows, and the control of its networks. It devotes to these purposes a considerable part of global surplus value, of the surplus production assigned to the running of society. Pressure from below must therefore also confront the state in its role as organizer of space, as the power that controls urbanization, the construction of buildings and spatial planning in general. This state defends class interests while simultaneously setting itself above society as a whole, and its ability to intervene in space can and must be turned back against it, by grassroots opposition, in the form of counterplans and counter-projects designed to thwart strategies, plans and programs imposed from above. XXI. The quest for a counter-space overwhelms the supposedly ironclad distinction between reform and revolution. Any proposal along these lines, even the most seemingly insignificant, shakes existing space to its foundations, along with its strategies and aims, namely, the imposition of homogeneity and transparency everywhere within the purview of power and its established order. The silence of the users mentioned earlier may be explained as follows: consumers sense that the slightest shift on their part can have boundless consequences, that the whole order, or mode of production, weighing down upon them will be seriously affected by the slightest movement on their part. The situation has consequences that seem paradoxical at first. Certain deviant or diverted spaces, though initially subordinate, show distinct evidence of a true productive capacity. Among these are spaces devoted to leisure activity. Such spaces appear on first inspection to have escaped the control of the established order, and thus, inasmuch as they are spaces of play, to constitute a vast counter-space. This is a complete illusion. The case against leisure is quite simply closed, and the verdict is irreversible: leisure is as alienated and alienating as labor, as much an agent of co-optation as it is itself co-opted, and both an assimilative and an assimilated part of the system, mode of production. Once a conquest of the working class, in the shape of paid days off, holidays, weekends, and so on, leisure has been transformed into an industry, into a victory of neocapitalism and an extension of bourgeois hegemony to the whole of space. As an extension of dominated space, leisure spaces are arranged at once functionally and hierarchically. They serve the reproduction of production relations. Space thus controlled and managed constrains in specific ways, imposing its own rituals and gestures, such as tanning, discursive forms, what should be said or not said, and even models and modulations in space, hotels, chalets, the emphasis being on private life, on the genital order of the family. Hence this space too is made up of boxes for living in, of identical plans piled one on top of another or jammed next to one another in rows. Yet, at the same time, the body takes its revenge, or at least calls for revenge. It seeks to make itself known, to gain recognition, as generative. Of what? Of practice, of use, hence of space, and, by extension, of the human species. A positivity, then, negated by its own consequences, and later restored. The beach is the only place of enjoyment that the human species has discovered in nature. Thanks to its sensory organs, from the sense of smell and from sexuality to sight, without any special emphasis being placed on the visual sphere, the body tends to behave as a differential field. It behaves, in other words, as a total body, breaking out of the temporal and spatial shell developed in response to labor, to the division of labor, to the localizing of work and the specialization of places. In its tendency, the body asserts itself more, and better, as subject and as object than as subject activity, in the classical philosophical sense, and as objectivity, fragmented in every way, distorted by the visual, by images, etc. In and through the space of leisure, a pedagogy of space and time is beginning to take shape. As yet, admittedly, this is no more than a virtuality, and one which is denied and rejected, but it nevertheless indicates a trend, or rather a counter-trend. Time, meanwhile, retrieves its use value. And the critique of the space of labor, whether implicit or explicit, leads in turn to a critique of fractured, specialized, gestures, of silence, of discomfort, and malaise. Despite its anachronistic aspect, the return to immediacy, to the organic, and hence to nature, gives rise to startling differences. Through music, indecisively, clumsily, yet effectively, rhythms reclaim their rights. They can no longer be forgotten, even though simulation and mimesis have replaced any true appropriation of being and of natural space, and even though the appeal to the body is ever liable to turn into its opposite, total passivity on the beach, mere contemplation of the spectacle of sea and sun. The space of leisure tends, but it is no more than a tendency, a tension, a transgression of users in search of a way forward, to surmount divisions, the division between social and mental, the division between sensory and intellectual, and also the division between the everyday and the out of the ordinary, festival. This space further reveals where the vulnerable areas and potential breaking points are: everyday life, the urban sphere, the body, and the differences that emerge within the body from repetitions, from gestures, rhythms, or cycles. The space of leisure bridges the gap between traditional spaces with their monumentality and their localizations based on work and its demands, and potential spaces of enjoyment and joy. In consequence, this space is the very epitome of contradictory space. This is where the existing mode of production produces both its worst and its best, parasitic outgrowths on the one hand and exuberant new branches on the other, as prodigal of monstrosities as of promises that it cannot keep. XXII. The degree to which a city can resist despoliation, the difficulty encountered by those who would lay it waste, is well illustrated by the case of Paris. As in any urban space, something is always going on, but not everything that is going on tends in the same direction. While neocapitalism and the centralizing state reorganize the city's supposedly historic section in accordance with their interests, neighborhoods not far from the center are in the process of becoming more working class in character. Around Belleville, for example, an area that is still very animated, immigrant workers and colons repatriated from North Africa rub shoulders, not without a measure of friction. Meanwhile, the Marais is experiencing the influx of an elite element, but this is an elite made up of intellectuals and of members of the old and new liberal professions, which does not look down its nose at the common people. In this respect, it differs from the old-style bourgeoisie, still solidly ensconced in the city's residential arrondissements and suburbs. It is not inconceivable that the Marais and its vicinity will long retain some relationship with production, with craft industry, small or medium-size manufacturing, and a proletarian and even sub-proletarian population. Paris has not completely lost the excitement that characterized it as a city of festival in earlier times. As 1968 showed, it is still a crucible, still a focal point. There is an acute contradiction here. It is not in the interests of the political establishment and the hegemonic class to extinguish this spark, for to do so would effectively destroy the city's worldwide reputation, based, precisely, on its daring, its willingness to expose the possible and the impossible, its so-called cultural development, and its panoply of actions and actors, working class, intelligentsia, students, artists, writers, and others. Yet at the same time the political powers and the bourgeoisie controlling the economy are afraid of all such ferment, and have a strong urge to crush it under suffocating central decision-making. In Paris, as in any city worth the name, the allied effects of centralism and monumentality have not yet run their course. Each of these trends is based on simultaneous inclusion and exclusion precipitated by a specific spatial factor. The center gathers things together only to the extent that it pushes them away and disperses them, while a monument exercises an attraction only to the degree that it creates distance. It is inevitable, therefore, that the reduction of old particularities, of ethnic groups, cultures, or nationalities, should produce new differences. It is impossible to bring urban reality to a complete stop. To do so would kill it, and in any case it puts up far too strong a resistance. Though dominated, ravaged, the urban realm successfully reconstitutes itself. Only in the most extreme circumstances could this reality be reduced to a state of inertia, flat on the ground, so to speak, utterly dispersed and denominated. Furthermore, this extreme state of affairs, so hard to arrive at, would present perils of its own. The contradiction between the passivity and the activity of people, of inhabitants or users, is never completely resolved in favor of passivity. There is nothing more contradictory than urbanness. On the one hand, it makes it possible in some degree to deflect class struggles. The city and urban reality can serve to disperse dangerous elements, and they also facilitate the setting of relatively inoffensive objectives, such as the improvement of transportation or of other amenities. On the other hand, the city and its periphery tend to become the arena of kinds of action that can no longer be confined to the traditional locations of the factory or office floor. The city and the urban sphere are thus the setting of struggle, they are also, however, the stakes of that struggle. How could one aim for power without reaching for the places where power resides, without planning to occupy that space and to create a new political morphology, something which implies a critique in acts of the old one, and hence too of the status of the political sphere itself, as of specific political orientations? It is worth pointing out in passing that illegitimate hybrids of country and city in no way escape the domination of space, as some people, particularly those who inhabit such spaces, seem to believe. On the contrary, these bastard forms degrade both urban and rural space. So far from transcending the conflict between the two, they thrust both into a confusion which would be utterly without form were it not for the structure imposed by the space of the state. The appropriation of politically dominated space poses an enormous political problem, one that must remain insoluble so long as no critique of the political realm, of specific politics and of the state is forthcoming. So long, in fact, as no withering away of the state occurs, no matter by what route or by virtue of what process. At this level the opposition between appropriation and domination becomes a dialectical contradiction, as the appropriation of space, the development of the urban sphere, the metamorphosis of everyday life and the transcendence of the conflictual split between city and country all clash head-on with the state and with politics. Seen from this perspective, dominant/dominated space, as imposed by the state upon its subjects, be they faithful or not, is simply the space, seemingly devoid of violence, of a sort of pax estetica, or, in the case of the Western countries, a pax capitalistica, reminiscent of the pax romana. Though seemingly secured against any violence, abstract space is in fact inherently violent. The same goes for all spaces promising a similar security: residential suburbs, holiday homes, fake countrysides, and imitations of nature. The Marxist theory of the withering away of the state gets a new lease on life when placed in the context of the following central insight: state management of space implies a logic of stability that is both destructive and self-destructive. XXIII. In this connection it is worth reconsidering the grid mentioned earlier, see pages 15-5-8, according to which there are three interacting and interwoven levels of space: the public or global, the private, and the mixed, mediating or intermediary, levels. The fact is that this grid deciphers and apportions social space in a way quite different from political thinking. According to the perspective of politics, no part of space can or may be allowed to escape domination, except in so far as appearances are concerned. Power aspires to control space in its entirety, so it maintains it in a disjointed unity, as at once fragmentary and homogeneous, it divides and rules. The grid embodies a different perspective, if only because it does not keep the spatial elements separate from one another within an abstract space. It reintroduces immanent differences and envisions spaces at once compact and highly elaborated, places of encounter and places of transition, passages, as well as places appropriated to meditation and solitude. And it is akin to another analysis of levels, one which discriminates, without sundering them, between a micro-level, architecture, residence versus housing, neighborhood, a medium level, the city, town planning, the town-country dichotomy, and finally a macro-level, spatial strategies, town and country planning, land considered in national, global, or worldwide terms. We should remember, nevertheless, that grids of this kind are still confined to the classification of fragments in space, whereas authentic knowledge of space must address the question of its production. XXIV. Political power as such harbors an immanent contradiction. It controls flows and it controls agglomerations. The mobility of the component parts and formants of social space is constantly on the increase, especially in the economic realm proper: flows of energy, of raw materials, of labor, and so on. But such control, to be effective, calls for permanent establishments, for permanent centers of decision and action, whether violent or not. There are certain essential activities, moreover, some pedagogical in character, some even related to play, that also require durable facilities. Note that the mobility of flows and agglomerations has little to do with the rhythms and cycles of nature. A novel and quite specific contradiction thus arises between what is transient and what is durable. The diversity of spatial forms and the flexibility of practice can only become more marked, along with the variety of functions, with multifunctionality, and indeed with dysfunctionality. Can the body in its quest for vindication use the resulting interstices as its way back? And what of primary and second nature? XXV. It is signs and images, the world of signs and images, that tend to fill the interstices in question. Signs of happiness, of satisfaction. Signs and images of nature, of eros. Images and signs of history, of authenticity, of style. Signs of the world, of the other world, and of another. A different world. Neo this and neo that, consumed as novelties, and signs of the old, the venerated, the admirable. Images and signs of the future. Signs and images of the urban, of urbanness. This world of images and signs, This tombstone of the world, mundus est immundius, is situated at the edges of what exists, between the shadows and the light, between the conceived, abstraction, and the perceived, the readable/visible. Between the real and the unreal. Always in the interstices, in the cracks. Between directly lived experience and thought. And, a familiar paradox, between life and death. It presents itself as a transparent, and hence pure, world, and as reassuring, on the grounds that it ensures concordance between mental and social, space and time, outside and inside, and needs and desire. On the grounds, too, that it is unitary, that it instates a, rediscovered, unity of discourse, of language as systematic, of thought as logical. The world of signs passes itself off as a true world, and perhaps after all it has the right to do so, which would involve further compromise of the true, the absolute. The rule of this world is founded, then, on transparency. It leads, however, into opacity and into naturalness, not that of nature, but that of the signs of nature. This is a fraudulent world, indeed the most deceptive of all worlds, the world as fraud. A world where that which contains is hidden in corners or lurks on the sidelines. When there is talk of art and culture, the real subject is money, the market, exchange, power. Talk of communication actually refers only to solitudes. Talk of beauty refers to brand images. Talk of city planning refers to nothing at all. The world of images and signs exercises a fascination, skirts or submerges problems, and diverts attention from the real, i.e. from the possible. While occupying space, it also signifies space, substituting a mental and therefore abstract space for spatial practice, without, however, doing anything really to unify those spaces that it seems to combine in the abstraction of signs and images. Differences are replaced by differential signs, so that produced differences are supplanted in advance by differences which are induced, and reduced to signs. The evanescent space of images and signs does not, however, manage to attain consistency. It is a world that flees, a world with a perpetual, indeed a dizzying, need for rejuvenation. It even seems at times that this world is about to disappear bag and baggage down a hole, into some cleft that, with just a little widening, would swallow it up. Unfortunately, to suppose that the right word or gesture could tumble everything down the rubbish chute amounts to an existential, or existentialist, illusion. Anyone tempted to subscribe to such an illusion would be well advised to recall that in the booby-trapped space of images illusions are among the booby traps. Dispelling the fictitious yet real world of images and signs is going to take more than a magic formula or a ritual gesture, more than the words of a philosopher or the arm wavings of a prophet. Factors or causes may be discerned within reality, however, that may be expected in the long run to interfere with the smooth running of the fascinating and ambiguous world of images. In tandem with the division of labor, though not identifiable with it, a diversification of products and of operations related to production may be observed. Activities ancillary to manufacture proper have become more and more important, with a corresponding decrease in the significance of manual labor and of those tasks carried out on the shop floor itself. Some people have even spoken in this regard of a tertiarization of industry. The product's conception has much to do with this, for it now has to take needs into account whether these are assumed to exist or deliberately created, genuinely present or simply manipulated, and hence must deal with a mass of information. The organization of productive labor gets increasingly complex in consequence, as conceptual considerations and considerations of profit have to be reconciled and as product cycles themselves diversify more and more. There is a proliferation, too, of business services, and much more widespread subcontracting of auxiliary tasks. Another outcome is that urban centers, formerly known as cities, tend to take over all the intellectual aspects of the productive process, formerly known as science's role in production, or knowledge as one of the forces of production. This leads in turn to struggles for influence, power, and prestige among the scientific and business groups concerned. It may be asserted with reasonable confidence that the process of producing things in space, the range of so-called consumer goods, tends to annul rather than reinforce homogenization. A number of differentiating traits are thus permitted to emerge which are not completely bound to a specific location or situation, to a geographically determinate space. The so-called economic process tends to generate diversity. 8. A fact which supports the hypothesis that homogenization today is a function of political rather than economic factors. As such, abstract space is a tool of power. Spatial practice in general, and the process of urbanization in particular, the explosion of the old cities, the extension of the urban fabric, and the formation of centers, cannot be defined uniquely in terms of industrial growth seen from the standpoint either of its quantitative results or of its technological features. The city can be conceived of neither as a productive enterprise and unit, as a kind of vast factory, nor as a consumption unit subordinated to production. It will be clear from the foregoing analysis that social space, spatial practice, has by now achieved, potentially, a measure of freedom from the abstract space of quantifiable activities, and hence too from the agenda set by reproduction pure and simple. XXVI. The more carefully one examines space, considering it not only with the eyes, not only with the intellect, but also with all the senses, with the total body, the more clearly one becomes aware of the conflicts at work within it, conflicts which foster the explosion of abstract space and the production of a space that is other. Spatial practice is neither determined by an existing system, be it urban or ecological, nor adapted to a system, be it economic or political. On the contrary, thanks to the potential energies of a variety of groups capable of diverting homogenized space to their own purposes, a theatricalized or dramatized space is liable to arise. Space is liable to be eroticized and restored to ambiguity, to the common birthplace of needs and desires, by means of music, by means of differential systems and valorizations which overwhelm the strict localization of needs and desires in spaces specialized either physiologically, sexuality, or socially, places set aside, supposedly, for pleasure. An unequal struggle, sometimes furious, sometimes more low-key, takes place between the logos and the anti-logos, these terms being taken in their broadest possible sense, the sense in which Nietzsche used them. The logos makes inventories, classifies, arranges, it cultivates knowledge and presses it into the service of power. Nietzsche's grand desire, by contrast, seeks to overcome divisions between work and product, between repetitive and differential, or between needs and desires. On the side of the logos is rationality, constantly being refined and constantly asserting itself in the shape of organizational forms, structural aspects of industry, systems, and efforts to systematize everything, and so forth. On this side of things are ranged the forces that aspire to dominate and control space, business and the state, institutions, the family, the establishment, the established order, corporate and constituted bodies of all kinds. In the opposite camp are the forces that seek to appropriate space, various forms of self-management or workers' control of territorial and industrial entities, communities, and communes, elite groups striving to change life and to transcend political institutions and parties. These remarks are inspired by Rado von Richter, La Civilisation au Carrefour, Paris, Seuil, 1974, translated from the Czech, Civilization cesty, Bratislava, Vydavatelstvo literatury, 1966. The psychoanalytical account of conflict between a pleasure principle and a reality principle gives only an abstract and feeble idea of this great struggle. The full-blown conception of the revolution has to compete with a variety of corruptions, among them economistic and productivistic interpretations, and versions founded on the work ethic. The maximal version derives directly from Marx and his project of a total revolution entailing the end of the state, of the nation, of the family, of politics, of history, and so on, and adds to the central idea of an ever greater automation of the productive process the related notion of the production of a space that is different. Implicit in the great logos eros dialectic, as well as in the conflict between domination and appropriation, is a contradiction between technology and technicity on the one hand, and poetry and music on the other. A dialectical contradiction, as it is surely needless to recall, presupposes unity as well as confrontation. There is thus no such thing as technology or technicity in a pure or absolute state, bearing no trace whatsoever of appropriation. The fact remains, though, that technology and technicity tend to acquire a distinct autonomy, and to reinforce domination far more than they do appropriation, the quantitative far more than they do the qualitative. Similarly, although all music or poetry or drama has a technical, even a technological, aspect, this tends to be incorporated, by means of appropriation, into the qualitative realm. The effect in space is the development of multifarious distortions and discrepancies, which should not, however, be mistaken for differences. Possibilities are blocked, mobility declines into fixedness. Does space also secrete a false consciousness? An ideology, or ideologies? Abstract space, considered together with the forces that operate within it, some of which serve to sustain and some to modify it, may accurately be said to bring manifestations of false consciousness and ideology in its wake. As a space that is fetishized, that reduces possibilities, and cloaks conflicts and differences in illusory coherence and transparency, it clearly operates ideologically. Yet abstract space is the outcome not of an ideology or of false consciousness, but of a practice. Its falsification is self-generated. Conflicts nevertheless manifest themselves on the level, precisely, of knowledge, especially that between space and time. The oppressive and repressive powers of abstract space are clearly revealed in connection with time. This space relegates time to an abstraction of its own, except for labor time, which produces things and surplus value. Time might thus be expected to be quickly reduced to constraints placed on the employment of space, to distances, pathways, itineraries, or modes of transportation. In fact, however, time resists any such reduction, re-emerging instead as the supreme form of wealth, as locus and medium of use, and hence of enjoyment. Abstract space fails in the end to lure time into the realm of externality, of signs and images, of dispersion. Time comes back into its own as privacy, inner life, subjectivity. Also as cycles closely bound up with nature and with use, sleep, hunger, etc. Within time, the investment of affect, of energy, of creativity opposes a mere passive apprehension of signs and signifiers. Such an investment, the desire to do something, and hence to create, can only occur in a space, and through the production of a space. The real appropriation of space, which is incompatible with abstract signs of appropriation serving merely to mask domination, does have certain requirements. XXVII. The dialectical relationship between need and desire is only partly germane to our present theoretical investigation and discussion. Already obscure in itself, and even further obscured by the pronouncements of the ecologists, this relationship deserves to be clarified on its own terms. The concept of need implies or assumes certain determinants. There exist needs, in the plural, distinct one from the next, and, although the notion of a system of needs was introduced as early as Hegel, such a system can only be conceived of as having a momentary reality, as formed within a totality and in accordance with the requirements of that totality: culture, ideology, ethical system, division of labor, etc. Each need finds satisfaction in its object, in the consumption of that object, yet such satisfaction eliminates the need only temporarily, for a need is repetitive in character and after being satisfied will arise again and again, stronger and more urgent, until at last it reaches a saturation point or is extinguished. As for desire, the concept never sloughs off its ambiguity, even if rhetoric tends to present it as a fullness. As applied to a reality prior to the emergence of needs, desire refers to the energies available to the living being, energies that tend to be discharged explosively, with no definite object, in violent and destructive or self-destructive ways. Theological and metaphysical dogma has ever and always denied desire's initial lack of differentiation. For the most consistent theologians, desire is already, from the very beginning, a desire and for eternity. For the psychoanalysts, desire is sexual desire for the mother or father. The problem here, however, is that desire, though originally undifferentiated, i.e. objectless, seeking an object and finding it, generally as a result of stimulation, in the surrounding space, is also determined as available, explosive, energy. This energy takes on definition, is objectified, in the sphere of need, and in the context of the complex relationship productive labor, lack, satisfaction. Beyond this sphere of defined needs bound to objects, products, desire denotes the concentration of still available energies for a particular purpose or goal. Instead of a paroxystic moment of destruction or self-destruction, the aim is now creative, a love, a being, or a work. According to this view of matters, whose Nietzschean antecedents should be and are intended to be obvious, the doorway of grand desire, eros, thus stands open to desire. From this perspective, which is more clearly defined poetically, and hence qualitatively, than conceptually, things and products in space correspond to specific needs, if not to all needs. Each need looks here for satisfaction, and finds and produces its object. Particular places serve to define the coming together of a given need and a given object, and they are in turn defined by that meeting. Space is thus populated by visible crowds of objects and invisible crowds of needs. What Girard says of objects and subjects applies equally well to most spaces, consecrated by violence. They derive their prestige from sacrifice or murder, war, or terror. 9. Needs, all needs and each separately, tend to recur, and hence require that their objects to be recurrent. This is so whether these objects are artificial or real, the distinction being hard to draw. At the same time, however, needs also increase in number, and they die from repetition from the phenomenon of saturation. Desire, which precedes needs and goes beyond them, is the yeast that causes this rather lifeless dough to rise. The resulting movement prevents stagnation and cannot help but produce differences. XXVIII. In mathematics and the exact sciences, repetition, iteration, recurrence, generates difference. Induced or reduced, such difference tends towards formal identity, with whatever is left over being immediately assessed and subjected to a new, more thorough analysis. This sequence of operations is performed as nearly as possible in the clear light of strict logic. This is how numerical series come into being, from the number 1 to the transfinite numbers. In the experimental sciences, only a permanent apparatus and precisely repeated conditions make it possible to study variations and variables, i.e. remainders. In music or poetry, by contrast, difference is what engenders the repetitive aspect that will make that difference effective. Art in general and the artistic sensibility bank on maximum difference, at first merely virtual, sensed, anticipated, and then, finally, produced. Art puts its faith in difference. This is what is known as inspiration, or as a project. This is the motive of a new work, the thing that makes it new. Only subsequently does the poet, musician, or painter seek out means, procedures, techniques, in short, the wherewithal to realize the project by dint of repetition. Often enough, the project comes to naught, the inspiration turns out to have been vain, the posited and supposed difference turns out to have been an illusion, an appearance incapable of appearing, incapable, in other words, of objective self-production through the use of appropriate means, materials and material. The infinity of the project, easily mistaken, subjectively, for the infinity of meaning, aborts. The originality of the outline was a superfluity, its novelty a mere impression or conceit. The enigma of the body, its secret, at once banal and profound, is its ability, beyond subject and object, and beyond the philosophical distinction between them, to produce differences unconsciously out of repetitions, out of gestures, linear, or out of rhythms, cyclical. In the misapprehended space of the body, a space that is both close by and distant, this paradoxical junction of repetitive and differential, this most basic form of production, is forever occurring. The body's secret is a dramatic one, for the time thus brought into being, though a bearer of the new, as in the progression from immaturity to maturity, also brings forth a terrible and tragic repetition, indeed the ultimate repetition, old age and death. This is the supreme difference. Abstract space, or those for whom it is a tool, makes the relationship between repetition and difference a more antagonistic one. As we have seen, this space relies on the repetitive, on exchange and interchangeability, on reproducibility, on homogeneity. It reduces differences to induce differences, that is, to differences internally acceptable to a set of systems which are planned as such, prefabricated as such, and which as such are completely redundant. To this reductive end no means is spared, not corruption, not terrorism, not constraint, not violence. Whence the great temptation of counter-violence, of counter-terror, as a way of restoring difference in and through use. Destruction and self-destruction, once accidental, have been transformed into laws of life. Just like the fleshly body of the living being, the spatial body of society and the social body of needs differ from an abstract corpus or body of signs, semantic or semiological, textual, in the following respect: they cannot live without generating, without producing, without creating differences. To deny them this is to kill them. Not far above this lower limit of being are to be found certain struggling producers, among them architects, urbanists, and planners. There are others, however, who are perfectly at home here, in dominated space, manipulating exchangeable and interchangeable, quantities and signs, sums of money, real property, boxes for living in, technologies and structures. The architect occupies an especially uncomfortable position. As a scientist and technician, obliged to produce within a specified framework, he has to depend on repetition. In his search for inspiration as an artist, and as someone sensitive to use and to the user, however, he has a stake in difference. He is located willy-nilly within this painful contradiction, forever being shuttled from one of its poles to the other. His is the difficult task of bridging the gap between product and work, and he is fated to live out the conflicts that arise as he desperately seeks to close the ever-widening gulf between knowledge and creativity. The right to difference is a formal designation for something that may be achieved through practical action, through effective struggle, namely, concrete differences. The right to difference implies no entitlements that do not have to be bitterly fought for. This is a right whose only justification lies in its content. It is thus diametrically opposed to the right of property, which is given validity by its logical and legal form as the basic code of relationship under the capitalist mode of production. XXIX. Some theorists of art and architecture, Umberto Eco, for instance, insist heavily and at length upon the differential role of semiological elements, including the curve and the straight line, the square form and the circular, or radical concentric, form. This emphasis has a certain justification, and the concept of a semantic or semiotic differential is not without its utility. Once the distinction between minimal, induced, differences and maximal, produced, differences is brought to the fore, however, things appear in a somewhat changed light. To build a few blocks of flats that are spiral in form by adding a handful of curves to the usual concrete angularities is not an entirely negligible achievement, but neither does it amount to very much. To take inspiration from Andalusia, and demonstrate a sensual use of curvatures, spirals, arabesques and inflections of all kinds, so achieving truly voluptuous spaces, would be a different matter altogether. Neither the plant world nor the mineral world has as yet delivered itself of all the lessons it holds regarding space and the pedagogy of space. Within a given genus or species of plant, nature induces differences. No two trees, nor even two leaves of a single tree, are completely identical, a fact noted by Leibniz in his exploration of the paradoxical relationship between identity and repetition on the one hand and dissimilarity and differentiation on the other. Yet nature, at another level, also produces differences, different species, different vegetable or animal forms, trees with a different texture, a different stance, or a different type of leaf. And all these differences are produced within the realm of the tree form, which is of course circumscribed by its own limiting conditions. Why should spaces created by virtue of human understanding be any less varied, as works or products, than those produced by nature, than landscapes or living beings? XXX. We can now begin to see the full implications of difference, which ultimately generates the contradiction between true space and the truth of space. True space, the space of philosophy and of its epistemological offshoot, seamless in all but an abstract sense, wrapped in the mantle of science, takes form and is formulated in the head of a thinker before being projected onto social and even physical reality. Every effort is made to legitimize it by appealing to knowledge and to the formal kernel of knowledge. It is thanks to true space that we witness the rise of theoretical man, the rise of the human realm reduced to the realm of knowledge, conceptualization passed off as direct experience. A kernel of knowledge thus claims necessary and sufficient status, and the center aspires to be definite and definitive, and hence also absolute. It is of little consequence whether such claims are buttressed by political economy, by history, or by linguistics, whether or not ecology is called upon to fill in gaps in the picture, for the strategic approach is identical in every case. And so is the goal sought. The results are a superdogmatism, sometimes unaccompanied by any clear-cut dogma, and an arrogant attitude which carries the old system building of the philosophers to a new extreme. The stage of destruction and of self-destruction is soon reached. True space is a mental space whose dual function is to reduce real space to the abstract and to induce minimal differences. Dogmatism of this kind serves the most nefarious enterprises of economic and political power. Science in general and each scientific specialization separately are the immediate servants of both administration and production within the framework of the dominant mode of production. The official account makes no bones about the fact that society's administrators feel the need for assistance from science when they find themselves confronted by an increasingly complex environment with which they would like to establish a new relationship. This public service role assumed by a philosophy and science now installed and constituted as an official knowledge is legitimate by conflating mental space and political space, so constructing a system whose long-lived and solid prototype is Hegelianism. In consequence, not only the idea of the true, but also that of meaning, and those of lived experience and of living, are severely compromised. Representational space disappears into the representation of space, the latter swallows the former, and spatial practice, put into brackets along with social practice as a whole, endures only as the unthought aspect of the thought that has now pronounced itself sovereign ruler. By contrast, running counter to this dominant and official tendency, the truth of space ties space on the one hand to social practice, and on the other hand to concepts which, though worked out and linked theoretically by philosophy, in fact transcend philosophy as such precisely by virtue of their connection with practice. Social space calls for a theory of production, and it is this theory that confirms its truth. The truth of space reveals what mental space and social space have in common, and consequently also the differences between them. There is no rift between the two, but there is a distance. There is no confusion between them, but they do have a common moment or element. Knowledge, consciousness, and social practice may thus all be seen to share the center. There is no reality without a concentration of energy, without a focus or core, nor, therefore, without the dialectic, center-periphery, accretion-dissipation, condensation-radiation, agglomeration, saturation, concentration-eruption, implosion-explosion. What is the subject? A momentary center. The object. Likewise, the body. A focusing of active, productive, energies. The city. The urban sphere. Ditto. The form of centrality which, as a form, is empty, calls for a content and attracts and concentrates particular objects. By becoming a locus of action, of a sequence of operations, this form acquires a functional reality. Around the center a structure of, mental and / or social, space is now organized, a structure that is always of the moment, contributing, along with form and function, to a practice. The notion of centrality replaces the notion of totality, repositioning it, relativizing it, and rendering it dialectical. Any centrality, once established, is destined to suffer dispersal, to dissolve or to explode from the effects of saturation, attrition, outside aggressions, and so on. This means that the real can never become completely fixed, that it is constantly in a state of mobilization. It also means that a general figure, that of the center and of decent ring, is in play, which leaves room for both repetition and difference, for both time and juxtaposition. What we have been considering, then, is an extension, after a hiatus, of traditional philosophy and of Marxist thought, an extension which embraces the radical critique of philosophy without, however, abandoning Hegel's teaching on the concrete universal and the import of the concept. We are concerned, in other words, with theory beyond system building. The truth of space thus leads back, and is reinforced by, a powerful Nietzschean sentiment, but may the will to truth mean this to you, that everything shall be transformed into the humanly conceivable, the humanly evident, the humanly palpable. You should follow your own senses to the end. Your onion sin so /it ears you and denken. J1 degree Marx, for his part, called in the manuscripts of 1844 for the senses to become theoreticians in their own right. The revolutionary road of the human and the heroic road of the superhuman meet at the crossroads of space. Whether they then converge is another story. 7. Openings and conclusions. There is a question implicit in the foregoing analyses and interpretations. It is this: what is the mode of existence of social relations? No sooner had the social sciences established themselves than they gave up any interest in the description of substances inherited from philosophy, subject and object, society in itself, or the individual or group considered in isolation. Instead, like the other sciences, they took relationships as their object of study. The question is, though, where does a relationship reside when it is not being actualized in a highly determined situation? How does it await its moment? In what state does it exist until an action of some kind makes it effective? Referring vaguely to global praxis is a distinctly inadequate way of responding to these questions. In analyzing the social relationship, it is impossible simply to dub it a form, for the form as such is empty, and must have a content in order to exist. Nor can it be treated as a function, which needs objects if it is to operate. Even a structure, whose task it is to organize elementary units within a whole, necessarily calls for both the whole and the component units in question. Thus analytic thought finds itself returning, by virtue of its own dynamic, to the very entities and substantialities that it had originally banished, to subject and object, to the unconscious, to global praxis, and so on. Granted, then, that a social relationship cannot exist without an underpinning, we still have to ask how that underpinning functions. The material substrate that historians and sociologists are inclined to see in the population, or among everyday objects of utility, does not supply an answer. What, it may be asked, is the relationship of the underpinning to the relationship that it supports and bears? Thus to complicate the question by rephrasing it at a meta-level, while it brings us no closer to an answer, does at least show up the difficulty. The theoreticians of the logos and of language, Hegel and Marx themselves, saw the problem clearly: there can be no thought, no reflection, without language, and no language without a material underpinning, without the senses, without mouths and ears, without the disturbance of masses of air, without voices, and the emission of articulated signs. There are two antithetical ways of interpreting this. For some, among them Hegel and presumably Marx, these conditions are realized because they express a pre-existing rationality. For others, by contrast, meanings and signs express nothing, they are arbitrary, and linked solely by the requirements of differences of an induced kind within a set of conventions. So far has this argument from the arbitrariness of the sign been carried that language itself has been brought into question, and it has become necessary to introduce new underlying factors such as the body, drives, and so on. The solution based on the intervention of a pre-existing logos, at once substantial and eternal, does not effectively put the question to rest, because it simply re-emerges on a different level. Both Hegel and Marx were thus led by their analyses to identify things/not things or concrete abstractions, in Hegel's case, the concept, in Marx's, the commodity. Things which for Marx are the product of social labor, destined to be exchanged, and invested for this reason with value in a double sense, with use value and exchange value, both embody and conceal social relations. Things would thus seem to be the underpinning of those relations. And yet, on the Marxist analysis, it is clear that things qua commodities cease to be things. And inasmuch as they remain things, they become ideological objects overburdened with meanings. Qua commodities, things can be resolved into relations, their existence is then purely abstract, so much so, indeed, that one is tempted to see nothing in them apart from signs and signs of signs, money. The question of the underpinning is thus not entirely answered by the postulation of a permanent material world. In the context of our present discussion, this question arises, in the first place, apropos of social space. This space qualifies as a thing/not thing, for it is neither a substantial reality nor a mental reality, it cannot be resolved into abstractions, and it consists neither in a collection of things in space nor in an aggregate of occupied places. Being neither space as sign nor an ensemble of signs related to space, it has an actuality other than that of the abstract signs and real things which it includes. The initial basis or foundation of social space is nature, natural or physical space. Upon this basis are superimposed, in ways that transform, supplant or even threaten to destroy it, successive stratified and tangled networks which, though always material in form, nevertheless have an existence beyond their materiality, paths, roads, railways, telephone links, and so on. Theory has shown that no space disappears completely, or is utterly abolished in the course of the process of social development, not even the natural place where that process began. Something always survives or endures. Something that is not a thing. Each such material underpinning has a form, a function, a structure, properties that are necessary but not sufficient to define it. Indeed, each one institutes its own particular space and has no meaning or aim apart from that space. Each network or sequence of links, and thus each space, serves exchange and use in specific ways. Each is produced and serves a purpose, and each wears out or is consumed, sometimes unproductively, sometimes productively. There is a space of speech whose prerequisites, as we have seen, are the lips, the ears, the ability to articulate, masses of air, sounds, and so on. This is a space, however, for which such material preconditions are not an adequate definition, a space of actions and of interactions, of calling and of calling back and forth, of expressiveness and power, and already at this level, of latent violence and revolt, the space, then, of a discourse that does not coincide with any discourse on or in space. The space of speech envelopes the space of bodies and develops by means of traces, of writings, of prescriptions and inscriptions. As for the commodity in general, it is obvious that kilograms of sugar, sacks of coffee beans and meters of fabric cannot do duty as the material underpinning of its existence. The stores and warehouses where these things are kept, where they wait, the ships, trains and trucks that transport them, and hence the routes used, have also to be taken into account. Furthermore, having considered all these objects individually, one still has not properly apprehended the material underpinning of the world of commodities. Nor do such notions as channel, derived from information theory, or repertoire, help us define such an ensemble of objects. The same goes for the idea of flows. It has to be remembered that these objects constitute relatively determinate networks or chains of exchange within a space. The world of commodities would have no reality without such moorings or points of insertion, or without their existing as an ensemble. The same may be said of banks and banking networks vis-a-vis the capital market and money transfers, and hence vis-a-vis the comparison and balancing of profits and the distribution of surplus value. Ultimately all these processes debouch into the space of the planet as a whole, with its multiplicity of layers, networks, and sets of links, the world market and the division of labor that it subsumes and develops, the space of computer science, of strategic perspectives, and so on. Among the levels falling under the aegis of this planetary space are those of architecture, of urbanism, and of spatial planning. The world market is in no sense a sovereign entity, nor must it be thought of as an instrumental reality manipulated by imperialisms in full and absolute control. Solid in some respects, fragile in others, it has a dual character as commodities market on the one hand and as capital market on the other, and because of this duality it is impossible unconditionally to attribute logic or coherence to it. We know that the technical division of labor introduces complementarities, rationally linked operations, whereas its social division generates disparities, distortions, and conflicts in a supposedly irrational manner. Social relations do not disappear in the worldwide framework. On the contrary, they are reproduced at that level. Via all kinds of interactions, the world market creates configurations and inscribes changing spaces on the surface of the earth, spaces governed by conflicts and contradictions. Social relations, which are concrete abstractions, have no real existence save in and through space. Their underpinning is spatial. In each particular case, the connection between this underpinning and the relations it supports calls for analysis. Such an analysis must imply and explain a genesis and constitute a critique of those institutions, substitutions, transpositions, metaphorizations, anaphorizations, and so forth, that have transformed the space under consideration. 2. Propositions of this kind themselves imply and explain a project, namely, the quest for a knowledge at once descriptive, analytic and global. If one had to label such an endeavor, it might be termed spatianalysis or spatiology. This would be consistent with, and in a sense offer a response to, certain terms already in use, such as semioanalysis or socioanalysis, not to mention psychoanalysis. There is thus a certain advantage to be obtained by using one of these names, but the drawbacks are many. In the first place, the basic idea could be obscured, for the knowledge sought here is not directed at space itself, nor does it construct models, typologies, or prototypes of spaces, rather, it offers an exposition of the production of space. A science of space or spatioanalysis would stress the use of space, its qualitative properties, whereas what is called for is a knowledge, connaissance, for which the critical moment, i.e. the critique of established knowledge, savoir, is the essential thing. Knowledge of space so understood implies the critique of space. Lastly, a spatioanalytic approach could confuse and hence compromise the idea of an analysis of rhythms, an idea that may be expected to put the finishing touches to the exposition of the production of space. The whole of social space proceeds from the body, even though it so metamorphoses the body that it may forget it altogether, even though it may separate itself so radically from the body as to kill it. The genesis of a faraway order can be accounted for only on the basis of the order that is nearest to us, namely, the order of the body. Within the body itself, spatially considered, the successive levels constituted by the senses, from the sense of smell to sight, treated as different within a differentiated field, prefigure the layers of social space and their interconnections. The passive body, the senses, and the active body, labor, converge in space. The analysis of rhythms must serve the necessary and inevitable restoration of the total body. This is what makes rhythm analysis so important. It also explains why such an approach calls for more than a methodology or a string of theoretical concepts, more than a system all of whose requirements have been satisfied. 3. With respect to traditional philosophy, the type of inquiry and theoretical activity in which we are engaged here may be described as metaphilosophy. The task of metaphilosophy is to uncover the characteristics of the philosophy that used to be, its language and its goals, to demonstrate their limitations and to transcend them. Nothing of the old philosophical quest will be abolished in the process, neither its categories, nor its basic theme, nor the set of problems with which it concerned itself. The fact is, however, that philosophy proper came to a halt when faced with contradictions that it had called forth but could not resolve. Thus space, for the philosophers, was split into two, into intelligible space on the one hand, the essence and transparency of the spiritual absolute, and unintelligible space on the other, the degradation of the spirit, absolute naturalness outside the spiritual realm. Consequently, they opted now for one, now for the other, now for space as form, now for space as substance, sometimes for the luminous space of the cosmos, sometimes for the shadow-filled space of the world. Philosophy per se cannot surmount these splits and separations, they are part and parcel of the philosophical attitude per se, which is by definition speculative, contemplative, and systematizing, cut off from social practice and active political criticism. Metaphilosophy, so far from pursuing the metaphors of traditional philosophy, rejects them. The philosopher, caught in the web of words, is left behind as soon as meditation begins to deal with time and space instead of being imprisoned by them. The critique of philosophy as an ideology is fraught with difficulty, for the concept of truth and the truth of the concept have to be saved from the degeneration and destruction towards which philosophical systems on their own downward path tend to drag them. This is a task that must remain unfinished here, but it will be taken up elsewhere, notably in the context of a confrontation between the most powerful of syntheses, that of Hegel, and its radical critique. This critique is rooted on the one hand in social practice, Marx, and on the other hand in art, poetry, music, and drama, Nietzsche, and rooted, too, in both cases, in the material body. As noted, philosophy stopped dead when it came face to face with the subject and the object and their relationship. As to the subject, philosophically privileged in the Western tradition in the shape of the cogito of the thinking I, whether in its empirical or transcendental version, it simply dissolved, and it did so as much practically as theoretically. Yet the problem of the subject, as raised by philosophy, remains a fundamental one. But what subject? This question is echoed by another, what object? For a true account is equally needful in the case of the relationship to the object. The object, just as easily as the subject, may assume a burden of ideology, of signs and meanings. By conceiving of the subject without an object, the pure thinking I or residential cogitans, and of an object without a subject, the body as machine or residential extensa, philosophy created an irrevocable rift in what it was trying to define. After Descartes, the Western logos sought vainly to stick the pieces back together and make some kind of montage. But the unification of subject and object in such notions as man or consciousness succeeded only in adding another philosophical fiction to an already long list of such entities. Hegel came close to a solution, but after him the dividing line between the conceived and the directly lived was restored as the outer frontier of the logos and the limit of philosophy as such. The theory of the arbitrariness of the sign, which once laid claim to impeccable scientific credentials as a sort of distillate of knowledge, served to exacerbate the rift between expressive and meaningful, signifier and signified, mental and real, and so on. Western philosophy has betrayed the body, it has actively participated in the great process of metaphorization that has abandoned the body, and it has denied the body. The living body, being at once subject and object, cannot tolerate such conceptual division, and consequently philosophical concepts fall into the category of the signs of non-body. Under the reign of King Logos, the reign of true space, the mental and the social were sundered, as were the directly lived and the conceived, and the subject and the object. New attempts were forever being made to reduce the external to the internal, or the social to the mental, by means of one ingenious topology or another. Net result: complete failure. Abstract spatiality and practical spatiality contemplated one another from afar, enthralled to the visual realm. In contrast, under the rule of raison d'etat, as elevated in Hegel's philosophy to ultimate supremacy, knowledge and power contracted a solid, and legalized alliance. Both desire with its subjectivism and ideas with their objectivism respected this alliance and followed a hands-off policy with regard to the logos. Today the body is establishing itself firmly, as base and foundation, beyond philosophy, beyond discourse, and beyond the theory of discourse. Theoretical thought, carrying reflection on the subject and the object beyond the old concepts, has re-embraced the body along with space, in space, and as the generator, or producer, of space. To say that such theoretical thinking goes beyond discourse means that it takes account, for the purposes of a pedagogy of the body, of the vast store of non-formal knowledge embedded in poetry, music, dance, and theater. This store of non-formal knowledge, non-savoir, constitutes a potential true knowledge, connaissance. What beyond philosophy means is, beyond the locus of substitutions and separations, beyond the vehicle of the metaphysical and the anaphoric. The realm beyond philosophy indeed finds its essential voice in the negation of anaphora, of that process by means of which philosophers have furthered the body's metamorphosis into abstractions, into signs of non-body. As for metaphilosophy, the term implies preserving philosophical concepts in their breadth while changing their connotations, while replacing their old objects with new ones. We are speaking, therefore, of the abolition of Western metaphysics, of a tradition of thought running from Descartes to the present day via Hegel, a tradition that has been successfully incorporated into a society based on raison d'etat, and at the same time into a particular conception of space and a particular spatial reality. King Logos is guarded on the one hand by the eye of God, of the Father, of the Master or Boss, which answers to the primacy of the visual realm with its images and its graphic dimension, and on the other hand by the phallic, military and heroic, principle, which belongs, as one of its chief properties, to abstract space. The standing of time as it relates to this space is problematic, and has yet to be clearly defined. When religion and philosophy took duration under their aegis, time was in effect proclaimed a mental reality. But spatial practice, the practice of a repressive and oppressive space, tends to confine time to productive labor time, and simultaneously to diminish living rhythms by defining them in terms of the rationalized and localized gestures of divided labor. Clearly time cannot achieve emancipation at one stroke, or en bloc. It is not so obvious, however, that such a liberation calls necessarily for morphological inventions or for a production of space. That could only be clearly established if it were possible to show that such an appropriation cannot be effected by diverting already existing spaces or morphologies. 4. What many people look upon as the conclusion of a well-defined period, as the end of this or that, capitalism, poverty, history, art, etc., or else as the institution of something new and definitive, an equilibrium, a system, etc., should really be conceived of solely as a transition. Not exactly in Marx's sense, however. It is true that a theory of long-term transition may also be found in Marx, for whom history as a whole, which he sometimes on this account refers to as prehistory, serves as a transition between primitive and fully developed communism. This thesis is dependent upon Hegelian notions of the dialectic and of the negative. Our present approach is also based on an analysis of the overall process and its negative aspects, on an analysis that is tied to practice. The transition here considered is characterized first of all by its contradictions between economic growth and social development, between the social and the political, between power and knowledge, connaissance, and between abstract and differential space. This short list includes only some of the contradictions concerned and is not intended as a ranking in any sense. Its purpose is merely to give some idea of the poisonous flowers that adorn the present period. To define this period properly, we must also show whence it has come and whither it is bound, its terminus a quo and its terminus ad quem. Its origins lie very far away from us, in an initial non-labor, in a nature that creates effortlessly, that gives instead of selling, a nature in which cruelty is hard to distinguish from largesse, in which pleasure and pain are not obviously separate. In this sense it is true to say, no matter how worn out and restricted in meaning the phrase may now be, that art imitates nature, except for the fact that art seeks to separate sensual delight from suffering, and indeed to come down on the side of joy. The period through which modernity struggles to make its way is headed towards another non-labor, that non-labor which is the goal of labor and the ultimate significance of the accumulation of means, technology, knowledge, machinery. A goal and a significance that are still far distant, however, and that will never be realized without risking catastrophe, or without bittersweet leave-takings of everything once valued, everything once triumphant. The bitter analytics of finiteness, as brought to the fore by post-Hegelian philosophy, and made fashionable by a host of moderns since Valery, is forever repeating the same message: the world is finite, time has run out, the reign of finitude is upon us. The same dialectical process leads from primary and primordial nature to a second nature, from natural space to a space which is at once a product and a work, combining art and science within itself. The coming to maturity of this second nature is a slow and laborious process. Its motor is automation, which is constantly pushing forward into the vast realm of necessity, the realm, that is to say, of the production of things in space. The process cannot be completed until the seemingly interminable period taken up by, infinitely divided, labor, by accumulation, of wealth, of materials and material, and by reductions, i.e. obstacles to development generated by established knowledge and power, has come to an end. This is a process of gigantic proportions, beset by risks and perils of all kinds, and liable to abort at the very moment when the door to new possibilities is opened. The vast transition which we have thus characterized in terms of a few major rifts may be defined in many different but convergent ways. Space bears clear traces of the process, indeed more than traces. Its very form stems from the dominance of the male principle, with its violence and love of warfare, and this principle has in turn been reinforced by the supposedly manly virtues, as promoted by the norms inherent to a dominated and dominating space. Whence the use and overuse of straight lines, right angles, and strict, rectilinear, perspective. The masculine virtues which gave rise to domination by this space can only lead, as we are only too well aware, to a generalized state of deprivation, from private property to the great castration. It is inevitable in these circumstances that feminine revolts should occur, that the female principle should seek revenge. Were such a movement to take the form of a feminine racism which merely inverted the masculine version, it would be a pity. Is a final metamorphosis called for that will reverse all earlier ones, destroying phallic space and replacing it with a uterine space? We can be sure, at any rate, that this in itself will not ensure the invention of a truly appropriated space, or that of an architecture of joy and enjoyment. The contradiction may therefore be resolved in this way, and the split bridged. But not necessarily. We may therefore justifiably speak of a transitional period between the mode of production of things in space and the mode of production of space. The production of things was fostered by capitalism and controlled by the bourgeoisie and its political creation, the state. The production of space brings other things in its train, among them the withering away of the private ownership of space, and, simultaneously, of the political state that dominates spaces. This implies a shift from domination to appropriation, and the primacy of use over exchange, the withering away of exchange value. If these events do not occur, the worst surely will, as suggested by a number of scenarios of the unacceptable scripted by the futurologists. Meanwhile, it is thanks only to the notion of a conflict-laden transition from one mode of production, that of things, to another, that of space, that it is possible to preserve the Marxist thesis of the fundamental role of the forces of production while at the same time liberating this thesis from the ideology of productivity and from the dogma of Quantitative, growth. V. Space is becoming the principal stake of goal-directed actions and struggles. It has of course always been the reservoir of resources, and the medium in which strategies are applied, but it has now become something more than the theater, the disinterested stage or setting, of action. Space does not eliminate the other materials or resources that play a part in the socio-political arena, be they raw materials or the most finished of products, be they businesses or culture. Rather, it brings them all together and then in a sense substitutes itself for each factor separately by enveloping it. The outcome is a vast movement in terms of which space can no longer be looked upon as an essence, as an object distinct from the point of view of, or as compared with, subjects, as answering to a logic of its own. Nor can it be treated as a result or resultant, as an empirically verifiable effect of a past, a history, or a society. Is space indeed a medium? A milieu? An intermediary? It is doubtless all of these, but its role is less and less neutral, more and more active, both as instrument and as goal, as means and as end. Confining it to so narrow a category as that of medium is consequently woefully inadequate. Differential analysis has continually stressed the constitutive dualities of social space, dualities which underpin more complex and, most importantly, triadic, determinations. These initial dualities, symmetries/asymmetries, straight lines/curves, and so on, have repeatedly re-emerged, embedded in each successive recasting of social space, acquiring new meanings in the process and invariably subordinated to the overall movement. As the underpinning of production and reproduction, abstract space generates illusions, and hence a tendency towards false consciousness, i.e. consciousness of a space at once imaginary and real. Yet this space itself, and the practice that corresponds to it, give rise, by virtue of a critical moment, to a clearer consciousness. No science has as yet offered an account of this generative process, and this is as true of ecology as it is of history. Differential analysis brings out the variations, pluralities, and multiplicities which introduce themselves into genetically senior dualities, as well as the disparities, disjunctions, imbalances, conflicts, and contradictions that emerge from them. Because of the diversity of the processes involved, the above exposition may have left the impression that abstract space has no clearly defined status. But that it is absolutely not so. Theory has in fact pinpointed the truth of this space, namely, its contradictory character within the framework of the dominant tendency towards homogeneity, i.e. towards the establishment of a dominated space. Where should we look for logic in this context? At what level is it located? At that of a praxeology of space? Within some particular system, spatial, planning-related, or urban? Or within the empirical sphere, as part of the employment of space as a tool? The answer, in all cases, is no. Rather, logic characterizes a double imposition of force, first in order to maintain a coherence and, later, in the shape of reductionism, in the shape of the strategy of homogenization and the fetishization of cohesiveness in and through reductions of all kinds. It is logic that governs the capacity, bound up with violence, to separate what has hitherto been joined together, to fracture all existing unities. This initial hypothesis concerning the relationship between logical and dialectical has been successively validated and upheld by argument and proof. 6. It is impossible, in fact, to avoid the conclusion that space is assuming an increasingly important role in supposedly modern societies, and that if this role is not already preponderant it very soon will be. Space's hegemony does not operate solely on the micro level, affecting the arrangement of surfaces in a supermarket, for instance, or in a neighborhood of housing units, nor does it apply only on the macro level, as though it were responsible merely for the ordering of flows within nations or continents. On the contrary, its effects may be observed on all planes and in all the interconnections between them. The theoretical error that consists in restricting the import of space to a single discipline, to anthropology, political economy, or sociology, for example, has been dealt with above. A number of theoretical conclusions still need to be drawn, however, from these observations. Formerly each society to which history gave rise within the framework of a particular mode of production, and which bore the stamp of that mode of production's inherent characteristics, shaped its own space. We have seen by what means this was done: by violence, wars and revolutions, by political and diplomatic cunning, and, lastly, by labor. The space of any such society might justifiably be described as a work. The ordinary meaning of this term, as applied to an object emerging from the hands of an artist, may very well be extended to the result of a practice on the plane of a whole society. As for a village, or a particular countryside, how could it not fall into this category? Already on this level, clearly, product and work are one and the same. Today our concern must be with space on a world scale, and indeed, beyond the surface of the Earth, on the scale of interplanetary space, as well as with all the spaces subsidiary to it, at every possible level. No single place has disappeared completely, and all places without exception have undergone metamorphoses. What agency shapes space worldwide? None. No force, no power. For forces and powers contend with one another within space, strategically, in such a way that history, historicity, and the determinisms associated with these temporal notions lose their meaning. A number of causes and reasons emerge spontaneously from the obscurity of history in connection with this new situation, which is an increasingly important aspect of modernity. They reveal themselves sufficiently, in fact, for reflective thought to get a sense of the multiplicity of their interactions. Among them are the world market, commodities, capital, manpower, etc., technology and science, and demographic pressures, each striving for the status of an autonomous force. A paradox that we have already mentioned and emphasized is the fact that the political power which holds sway over men, though it dominates the space occupied by its subjects, does not control the causes and reasons that intersect within that space, each of which acts by and for itself. Such more or less independent causes and reasons coexist in the space constituted by their effects, consequences, and results, as enumerated by the experts. These include pollution of various kinds, the potential exhaustion of resources, and the destruction of nature. A good number of disciplines, ecology or demography, geography or sociology, describe these results, without going back to causes and reasons, as partial systems. What we have sought to do here is bring together causes and effects, consequences and reasons, in such a way as to transcend divisions between scientific domains and specializations, and to propose a unitary theory. Unitary here must not be taken as implying that reasons or consequences, or causes and effects, are in any way confused or muddled on the basis of their spatial simultaneity or their more or less peaceful coexistence. Just the opposite, in fact. The theoretical conception we are trying to work out in no way aspires to the status of a completed totality, and even less to that of a system or synthesis. It implies discrimination between factors, elements, or moments. To reiterate a fundamental theoretical and methodological principle, this approach aims both to reconnect elements that have been separated and to replace confusion by clear distinctions, to rejoin the severed and realize the commingled. A distinction has to be drawn between the problematic of space and spatial practice. The former can only be formulated on a theoretical plane, whereas the latter is empirically observable. It is not hard, however, for an ill-informed approach, one that misunderstands the method and the concepts involved, to confuse the two. The problematic, the term is borrowed from philosophy, of space is comprised of questions about mental and social space, about their interconnections, about their links with nature on the one hand and with pure forms on the other. As for spatial practice, it is observed, described, and analyzed on a wide range of levels, in architecture, in city planning or urbanism, a term borrowed from official pronouncements, in the actual design of routes and localities, town and country planning, in the organization of everyday life, and, naturally, in urban reality. Knowledge has been built up on the basis of global schemata. Once such schemata were atemporal, as in the case of classical metaphysics. After Hegel, however, they became temporal in character, which is to say that they proclaimed the priority of historical becoming, of mental duration, or of socio-economic time, over space. This theoretical posture cried out to be overturned, something that has indeed been attempted, though on indefensible grounds, by those eager to assert a priority of geographical, or demographic, or ecological space over historical time. In point of fact, all these sciences are already the battleground of an immense confrontation between the temporal and the spatial. This confrontation is not one which could precipitate a crisis of knowledge, or force a reconsideration of the relationship of knowledge to a political power which is so effective with respect to people, yet so impotent as regards those determinations, technological, demographic, etc., that put their stamp on abstract space, so producing that space as such and reproducing social relations within it. Languages, each in particular and all of them in general, all linguistic systems, including that of established knowledge, are spoken and written in a mental time and space to which that knowledge tends to assign a privileged metaphysical status. They are clumsy in the way they give utterance to social time, to spatial practice. How could it be otherwise, considering that ordinary languages, whether lexically or syntactically viewed, have peasant origins, while even more highly elaborated linguistic systems have theological philosophical antecedents. As for industry and its techniques, as for the modern sciences, they have only just begun to affect vocabulary and grammar. Urban reality has hardly any influence at all, as witness the fact that we simply lack the words for it. The word usager, user, for example, which has been called upon for the purposes of our present discussion, as yet means very little in French, and it has no established meaning in this context in English. The fact is that languages and linguistic systems need to be dismantled and reconstructed. This task will be carried out by an spatial, social practice. The salvation of knowledge, connaissance, depends entirely upon a methodological re-examination of its established forms, savoir, which congeal it by means of epistemology and seek to institute a supposedly absolute knowledge which is in fact no more than a pale imitation of divine wisdom. The only road for such a re-examination to take is the unification of critical knowledge with the critique of knowledge. The critical dimension of understanding must be brought to the fore. Collusion between knowledge and power must be forcefully exposed, as must the purposes to which bureaucracy bends knowledge's specialization. When institutional, academic, knowledge sets itself up above lived experience, just as the state sets itself up above everyday life, catastrophe is in the offing. Catastrophe is indeed already upon us. In the absence of a reconstruction of this kind, knowledge must inevitably collapse under the blows of non-knowledge and the onslaughts of anti-knowledge, or anti-theory. In short, it must relapse into the European nihilism that Nietzsche believed he had overcome. To maintain an unself-critical knowledge can only promote the decline of knowledge. Consider questions about space, for example, taken out of the context of practice, projected onto the plane of a knowledge that considers itself to be pure and imagines itself to be productive, as indeed it is, but only of verbiage. Such questions assume a philosophizing and degenerate character. What they degenerate into are mere general considerations on intellectual space, on writing as the intellectual space of a people, as the mental space of a period, and so on. It is certainly impossible unreservedly to objectify representations or schemata worked out within a mental space and referring to that space itself, even, or rather especially, if they have been developed theoretically by philosophers or rationalized by epistemologists. On the other hand, who can grasp reality, i.e. social and spatial practice, without starting out from a mental space, without proceeding from the abstract to the concrete? No one. 7. The distinction between infra and supra, between short of and beyond, is just as important as that between micro and macro levels. Thus there are countries and peoples, in the grip of deprivation and need, which must be said to exist short of the everyday realm, because they can only aspire to a firmly grounded everyday life, the critique of everyday life becomes meaningful only once this threshold has been passed. Much the same sort of thing is true in the political sphere. Short of this sphere, people, groups, or nations live and think who are still only partway along the road that leads via politics to revolutions, or, alternatively, via revolutions to political life. Beyond political existence, meanwhile, and hence beyond an established nation-state, politics becomes more specific, and political activity more specialized. Politics becomes a profession, and political machines, state and party apparatuses, are institutionalized. This situation in due course gives rise to political criticism, that is, to a radical critique of everyday life and its apparatuses as such, and eventually the political realm will begin to fade away. Once it reaches a certain level of intensity, politicization self-destructs, constant political activity eventually enters into contradiction with its own foundations. What, then, of the political status of space? No sooner has space assumed a political character than its depoliticization appears on the agenda. Apoliticized space destroys the political conditions that brought it about, because the management and appropriation of such a space run counter to the state as well as to political parties. They call for other forms of management, loosely speaking, for self-management, of territorial units, towns, urban communities, regions, and so on. Space thus exacerbates the conflict inherent in the political arena and in the state per se. It lends great impetus to the introduction of the anti-political into the political, and promotes a political critique which lends its weight to the trend towards the self-destruction of the moment of politics. 8. Today everything that derives from history and from historical time must undergo a test. Neither cultures nor the consciousness of peoples, groups, or even individuals can escape the loss of identity that is now added to all other besetting terrors. Points and systems of reference inherited from the past are in dissolution. Values, whether or not they have been organized into more or less coherent systems, crumble and clash. Sooner or later, the cultivated elites find themselves in the same situation as peoples dispossessed, alienated, through conquest and colonization. These elites find that they have lost their bearings. Why? Because nothing and no one can avoid trial by space, an ordeal which is the modern world's answer to the judgment of God or the classical conception of fate. It is in space, on a worldwide scale, that each idea of value acquires or loses its distinctiveness through confrontation with the other values and ideas that it encounters there. Moreover and more importantly, groups, classes, or fractions of classes cannot constitute themselves, or recognize one another, as subjects unless they generate, or produce, a space. Ideas, representations, or values which do not succeed in making their mark on space, and thus generating, or producing, an appropriate morphology, will lose all pith and become mere signs, resolve themselves into abstract descriptions, or mutate into fantasies. Can a social group be expected to recognize itself in space merely because that space is held up before it like a mirror? Certainly not. The notion of appropriation implies far more and is far more exigent than the, highly speculative, thesis of a mirror consciousness. Long-lived morphologies, religious buildings, historical political monuments, support our antiquated ideologies and representations. New ideas, socialism, for instance, though not without force, have difficulty generating their own space, and often run the risk of aborting. In order to sustain themselves, they may appeal to an obsolete historicity, or assume folkloric or quaint aspects. Viewed from this vantage point, the world of signs clearly emerges as so much debris left by a retreating tide. Whatever is not invested in an appropriated space is stranded, and all that remain are useless signs and significations. Space's investment, the production of space, has nothing incidental about it, it is a matter of life and death. Historical formations flow into worldwide space much like rivers debouching into the ocean, some spread out into a swampy delta, while others suggest the turbulence of a great estuary. Some, in democratic fashion, rely on the force of inertia to ensure their survival, others look to power and violence, of a strategic, and hence military and political kind. Trial by space invariably reaches a dramatic moment, that moment when whatever is being tried, philosophy or religion, ideology or established knowledge, capitalism or socialism, state or community, is put radically into question. With its confrontations and clashes, trial by space does not unfold in the same way for all historical formations, for things are affected by each formation's degree of rootedness in nature and by each's natural peculiarities, as well as by the relative strength of its attachments to the historical realm. And, though nothing and nobody eludes the dramatic moment just mentioned, it does not occur in identical fashion everywhere. In other words, trial by space varies in character according to whether it concerns the old European nations, North or Latin America, the peoples of Africa or Asia, and so on. Still, there is no escaping a fate that weighs equally on religion and churches, on philosophy with its great systems, and, of course, on dialectical, and historical, materialism. Provided Marx's formulations are not followed slavishly, and provided the most immediate influences upon him are set aside, something new and essential is to be derived from the persistent traces in his thinking of classical rationalism, teleology, and implicit metaphysics. The hypothesis of an ultimate and preordained meaning of historical becoming collapses in face of an analysis of the strategies deployed across the surface of the planet. At the terminal point as at the origin of this process of becoming is the Earth, along with its resources and the objectives that it holds out. Formerly represented as Mother, the Earth appears today as the center around which various, differentiated, spaces are arranged. Once stripped of its religious and naively sexual attributes, the world as planet, as planetary space, can retrieve its primordial place in practical thought and activity. 9. Confrontations and challenges to the established order can always be attributed ultimately to the class struggle. It is no longer possible, however, to describe the frontiers along which battles rage, both practically and theoretically speaking, as if they corresponded simply to the dividing line between the territory of the ruling class on the one hand and that of the exploited and oppressed classes on the other. The fact is that such disputed frontiers cross all spheres, including the spheres of the sciences and of knowledge in general, and all sectors of society, extra-political as well as political. The great theoretical struggles have strategic objectives which I have sought to point up: reunification of what has been split apart, and effective discrimination of what has been purposefully confused. The separation of quantity from quality, and the attribution to space of a quantity devoid of quality, bespeak misdirection and confusion in connection with the nature of qualities. And vice versa. Philosophy in its decline, stripped now of any dialectical dimension, serves as a bulwark as much for illegitimate separations as for illegitimate confusions. The answer to separation and dispersion is unification, just as the answer to forced homogenization is the discernment of differences and their practical realization. Struggles directed towards these goals, whether implicitly or explicitly, are waged on many fronts, and along many frontiers. They need have no obvious links with each other, they may be violent or non-violent in character, and some combat the tendency to separate while others combat the tendency to confuse. A politics that separates, by dividing and dispersing space, and fosters confusion, by conflating peoples, regions, and spaces with states, continues to be opposed by political means. X. This book has been informed from beginning to end by a project, though this may at times have been discernible only by reading between the lines. I refer to the project of a different society, a different mode of production, where social practice would be governed by different conceptual determinations. No doubt this project could be explicitly formulated. To do so would involve heightening the distinctions between project, plan, and program, or between model and way forward. But it is far from certain that such an approach would allow us to make forecasts or to generate what are referred to as concrete proposals. The project would still remain an abstract one. Though opposed to the abstraction of the dominant space, it would not transcend that space. Why? Because the road of the concrete leads via active theoretical and practical negation, via counter-projects or counter-plans. And hence via an active and massive intervention on the part of the interested parties. In the course of our discussion, we have discerned a host of causes and reasons for the absence of any such intervention, none of them seemingly definitive. The progression of what might be called a revolution of space, subsuming the urban revolution, cannot be conceived of other than by analogy with the great peasant, agrarian, and industrial revolutions, sudden uprisings followed by a hiatus, by a slow building of pressure, and finally by a renewed revolutionary outburst at a higher level of consciousness and action, an outburst accompanied, too, by great inventiveness and creativity. The obstacles faced by counterplans may be enumerated. The most serious is the fact that on one side, the side of power, there are ranged resources and strategies on a vast scale, the scale, ultimately, of the planet, while in opposition to these forces stand only the limited knowledge and limited interests of generally medium-sized or small territorial spheres, in France for example, regions such as Occitanie, the Landes coast and Brittany. All the same, the necessary inventiveness can only spring from interaction between plans and counter-plans, projects and counter-projects. Not that such interaction should be seen as excluding ripostes in kind to the violence of established political powers. The possibility of working out counter-projects, discussing them with the authorities and forcing those authorities to take them into account, is thus a gauge of real democracy. As for the frequently heard suggestion that a choice must be made between reductionism and globalism, between restricted and total action, this is the perfect example of a false problem. 11. These thoughts offer a partial response to the first and last question: how does the theory of space relate to the revolutionary movement as it exists today? A complete grasp of the theory and its essential articulations is necessary in order to answer the question properly. It is thus worth recalling that the theory of space refuses to take the term space in any trivial or unexamined sense, or to conflate the space of social practice with space as understood by geographers, economists, and others. To accept any such conception of space, whether in the original form or as redefined by a particular discipline, is inevitably to view space as a tool or passive receptacle for the planners, with their talk of harmonious development, balance, and optimum use. Space assumes a regulatory role when and to the extent that contradictions, including the contradictions of space itself, are resolved. Theory contributes to the dismantling of existing society by exposing what gnaws at it from within, from the core of its prosperity. As it expands, this society, neocapitalism or corporate capitalism, can generate only chaos in space. The bourgeoisie, though it has successfully learned how to resolve a number of contradictions inherited from history, managing to achieve a measure of control over markets, something that Marx had not foreseen, and hence a relatively rapid development of the productive forces, will certainly not be able to resolve the contradictions of space, that is, the contradictions of its space. The political organizations of today misconstrue or are ignorant of space and of issues relating to space. Why? This question has profound implications, for it pinpoints and defines the essence of the political. Political organizations are bequeathed to us by history, they prolong history and maintain it ideologically with their continual commemorations and reminders. And further than that they cannot go. But might what is misunderstood today not be perfectly well understood tomorrow? Might it not indeed be the potential center of future thought and action? 12. From the point of view of their respective approaches to space, the Soviet model and the Chinese road to socialism represent an opposition that is tantamount to a contradiction. The Soviet model has as its starting point a revision of the capitalist process of accumulation, coupled with a good intention, the desire to improve this process by speeding it up. This reinforced and intensified version of the capitalist model seeks to achieve rapid growth by relying on deliberately privileged strong points, on large-scale enterprises and cities. All other places remain passive and peripheral relative to centers. Centers of production, of wealth, and of decision. The result is the creation of points of concentration or vortices, the strong points grow ever stronger, the weak ever weaker. Such vortices are seen as having a regulatory role because, once established, they function automatically. Peripheral areas, meanwhile, abandoned to stagnation and relative backwardness, are more and more oppressed, controlled, and exploited. The Leninist law of uneven growth and development is thus in no way dealt with, nor are its negative effects countered. Just the opposite, in fact. The Chinese road testifies to a real concern to draw the people and space in its entirety into the process of building a different society. This process is conceived of as a multidimensional one, involving not only the production of wealth and economic growth but also the development and enrichment of social relationships, implying the production in space of a variety of goods as well as the production of space as a whole, the production of a space ever more effectively appropriated. The rift between strong and weak points would have no place in such a process. Uneven development would disappear or at least tend to disappear. This strategy means that political action will not result in the elevation of either the state or a political formation or party above society. This is the meaning generally given to the Cultural Revolution. A further implication is dependence on agricultural towns, small or medium-sized, and on the whole range of production units, both agricultural and industrial, from the smallest to the largest, but always with special attention being paid to the smaller, even at the cost, if need be, of a slowing of the pace of production. This spatial orientation and strategy is designed to ensure, barring accidents, that the dichotomy between town and country with its attendant conflicts will dissolve thanks to a transformation of both poles rather than as a result of their degeneration or mutual destruction. This is not of course to suggest that an industrial country could purely and simply, and without any particular effort, opt for the path followed by a predominantly agrarian one. It does show, however, that the theory of space is capable of accounting for revolutionary experience worldwide. Revolution was long defined either in terms of a political change at the level of the state or else in terms of the collective or state ownership of the means of production as such, plant, equipment, industrial or agricultural entities. Under either of these definitions, revolution was understood to imply the rational organization of production and the equally rationalized management of society as a whole. In fact, however, both the theory and the project involved here have degenerated into an ideology of growth which, if it is not actually aligned with bourgeois ideology, is closely akin to it. Today such limited definitions of revolution no longer suffice. The transformation of society presupposes a collective ownership and management of space founded on the permanent participation of the interested parties, with their multiple, varied and even contradictory interests. It thus also presupposes confrontation, and indeed this has already emerged in the problems of the environment, along with the attendant dangers of co-optation and diversion. As for the orientation of the process whose beginnings are thus discernible, we have sought to describe it above. It is an orientation that tends to surpass separations and dissociations, notably those between the work, which is unique, an object bearing the stamp of a subject, of the creator or artist, and of a single, unrepeatable moment, and the product, which is repeatable, the result of repetitive gestures, hence reproducible, and capable ultimately of bringing about the automatic reproduction of social relationships. On the horizon, then, at the furthest edge of the possible, it is a matter of producing the space of the human species, the collective, generic, work of the species, on the model of what used to be called art. Indeed, it is still so called, but art no longer has any meaning at the level of an object isolated by and for the individual. The creation, or production, of a planet-wide space as the social foundation of a transformed everyday life open to myriad possibilities. Such is the dawn now beginning to break on the far horizon. This is the same dawn as glimpsed by the great utopians, who, inasmuch as they demonstrated real possibilities, are perhaps not properly so described, by Fourier, Marx, and Engels, whose dreams and imaginings are as stimulating to theoretical thought as their concepts. I speak of an orientation advisedly. We are concerned with nothing more and nothing less than that. We are concerned with what might be called a sense, an organ that perceives, a direction that may be conceived, and a directly lived movement progressing towards the horizon. And we are concerned with nothing that even remotely resembles a system. Afterward. David Harvey. The publication of Henri Lefebvre's magisterial La Production de / in an excellent English translation by Donald Nicholson Smith, is cause for considerable celebration. Few of Lefebvre's voluminous works, see the appended list, have seen the light of day in English, as compared to other foreign languages, and the work and life of one of the great French intellectual activists of the 20th century is consequently little known to Anglo-American audiences. Lefebvre was born in 1901 in Haguettemau in the Pyrenees, a region to which he long remained attached and which was later to be the site of his sociological inquiries into rural and peasant societies. His mother was, according to his autobiography, passionately, even fanatically, Catholic, while his father was urbanely anti-clerical, the sort of contradiction he was to relish for the rest of his life. His political as well as his intellectual consciousness was shaped by the experience of the First World War, the Russian Revolution, and that maelstrom of intellectual change which he invokes in the production of Space as follows. Around 1910 a certain space was shattered. It was the space of common sense, of knowledge, of social practice, of political power, a space hitherto enshrined in everyday discourse, just as in abstract thought, as the environment of and channel for communications. Euclidean and perspectivist space have disappeared as systems of reference, along with other former commonplaces such as the town, history, paternity, the tonal system in music, traditional morality, and so forth. This was a truly crucial moment. Lefebvre attended the Sorbonne during the 1920s in a period of considerable intellectual effervescence and political turmoil. There he became one of a small group of jeune philosophes who, revolting against what they saw as the anachronistic and politically irrelevant establishment philosophy of the time, personified by Bergson, sought, largely through the pages of a radical journal, Philosophies, to redefine philosophical endeavors by means of intellectual encounters not only with the thought of Spinoza, Hegel, and Nietzsche but also with the philosophical work of Heidegger and Marx, whose collected works were then in course of translation into French for the first time. Lefebvre and his companions refused to see philosophy as an isolated or wholly specialized activity. They thought it important to grapple not only with the progress of science, the theory of relativity, for example, but also with the qualities of daily life, the quotidian, as Lefebvre called it both then and in many later works. 18 months of military service in the wake of his opposition to France's colonial war in Morocco, followed by 2 years earning a living as a taxi driver in Paris, an experience which deeply affected his thinking about the nature of space and urban life, kept him from any temptation to an ivory tower conception of philosophical work. The jeune philosophe was immediately attracted to the artistic and cultural avant-garde movements of the 1920s. One of his first articles in Philosophies, 1924, was a portrait of Dada which, though not that complimentary, was appreciative enough to bring him lifetime friendship with one of the leading figures of that movement, Tristan Tzara. His contacts with surrealists like Breton and Aragon marked him for life and played a particularly important role after his break with the Communist Party in 1956. His belief in the animating power of spectacle, of poetry, and of artistic practices became crucial in informing Lefebvre's attitude towards an active participation in the revolutionary movements of the 1960s. Along with the other jeune philosophes, as well as many of the surrealists, Lefebvre gradually moved towards the positions espoused by the Communist Party, eventually joining in 1928, the year before he took up a regular position as professeur de lycée first at Privas, far from Paris in the Ardèche, and later, in 1932, at Montargis, which had the virtue of being much closer to the capital. His own adherence was to a large degree predicated upon a careful study of Marx's early writings, a growing appreciation of the importance of dialectical and historical materialist method, as manifest in Marx's Capital, and a strong feeling, much reinforced by the rise of fascism in Germany and elsewhere, including France, that collective resistance and international organization were essential for any progressive movement of the left. His early years in the party were marked both by militant or organizing activity and by the investigation of daily life in various industrial sectors, such as the silk industry in the region of Privas. Lefebvre was also preoccupied with the search for some kind of philosophical foundation or position that could be related to political practice. This proved no easy task, given the requirements and imperatives of the fight against fascism, the emergence of Popular Front politics in France and the growing Stalinism of the French Communist Party. La Conscience Mystifie, which he published with Herbert Guterman in 1936, examined Marx's conception of alienation and the consciousness and politics which flowed therefrom, but was so badly received by the party that Lefebvre was dissuaded from continuing with further volumes. His evaluation of Hitlerism was better received, as was his highly influential and widely disseminated expositional work on dialectical materialism, which first appeared in 1939 and which was seized and burned during the Nazi occupation. By the outbreak of World War II he was already established as a major intellectual figure in the French communist movement. Fleeing Paris in the face of the Nazi occupation and then removed by the Vichy government from a teaching position he had procured at Saint-Étienne, he joined the resistance, first in Marseilles and subsequently in the Pyrenees, in the valley of Campan, where he mixed resistance activities with detailed studies of the life and history of peasant society. These were to make his reputation as a sociologist in the post-war period and ultimately resulted in La Valida. Campan, published in 1963. From 1945 to 1958, Lefebvre remained within the French Communist Party, but after a brief euphoric period in which he was widely regarded as the party's leading philosopher, and used the weight of that position to attack, perhaps unwisely, what he saw as the unnecessary idealism of Sartre's existentialism, he found himself in a tense confrontation with the party's resurgent Stalinism. For example, the French party accepted Stalin's support of Lysenko's patently erroneous theories of plant breeding and criticized the use of the new high-yielding hybrid seeds then available from America as both bourgeois and counter-revolutionary, a position which Lefebvre thought nonsensical, in part for scientific reasons but also because he saw that by seeking to deny a source of extra productivity to the peasantry, the party would in the end destroy its credibility with its peasant base. Which duly happened in France, in contrast to Italy, where the communists took a quite independent line. This was not, however, an uncreative period for Lefebvre. Taking on the role of popularizer of Marxian ideas, a role he evidently relished. He used his position as an established researcher with the government-funded Centre National de Recherche Scientifique to publish a whole stream of critical but accessible evaluations of thinkers such as Descartes, 1947, Diderot, 1949, Pascal, 2 volumes in 1949 and 1954, the Romantic poet and dramatist Alfred de Musset, 1955, Rabelais, 1955, and Pignon, 1956. The point of these studies was not only to locate the thought and work of such creative writers in the material context of the day, but also to inquire into the creative potentiality of ideas and thought in history, a theme which was to become much more emphatic after he left the party. These studies were complementary to major works on dialectical materialism, a multi-volume project, the first volume of which appeared in 1947 but which was then abandoned probably because of political pressures, Marxism, and the critique of everyday life, in which he again came perilously close to touching upon the themes of alienation that had been so badly received in communist circles with the publication of La Conscience Mystifie in the 1930s. The break with the party came in the wake of the publication of the Khrushchev Report of 1956, which revealed many of the horrors of Stalinism, but which the French Communist Party refused at first to acknowledge. Lefebvre, having access to the report via German colleagues, entered into an internal oppositional movement within the party and was ultimately excluded in 1958. It is hard for most of us to understand what it might mean to be excluded from an organization to which one has belonged for some 30 years. The French Communist Party was not only a political party but the hub of its members' social and daily life. It has sometimes been likened to an extended and very close-knit family structure. Lefebvre effectively wrote his way out of the intense social and psychological difficulties generated by the break by writing La Somme et le Reste, 1959, an autobiographical, autocritical, and evaluative summary of much of his own life's work in the context of the times. Lefebvre did not leave the party by the right door but by the left. Liberated from Stalinist constraints, he could explore many of the ideas that had previously been latent by deepening his grasp and practice of Marx's dialectical method, a grasp which Jean-Paul Sartre described in his Critique de la raison dialectique as beyond reproach. By exploring the history and sociology of daily life, the origins of modernity, the structure of peasant life, the significance of the urban revolution, and the origins of the Paris Commune as an exemplar of the manner in which popular movements could crystallize into an overwhelming revolutionary force, and continuing his inquiry into the role of romanticism, of aesthetic experience, of poetic and cultural endeavors, and of individual creative thought in revolutionary politics. As a professor of sociology first at the University of Strasbourg, 1996–125, and then at Nanterre, 1965–73, he argued against the structuralism of Althusser, the detachment from everyday life manifest in Foucault, the pessimistic undercurrent entering French philosophy through its engagement with Heidegger, and the historicism and scientism, positivism, becoming hegemonic in academic life. What marked him off from both the Marxist humanists, like Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, and the structuralist Althusserians was his refusal to see any division between the work of the so-called young Marx, lauded by the humanists and denigrated by the Althusserians, and the mature Marx, denigrated by the humanists and lauded by the Althusserians. Life is lived as a project, Lefebvre insisted, and Marx's life had to be seen as a totality of interests, flowing concurrently rather than as fragmented pieces. From that stance, he fought to rescue dialectical materialism from the Marxists, history from the historians, the capacity for revolutionary action from the structuralists and the social from the sociologists. One of the key concepts he advanced in La Somme et le Reste, for example, was that of the moment which he interpreted as fleeting but decisive sensations, of delight, surrender, disgust, surprise, horror, or outrage, which were somehow revelatory of the totality of possibilities contained in daily existence. Such movements were ephemeral and would pass instantaneously into oblivion, but during their passage all manner of possibilities, often decisive and sometimes revolutionary, stood to be both uncovered and achieved. Moments were conceived of as points of rupture, of radical recognition of possibilities and intense euphoria. This idea was to be put to work to understand sublime moments of revolutionary fervor, such as the day the Paris Commune was declared. It was also to shape the consciousness of many students in the uprising of 1968. The doctrine foreshadowed and to some degree paralleled the ideas of the situationist movement which developed in Paris in the late 1950s. Lefebvre later fell out with the situationists. He provocatively though not altogether unfavorably depicted them as romantics while they accused him of plagiarizing their ideas to interpret the Commune and of failing to appreciate the revolutionary potential of their own tactic of creating situations as opposed to what they saw as Lefebvre's more passive stance of experiencing moments when they happened to arise. The continued engagement with situationist ideas, as represented, for example, in Guy Debord's La Société du Spectacle, seems to have had an important role. For example, Debord's critical observation that the moment, as Lefebvre initially conceived of it, was purely temporal, as opposed to the spatiotemporality of the situation, is tacitly countered in Lefebvre's later works on urbanization and the production of space. Much of this seemingly theoretical and abstract argument was lived out under the aegis of the student movement which culminated in the extraordinary moment of May, 1968, a moment which Lefebvre was to describe in intimate and reflective detail in his L'Éruption, de Nanterre au Sommet, 1968. Lefebvre is sometimes depicted as father of that movement, and certainly the spark that fired the 1,000 or so students who crammed into his lectures at Nanterre was important. The parallel between Marcuse's influence within the student movement in the United States and Lefebvre's role in the French context is probably a reasonable one. Both were thinkers and longtime activists who had something important to say to a restless and dissatisfied generation, but that is a far cry from crediting them with paternity of the entire event. The years after 1968 were taken up with an intense inquiry into the nature of urbanization and the production of space. 7 books were written on these themes between 1968 and 1974, with La Production de Espace as the culminating work in the sequence. Lefebvre also co-founded the journal Espace et Société, which brought together many distinguished young thinkers, the most well-known today being Manuel Castells, who were inspired by his interests. The two themes of urbanization and the production of space are interlinked in Lefebvre's thought. Increasingly during the 1960s, and particularly through the events of 1968, Lefebvre came to recognize the significance of urban conditions of daily life, as opposed to narrow concentration on workplace politics, as central in the evolution of revolutionary sentiments and politics. The significance of the outbreak in Nanterre, a suburban university close to the impoverished shanty towns of the periphery, and the subsequent geography of street action in Paris itself, alerted him to the way in which these kinds of political struggle unfolded in a distinctively urban space. But consideration of the urban question quickly led him to deny that the city was any kind of meaningful entity in modern life. It had been superseded by a process of urbanization or, more generally, of the production of space, that was binding together the global and the local, the city and the country, the center and the periphery, in new and quite unfamiliar ways. Daily life, the topic that had engaged his attention before 1968, as well as Marxist theory and revolutionary politics, had to be reinterpreted against this background of a changing production of space. But it was characteristic of Lefebvre not to consider this purely from a technical, economic, or even political standpoint, but to search for the ways in which to interpret revolutionary action, to generate new forms of representation of the possible, against a background of social processes that were redefining the very nature of human identity. The Production of Space is a book that broaches many such questions and does so from multiple angles. Lefebvre here draws upon his intimate knowledge of philosophy, his reflections on Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud, his experiential encounters with poetry, art, song, and carnival, his connections with the surrealists and situationists, his intense involvement in Marxism both as a current of thought and as a political movement, his sociological inquiries into urban and rural conditions of life, his particular conception of totality and dialectical method. The reader will find here not only innumerable lines of thought to be followed up, but tacit or implicit criticisms of structuralism, of critical theory and deconstruction, of semiotics, of Foucault's views on the body and power, and of Sartre's version of existentialism. Yet Lefebvre never rejects such formulations outright. He always engages with them in order to appropriate and transform the insights to be gained from them in new and creative ways. The book is, therefore, also an opening towards new possibilities of thought and action. Although the culmination of a lifetime of engagement, the Production of Space takes the form of a preliminary inquiry which contains much that is explosive, much that has the capacity to detonate, a word he himself frequently chooses, a situation that threatens to become fixed, frozen, and ossified. It is, above all, an intensely political document. Lefebvre insists that life should be lived as a project and that the only intellectual and political project that makes sense is a life. The Production of Space is by no means the end of that project, for he continues to write and work to this day. But it is a vital marker and one that deserves to be read widely and to be studied for the innumerable possibilities it contains. A note on sources: the two primary sources on Lefebvre's life and work are his own autobiographical study, written in 1959, entitled La Somme et le Reste, and the recent authorized biography, from which I have drawn extensively, by Rémy Hess, Henri Lefebvre et l'Aventure du siècle, Paris, Editions A. M. Metale, 1988.